Chapter 226. 0226 Moo 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 still had a lingering fear in his heart. I was so scared just now. If you weren't here, what would I do in the future? Leaf Fan Xian didn't know what to say. Just be careful in the future. Who told you to be so shameless and like to take pictures? But I want to take a beautiful picture for you to see, Moo 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 said bitterly. Fan Xian felt strange in his heart. He really didn't know whether to say that she was simple or stupid. He could only reiterate, why are you showing it to me? I already have a wife. Moo 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 pouted, your wife might not be as good-looking as me. Leaf Fan Xian really wanted to say, you really can't compare to this girl, but he couldn't say it out loud. That would be too much of a blow to the girl's self-esteem. Moo Moo, are you alright? Don't worry, this is my cousin's territory, you'll be fine. Tang Jihui hurriedly came over and said, wishing that he could pull Moo 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 away from Yi Fan. You still have the face to say that. What kind of people do you know? Moo 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 said angrily. Tang Jihui's face flushed red as he lowered his head, not knowing how to explain. Sun Yu mischievously said to Tang Jihui, Little Hui, could it be that this little girl is the Moo 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 that you said you couldn't catch up to? This brother is your rival in love. Tang Jihui's face was sullen as he helplessly nodded and replied with a then. Interesting. How about this, cousin will help you. Sun Yu said happily. Tang Jihui was very worried, cousin, what do you want to do? Sun Yu gave a strange smile and said to Yi Fan, this brother surnamed Yi, you already have a wife, yet you still want to kiss this little girl. It's not too appropriate, right? You can't be too greedy. You're thinking too much, I'm this girl's tutor, but my business, you can't care about it. Yi Fan said. Sun Yu shook his finger, no, you can't say that. This beauty is someone my cousin has been interested in for a long time. You suddenly appeared and wanted to steal a woman. My cousin, Sun Yu, has been bullied, I can't just sit back and do nothing. If you're like a man, then why don't you have a competition with my cousin and use a man's method to see who's more worthy of this beauty? Competition. Yi Fan smiled, why should I compete? Are you scared? I haven't said what to compete in yet, Sun Yu said. No matter what, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just Moo Moo Moo's tutor, an ordinary friend. There's no other relationship. When Moo 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 heard this, his heart ached and his eyes reddened. Yi Fan. Do you despise me that much? It's not that I dislike you, isn't that our relationship? Yi Fan sighed. Moo 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 angrily clenched her fists and turned to Sun Yu, speak. Compete in what? I'll compete with Tang Jihui. If I win, tell your cousin to stop bothering me. Hearing this, Tang Jihui hurriedly advised, Moo Moo. Don't take it seriously. This is what my cousin said. However, Sun Yu stretched out his hand and stopped him. Hey, cousin, if the beauty wants to compete, then let's compete. You are all adults, what are you afraid of? Cousin, what are we competing in? Tang Jihui asked with a sullen face. Racing, aren't you planning to go to the club with me to play racing? It just so happens that you can bring your friends along. Sun Yu grinned. Without saying anything further, Moo 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 shouted, all right. I agree. If I win, Tang Jihui, when you see me in the future, just take a detour. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on, hey. Little girl, you don't even have a driver's license, how are you going to race? None of your business. We're just ordinary friends. You're just my tutor. I can do whatever I want, and it's none of your business even if I die. Moo 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 glared at him bitterly. Yi Fan was speechless. He really didn't know what was wrong with this girl, but seeing her so wronged, he couldn't bear to do it. Stop messing around, this is not a joke. Yi Fan advised. I'm not joking with you. Ordinary friends, you can leave now. I'm going to drive a car. Moo Moo Moo's face was cold. Sun Yu happily smiled and said, since the little beauty has agreed, then we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's go now. Don't worry, our club doesn't need to look at our driver's license to drive. Tang Ji Hui's eyes flickered. Seeing Moo 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 getting angry at Yi Fan, he was also very moved. Yi Fan, on the other hand, frowned. If he just left like that, Moo 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 might really do something stupid. Alright, then let's go take a look. Yi Fan planned to follow them first and make a decision based on the situation. If Moo 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 didn't dare to drive, then that would be great. If the girl acted recklessly, he would still have to stop her. When Moo 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 heard Yi Fan change his words, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. However, he still pretended to be unhappy and hurriedly got into the car. The group of people followed the Lamborghini all the way to a sports car club in the north of An City. The land here was cheap and far from the city. Many young masters of the western province would leave their sports cars here and come to play in their spare time. When Moo 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 got off the car, her eyes sparkled. Although she didn't know how to drive, her playful personality still made her yearn for this kind of place. Looking at the luxury cars that would occasionally fly past on the track, Tang Ji Hui, Su Xiuxiu, and the others were also very excited. Sun Yu called over two of his subordinates and drove over two racing cars, one gray and one white. He smiled and said, "Alright, I just happen to have two GTRs here. They haven't been modified yet, both of them have 550 horsepower and a 100 kilometers acceleration of 2.7 seconds. It's just right for the competition, it's absolutely fair. Miss Moo, do you plan to give it a try?" When Moo 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 heard the melodious sound of the GTR's engine, she was ready to make a move. However, she had never driven a car before, so now that she was sitting in it, she was a little afraid. Moo Moo, forget it. You've never driven a car before, so something will happen. Tang Ji Hui advised from the side. Moo 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 asked, have you driven it before? Ha, my cousin used to come here to play on holidays. He's an old driver, he can drift, burn tires, and turn around on the spot. It's just that he's not old enough to get a driver's license. Sun Yu laughed. Tang Ji Hui was quite pleased with himself. He felt that his face was shining as he nodded, not bad, it's all because cousin taught me well. Moo 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 secretly glanced at Yi Fan. Seeing that the man wasn't moved at all, he felt vexed and said, what's so great about it? I've never driven it before, haven't I seen it before? Let's compete. After saying that, Moo 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 sat down in the silver-gray GTR. However, the moment she entered, Moo 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 was dumbfounded. She didn't even know how to drive the car, let alone understand the bunch of buttons on the steering wheel of the GTR. Little girl, come out, stop messing around. Yi Fan walked to the car door and said with a smile. When Moo 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 heard this, he said angrily, you don't need to care. Go away. After saying that, the girl ignored everything else and randomly stepped on the ground. Chapter 227. 0227 Hey. Yi Fan wanted to stop him, but he didn't make it in time. Fortunately, the car was in parking mode with the handbrake on. It didn't start. However, this explosion still scared Moo 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 to the point that her face turned pale. Yi Fan's heart also tightened. He couldn't wait to drag this stubborn girl out and beat her up a few times. This was too much of a disregard for his own life. Are you crazy? You're really stepping on it. When Moo 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 heard Yi Fan scolding her, he felt especially wronged. I'll step on it. What do you care? It's not like you're anyone to me. You. Yi Fan originally wanted to curse a few times, but when he saw the girl's big watery eyes, he couldn't say anything. After all, she was still young and didn't know much about many things. It was normal for her to have some fantasies at the beginning of her love. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then dragged Moo 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 out. Let me go. What are you doing? Moo 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 struggled. I'll compete, get out of the car. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the girl immediately quieted down and obediently got out of the car. Li Fan Xian sat in the driver's seat and said to Tang Ji Hui, Hey, brat, hurry up and finish this in one lap. Seeing Yi Fan get on the car, Tang Ji Hui naturally wished for nothing more. He believed that in terms of driving skills, it was impossible for him to lose to Yi Fan. That's what you said. If you lose, you have to leave Moo Moo. Tang Ji Hui said excitedly. Let's talk about it after you win. Yi Fan muttered. Moo 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 happily bit her lower lip, leaned against the window and asked, Yi Fan, you want to compete for me? Come on, I just don't want to see you commit suicide. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. Hee, I knew it. You actually care about me a lot. Moo 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 smiled sweetly. Yi Fan looked at the girl's cloudy and sunny expression and was speechless. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yi Fan, why don't you stop competing? If you lose to that Tang Ji Hui, how troublesome would that be? Moo 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 said. Why? Didn't you say that you would leave me if you lost? If you don't compete, then it's fine, Moo 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 said. Yi Fan smiled stiffly, didn't you want to compete? I just want to confirm that you care about me a lot, and I don't really want you to compete. After Moo 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 finished speaking, she covered her mouth and giggled. What are you laughing about? I'm already here, and you're saying you don't want to compete. Yi Fan felt that his IQ was almost pulled to the same level as this group of high school students. He said, Go away, go away. Either we don't compete, or I can't lose. At this moment, Moo 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 had already pushed aside the clouds and saw the sun. Even if Yi Fan told her to leave, she would still have a smile on her face. Then do your best. Even if you lose, I won't blame you. Moo 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 waved her fist, as if she was watching her lover go to the battlefield for her. Her face was filled with satisfaction. Seeing all this, Tang Ji Hui felt extremely uncomfortable and started to press the car horn. It's starting. Soon, the two cars arrived at the starting line. As the light turned green, the car instantly let out a beast-like roar, and the two war gods shot out like arrows from a bow. F***CK. Little Hui is going all out. I've never seen him start so fast before. Sun Yu watched with a face full of interest. Third young master, this Yi Fan's driving skills are also very good. He feels like he's on par with young master Tang. Jin Yugang and the others commented together. Moo 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 and Su Xiuxiu were in the stands, watching nervously. In fact, they couldn't even see which car was closer to the front. When the car reached the bend, Yi Fan's silver-gray GTR finally began to move forward. Borrowing an even more perfect arc, it accurately surpassed Tang Ji Hui's car by half a body's length. It's a pity that GTR can't drift. Otherwise, young Master Tang might not have lost his position. Someone on the side began to lament. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes and said, No, even if he can drift, this Yi Fan's control of the car is still stronger than little Hui's. He is still not a match for him. Yi Fan, I've never heard of this person before. I didn't expect him to be so good at Kung Fu, and even his driving skills are so good. He's really not simple. When everyone heard Sun Yu's words, they all paid extra attention to him. This was because they knew that Sun Yu had the intention to befriend him. Although the third young master of the Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family seemed to be playful, he was actually very good at winning over people's hearts and making friends. Within the Iron Blood Alliance, Sun Yu's connections were even more solid and developed than his two elder brothers. While Moo Moo and the others in the stands were still cheering for Yi Fan's driving skills, Tang Ji Hui, who was sitting in the car, felt as if every second was like a year. Seeing that he was driving the same car as Yi Fan, he was stunned to see that Moo 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 was completely leaving him. I can't lose. I can't lose. I definitely can't lose this time. Tang Ji Hui kept telling himself that he was stepping on the accelerator with extra force. The speed of the car was already close to 280 kilometers per hour. When he was about to reach a bend, Tang Ji Hui saw that he was about to overtake Yi Fan and was unwilling to slow down. However, when he was about to turn the corner, the car was no longer able to withstand the centrifugal force and began to roll over. Not good. Too fast. Sun Yu, who was in the stands, shouted. From the rearview mirror, Yi Fan also noticed that there was a problem with Tang Ji Hui's driving. He frowned and immediately started to brake. Zzz, Tang Ji Hui's GTR flipped over and was thrown out. The car rolled violently and crashed into a pile of tires, then slid onto the sand. The airbags in the car also popped out, causing everyone in the arena to be dumbfounded. Even if Moo 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 hated Tang Ji Hui, his heart was still beating fast and his throat was in a daze. Little Hui. Sun Yu shouted, hurry up and call an ambulance. Quick. At the same time, Yi Fan had already gotten out of the car and quickly ran over. He forcefully pulled open the deformed car door and carried Tang Ji Hui out of the car. Looking at the completely unconscious Tang Ji Hui, his mouth, body, and forehead were covered in blood, the situation was very bad. After Fan Xian felt his pulse, he frowned and quickly put him in his car, then drove to the grandstand. Where is the nearest hospital? Yi Fan came in front of Sun Yu and the others and asked. Sun Yu knew that Yi Fan was planning to directly send him to the hospital. This was faster than calling an ambulance, so he took the initiative to sit in the front passenger seat and said, I'll show you the way. Yi Fan didn't waste any time. Listening to the direction that Sun Yu said, the car sped away. How is little Hui? Is he unconscious? Sun Yu turned his head and looked at his unconscious and blood-covered cousin. His expression was extremely ugly. After all, he was the one who brought him out to play. If something happened to Tang Ji Hui, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his family. He's in shock. From the symptoms of a simple examination, it's a blunt heart injury that caused a blockage in the heart. He needs to have surgery as soon as possible to drain the blood, otherwise his life will be in danger. Yi Fan said methodically as he drove. Sun Yu was puzzled, how do you know so much? Yi Fan turned his head and looked at him, because I'm a doctor. Chapter 228. 0228 Sun Yu was a little unable to react along the way. The surprises that Yi Fan brought him were really one ring after another. He had heard from Tang Ji Hui that Yi Fan's gaming skills were comparable to the world's top professional players. Moreover, the skills he had displayed today had completely crushed Jin Yugang, who was at the initial success stage of the Hotian realm. His driving skills just now were incomparably exquisite. Now, Yi Fan actually said he was a surgeon. Just where did this guy come from? Sun Yu was at a loss. He realized that he had underestimated this man. He ran through all the red lights he could and arrived at the best county hospital in the vicinity. On the way, Sun Yu called his subordinates and arranged for the doctors in the emergency room to prepare for surgery. As soon as he got out of the car, Tang Ji Hui was lifted onto the bed. The entire process was very fast. Was the victim in a car accident? Were you injured? A middle-aged male doctor asked Sun Yu. Sun Yu scolded, aren't you a doctor? Why are you asking me? The middle-aged doctor knew that this was the young master of the Sun family, so he didn't dare to talk back. He could only say, do a checkup first and take your blood pressure, no need. Yi Fan interrupted, prepare for surgery immediately, it will be too late if we wait any longer. He had already discovered that the standard of the doctors in this hospital was indeed different from that of the hospitals in big cities like Huahai. They could not capture so many detailed symptoms, and they were still hesitating. By the time the examination was over, Tang Ji-hui would have already died. "Who are you?" Yi Fan directly said, "The injured person has a heart injury. The heart embolism is blocked, and the blood flowing out of the ventricle is damaged. The epicardium and the myocardium are squeezed together, causing pressure on the heart. You can just cut off the epicardium and drain the blood." The middle-aged doctor was stunned. "Are you a doctor?" "Don't ask so much, I'll take responsibility if something happens," Yi Fan said with a frown. Sun Yu saw that this group of doctors were still dawdling, and Yi Fan was so resolute and reasonable, so he immediately said, "What are you still standing there for? Perform the surgery according to Dr. Ye's method." Seeing that Sun Yu had spoken, the group of doctors did not say anything else and quickly entered the operating room to perform the surgery. The middle-aged doctor was the deputy director of the hospital and was considered one of the best surgeons here. Naturally, he would be the chief surgeon. Yi Fan originally wanted to do it himself, but he felt that this surgery was not difficult. If he went up himself, it would not be right, and there was no need to argue. Thus, he followed him into the operating room and watched from the side. Sun Yu was afraid that something would happen to his cousin, so he also changed into a sterile surgical gown and ran into the operating room. According to common sense, family members were naturally not allowed to enter the operating room, but after all, their identities were special. If Sun Yu wanted to enter, no one dared to stop him. "Mr. Yi, will my cousin be fine?" Sun Yu was both worried about Tang Ji-hui and afraid that this matter would cause him to lose all faith in the family. If nothing unexpected happens, there shouldn't be any problems. Yi Fan had already figured out Tang Ji-hui's general condition. Sun Yu nodded, "If my cousin is fine, I will definitely thank Mr. Yi properly." Yi Fan glanced at him and muttered in his heart, "Even if Tang Ji-hui died, what could you do?" But naturally, he wouldn't say it out loud. Minimally invasive surgery, cardiac arrest. Forceps, prepare for heart massage. The operation proceeded as usual, and according to Yi Fan's instructions, it proceeded step by step. "Doctor, the blood pressure is too low after the drainage," a nurse said. "Inject norepinephrine. Give me the hemostatic forceps." "Yes." The middle-aged doctor realized that the situation was not good, and his forehead began to sweat. Suddenly, a line of blood shot out from the heart and landed on the middle-aged doctor's face. "Ah!" The two young nurses and the assistants' faces turned ugly as they cried out in alarm. The middle-aged doctor's face was also pale. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. It was not that he had never encountered people who couldn't be saved. However, this was the cousin of the Sun family's young master. If he couldn't save him, wouldn't his future be ruined? Pulse 31. Rapid descent. Cardiac arrest. When Sun Yu saw all of this, he shouted angrily, "What the hell is going on? How come my cousin's heartbeat is gone?" The vice president stood there stiffly, completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what went wrong. "Don't panic." Yi Fan calmly walked to the operating table and said, "The heart muscle is damaged, and the sudden cardiac arrest is unnatural. There must be some other reason." You make it sound so easy. It's all your fault. I told you I wanted to do a check." The vice principal pushed the blame onto Yi Fan. Fan Xian sighed, pushed the vice president away and said, "If you don't want to take on the responsibility of a doctor, then leave it to me to perform the surgery." Will you? The vice president asked with a thick neck. Yi Fan turned around and said to Sun Yu, "Young master Sun, if you want your cousin to live, then let this group of people cooperate with me. Don't waste your time." "No problem. All of you, cooperate with Dr. Yi." Son, you could only try to save a dead horse. Yifan stretched out his hand towards the nurse beside him. Scalpel, prepare the discharge device. The few assistants had no choice but to bite the bullet and start to help Yifan. Yifan's idea was very simple. Since there was a problem with his heart, he would check it out. He put on his gloves and slowly grabbed his heart. After careful observation, he found the problem. It's a perforation of the heart muscle on the side, and it's still bleeding. Yifan said. What? This. What should we do? The patient's heart has stopped beating. If this goes on, there won't be enough time to stitch it up. An assistant said. Li Fanxian narrowed his eyes and didn't say a word. He began to use his fingers to massage his heart. His technique was very exquisite, as if he was pinching a bowl. The tendons on the back of his fingers and the inside of his palm were in balance, cooperating exquisitely. When the assistants at the side saw this scene, they slowly realized something, and their eyes revealed astonishment. Is it to use a heart massage to restore the heartbeat and make up for the time it takes to stitch it up? Yifan nodded, his eyes calm. Impossible, how could a heart massage be possible? Before the deputy director could finish his words, he heard a young nurse exclaim. The heart meridian has recovered. There's a heartbeat. At this moment, all the medical staff present felt as if they had returned to heaven from hell as they looked at Yifan in disbelief. The vice principal almost fell to the ground. He had never seen a surgeon in his life that could turn something rotten into something magical. Yifan, on the other hand, calmly stretched out his hand and said, Don't be happy too early, it's not over yet. Start stitching up the perforation, suture the forceps. Yes, sir. The medical staff at the side were completely convinced by Yifan and naturally cooperated actively. The following surgery was very smooth. Yifan only used 5 minutes to stitch up the perforation. After the entire operation was completed, Tang Ji Hui's vital signs were also quite stable. He was already out of danger and was just waiting to wake up. Sun Yu watched from the beginning to the end. Although he didn't understand medicine, he could understand the look in the eyes of these medical staff. They looked at Yifan as if they were looking at their idol. It could be seen how exquisite Yifan's surgical skills were. Chapter 229. 0229. When the operation was over, Yifan took off his surgical gown and went outside. Mu 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 and the others were already waiting. Yifan, is Tang Ji Hui alright? Mu 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 asked. Just wait for him to wake up. Yifan said. Mu 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 heaved a sigh of relief. This guy is really reckless. He doesn't even care about his life for the sake of a competition. If something were to happen to him, then I would feel so guilty. I see that he's chasing you with all his might. Are you really not going to think about it? Yifan smiled. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. This kind of thing can't be forced, Mu 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 said. Su Xiuxiu curiously asked, Yifan, I heard that you saved Tang Ji Hui inside. Are you really a doctor? It just so happens that this is my area of expertise. As for the other injuries, I really might not be able to use my strength. Yifan said. Aren't you too godly? Why do you seem to know everything? Su Xiuxiu sighed. The closer she got to Yifan, the more she felt that this man was incomparably mysterious. He was more powerful than any man she had ever seen. She discovered that compared to Yifan, those so-called young masters of the upper class were all too inferior. Yifan didn't want to talk too much about this. Looking at the time, it was already quite late, so he said, Then I'll be leaving first. If anything happens to Tang Ji Hui, you can call me. When Sun Yu heard this, he hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, we are also fated to meet today. We have only known each other for such a short period of time, but our emotions have really gone through ups and downs. I, old Sun San, like to make friends the most. I want to seriously make friends with a capable expert like you. How about I set up a banquet tonight? Can Mr. Yi give me some face? Yi Fan wasn't interested in entertaining these people. Others might think that the Sun family, one of the 5 great underground families, was amazing, but Yi Fan really didn't think much of it. No need, I'll go home and eat. Yi Fan waved his hand. Some of the Sun family members frowned. This was the first time someone dared to reject the Sun family's invitation. Sun Yu was not angry. He was very clear that the more capable he was, the less he would care about the Sun family's status. Mr. Yi, you saved my cousin. If I can't even treat you to a meal, then we can only pay you a visit. We can't be lacking in etiquette. Sun Yu said. Hearing this, Fan Xian frowned. This guy actually wanted to pay a visit. How troublesome would that be? Su Qingxue was in a low mood at home, so it wouldn't be good to be disturbed. Forget it, then I'll say it. I'll just have a meal and I'll leave after that. Yi Fan said. Sun Yu smiled bitterly. Other people begged to see him and eat with him, but they didn't even have the chance. This Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be taking advantage of him by inviting him to a meal. Yi Fan called Auntie Jiang and told her that someone was treating him to a meal. Although Auntie Jiang was very puzzled as to why Yi Fan was treated to a meal the moment he arrived in An City, she didn't ask too much. At the same time, Mu and the other students still had to participate in the school's activities. Coupled with the fact that something had happened to Tang Jihui, they all hurriedly returned to their accommodation. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The temperature of the night quickly dropped, bringing with it a slight chill. In An City's local farmhouse, Sun Yu specially ordered people to prepare a large table of delicacies and invited Yi Fan to a banquet. There weren't many people called. Other than the local Jin Yu gang and a few of Sun Yu's trusted subordinates, no one else was called. Yi Fan had been busy for a whole day and was indeed hungry. He ate and drank in big mouthfuls. As for Sun Yu wanting to trick him and ask him about his background, he just casually said some things. In any case, he didn't plan on interacting with the Sun family in the future. Seeing Yi Fan's attitude, Sun Yu knew that Yi Fan didn't have any intention of communicating with him. He felt a little annoyed in his heart. It was rare to meet such a good martial artist, a good driver, and a good doctor. No matter what, he was unwilling to let him go just like that. He didn't expect to find him as a subordinate, but as a friend. However, it wasn't that Sun Yu didn't have any other preparations. When he was almost done eating, Sun Yu signaled to his subordinate, Jin Yu gang. Jin Yu gang nodded and walked out of the private room. Not long after, a group of women wearing all kinds of long dresses, either pure or beautiful, walked in. Yi Fan raised his head and was stunned. What is this for? Sun Yu smiled and said, These are all the waiters in the farmhouse, they are here to serve us wine and eat. It's rare for Mr. Yi to come here, so of course we can't treat him unfairly. How is it, do you still like it? Which ones does Mr. Yi want to pick? They have all been professionally trained, and their skills are all very good. In Sun Yu's opinion, as long as it was a man, he would not be indifferent to beauties. No matter how much he pretended to be aloof, it was just that he hadn't reached the time to indulge himself and was just putting on airs. Yi Fan put down his chopsticks and revealed a trace of doubt in his eyes. Young Master Sun, are you looking for someone to drink with me or a bodyguard? Of course it's to accompany Mr. Yi to drink, how could it be a bodyguard? Ha! This group of women, how can they be bodyguards? Sun Yu felt that this was very strange. Is that so? But why do I look at these women? All of them are martial artists. Look at the woman in the red dress in the lead, she even practices inner force. Yi Fan said. Sun Yu looked at the women in bewilderment. He didn't come here often, so he naturally wasn't familiar with these women. However, since Yi Fan said that these women had all trained in Kung Fu, then he believed him a little. He immediately looked at the woman in the red dress and asked, "What's your name? Have you practiced kung fu?" The woman in the red dress shook her head with a blank expression. "My name is Xiao Yan, I haven't practiced any kung fu." "Mr. Yi, could you have seen wrongly?" Sun Yu also felt that it was impossible for him to call a few women to accompany him, and what kind of background did they have? Yi Fan felt that something was wrong and said, "Where's that Jin Yu gang you sent out just now?" Jin Yu gang. Only now did Sun Yu realize that he had told him to go out and find some women to come in, but he himself hadn't come back. Yi Fan listened carefully and said, 10 minutes ago, there didn't seem to be any sounds coming from outside. Don't you think that this farmhouse is too quiet? Sun Yu wasn't stupid either. Hearing Yi Fan's words, he also realized something and said to the row of women, "You guys can go out, there's no need to accompany me." The few women looked at each other in dismay, and finally looked at the red-dressed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned cold, and she straightforwardly shouted one word, "Kill." In an instant, 6 or 7 women pulled out hidden sharp daggers from behind them and pounced towards Sun Yu and the others. Sun Yu's subordinates were caught off guard. Before they could even leave their seats, their necks were sliced open by these well-trained female assassins. Fresh blood spurted out, staining the table red and splashing onto the plates of dishes. Sun Yu was so scared that his face turned pale. He watched as Xiao Yan, who was dressed in red, jumped over the table and was about to stab the dagger into his heart. In a panic, he even overturned his chair and fell to the ground. Chapter 230. 0230. But he couldn't just watch as Sun Yu was killed. That way, even if he left, the Sun family would probably find trouble with him. Thus, Yi Fan stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Xiao Yan's wrist. With a slight pull, he threw the female assassin away. Little Yan's whole body hit the wall. She looked at Yi Fan in surprise. She didn't expect Yi Fan to be so strong. She immediately ordered, "Kill this guy first." The other female assassins had already taken care of Sun Yu's subordinates and immediately surrounded Yi Fan. "Mr. Yi! Help!" Sun Yu was so scared that he could no longer care about his face and shouted for help. Fan Xian knew that he couldn't get away with it, so he didn't stop. He picked up the 2 chopsticks on the table and shot them towards the 2 female assassins who came first. 2 chopsticks pierced their throats, and 2 of them immediately fell to the ground. Soon after, Yi Fan threw another bowl out, which just so happened to hit the head of a female assassin, causing her head to bleed and fall to the ground on the spot. After taking down the 3 assassins, Yi Fan retreated backwards, avoiding the daggers on both sides. Then, he grabbed the heads of the 2 female assassins and knocked them together. Pang! 2 more fragrant souls left the world after their heads collided. Actually, Fan Xian didn't like killing women, but since these women wanted to be killers, he could only bite the bullet and end their lives as soon as possible. He wouldn't give them much pain. Bastard! Eat my saber! Seeing that her sister had been killed, the leader of the assassins, Xiao Yan, gathered all of her Hotian initial success stage true energy and stabbed towards Yi Fan's back. However, it was as if Yi Fan had eyes on his back. He dodged to the side and at the same time, he twisted his wrist and grabbed Little Yan's shoulder. As soon as he removed it, the female assassin's arm was dislocated. Ah! Little Yan let out a blood-curdling scream. Yi Fan gave another kick, breaking the woman's legs and putting her down. Thinking about it, Sun Yu definitely wanted to ask who ordered him to do this. At this moment, the private room was in a mess. Sun Yu crawled up from the ground and looked at the female assassin who was gnashing her teeth in shock. Her expression slowly became gloomy. "Who the hell are you people? He sent you here?" Sun Yu asked. The female assassin Xiao Yan bit her lip so hard that it bled. She said, "If you want to kill me, just do it. What's the point of talking? Kill you?" That's too good for you. Sun Yu thought for a moment, then bowed to Yi Fan and said seriously, Mr. Yi, not only did you save my cousin today, you also saved my life. I, Sun Yu, will remember your kindness in my heart for the rest of my life. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. But since I was betrayed by Jin Yugang, I reckon that there must be an internal problem in our Sun family. I must contact my father and brother as soon as possible to investigate this matter. Alright, we can't eat anymore. I won't care about it anymore, you can call someone to protect you. Yi Fan didn't want to get involved in too much trouble, so he immediately planned to leave. Sun Yu was still a little afraid, and pleaded, Mr. Yi, I don't know if there are any more killers outside, can I go with you? Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, then come with me and take a taxi. That should be fine, right? Sigh. Alright. Sun Yu didn't dare to ask for too much and followed Yi Fan out. When the two of them arrived at the main road, Sun Yu called his men over to pick him up. Only then did he feel at ease. Originally, Sun Yu wanted to send Yi Fan back, but Yi Fan didn't let him. He directly took a taxi and went home. Returning to the Su family's old mansion, the lights in the living room on the first floor were still on. Yi Fan walked in and found Aunt Jiang and Su Qingxue watching TV. Yi Fan is back. Tea. I'll get you a cup. Aunt Jiang smiled and stood up. Yi Fan waved his hand, no need, I'll go get it myself. Aunt Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. Hee, you are the pillar of our Su family, so of course we have to serve you well, right, miss? Aunt Jiang asked Su Qingxue with a smile. Su Qingxue was wearing a loose white sweater and a pair of short, black velvet pants. Her black hair was loose, and her fair, rosy skin seemed to be glowing. She was clearly dressed like a housewife, but when she wore it, she still looked like a goddess. Hearing Aunt Jiang's words, the woman didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes coldly glanced at Yi Fan. The atmosphere was a little awkward, so Aunt Jiang could only smile bitterly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was also used to this feeling. He walked into the kitchen and took a cup. He sat down and poured himself a cup of nourishing ginger tea and watched TV together. The TV was playing the news of the day, and suddenly, there was a report about Hua Hai. The Hua Hai Defense Bureau has found a new female corpse, and it has been confirmed that it was done by the same killer as the previous serial murders. Chief Yao Xingang has warned all young women in Hua Hai to minimize the situation of going out alone, and the Defense Bureau is doing their best to investigate. Aunt Jiang looked at the news and frowned. Why hasn't this killer been caught yet? How can there be such a crazy person these days? After killing someone, you still have to cut off a part of your body. This time, you cut off your lips and disfigured your face. It is indeed quite abnormal. Yi Fan nodded and said. Su Qingxue suddenly put down the pillow in her hand, stood up and said, I'm going out for a walk. Ha! Aunt Jiang stood up, Miss, it's already night, how dangerous is it to go out alone? I've been locked up at home for more than a day. It's a bit stuffy, Su Qingxue said. When Aunt Jiang heard this, she hurriedly gave Yi Fan a meaningful look. Yi Fan naturally knew what to do. After drinking a cup of tea, he stood up and said, Xiao Shui, I'll accompany you. No need, this isn't Hua Hai, there are no killers here. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan said, it has nothing to do with the killer, I just want to accompany you. Su Qingxue looked at him and didn't say anything else. She changed into a pair of sneakers, put on a light coffee-colored windbreaker, and walked out of the house. The two of them strolled along the way. Yi Fan saw that the woman didn't say anything and felt a little awkward, but he didn't know how to start the conversation. Su Qingxue was actually a little nervous. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the first time the two of them had come out for a walk at night. Xiao Shui, did you live here when you were young? Yifan thought for a long time and asked a question. No. Su Qingxue said lightly, when I returned to my family, my grandparents were already in Huahai. They would only come here once in a while. Oh. Yifan didn't know what to talk about again. Where did you go during the day? Su Qingxue pretended to ask casually, but in fact, she was still a little curious in her heart. Yifan thought for a moment, then said, there are quite a few places. I went to the pedestrian street, then to a media company, then to a sports car club, then to a hospital, and for dinner, I went to a farmhouse. Su Qingxue turned her head, her expression was a little confused. It was rather cute. The woman seemed to be unable to react to this excessive answer. Chapter 231. 0231 Yifan looked at the woman's expression and wished that he could reach out and pinch her face. However, he would definitely be scolded, so he endured it. Do you really want to know? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Su Qingxue snorted. Yifan smiled and didn't hide anything. He roughly recounted what had happened. When she heard that Yifan actually knew how to perform heart surgery and was even related to the Sun family, one of the 5 great underground families, Su Qingxue felt a little dizzy. You only went out for a day, why did you cause so much trouble? Su Qingxue was speechless. Yifan shrugged, it's not like I was the one who went up, I was also forced. Who told you to be a substitute trainer and tutor? That high school girl likes you so much now, let's see how you deal with this. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. Yifan giggled and asked, Xiao Shui, she's still a child, you don't have to be jealous of her. Su Qingxue bit her lips and was too lazy to explain. She shook her head and muttered, crazy. However, Su Qingxue had thought through some things. For example, why did Yifan know Dr. Ronide? It was most likely related to Yifan's background as a doctor. The more he understood this man, the more he felt that his body was filled with evil. In a trance, he felt that this man was clearly standing beside him, but he seemed very far away. As they walked, the two of them noticed that there were many red lanterns in front of them, and the noise also became noisy. There's even a night market here. I didn't notice it during the day. Yifan smiled and said, Xiao Shui, let's go in and take a look. Although Su Qingxue was the CEO of a listed company, she was still young. Seeing this kind of dazzling night market, she was naturally very moved. Su Qingxue didn't think about Yifan's background and focused her attention on those small shops. The two of them walked together in the crowd. With Su Qingxue's appearance, even if it wasn't 100%, it was still 99%. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was used to being stared at, so she didn't feel unnatural. Beauty, fur coat, this year's explosive, come and take a look. At the entrance of a clothing store, Su Qingxue heard the shouts, paused for a moment, and then walked in. Yifan was rather curious. Su Qingxue, who was usually covered in famous brands, would choose something from this kind of small shop. The shop owner was a middle-aged woman. When she saw Su Qingxue enter, she smiled happily and busily recommended various things. Su Qingxue didn't listen to what she said. After looking around for a while, she pointed at a camouflage overalls with a fur collar and said, give me that one. Beauty, you really have good eyes. Ordinary people can't hold up these clothes, but you definitely look great in them. The lady boss quickly took off her clothes and handed them over to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue took off her windbreaker and handed it to Yifan, asking the man to hold it for her. Then, she changed into the camouflage coat. Yifan's eyes lit up, he realized that Su Qingxue really had good eyesight. A large fur collar hat made Su Qingxue's black hair and delicate face look especially exquisite and small, making people feel pity for her. In an instant, she seemed to have turned from an iceberg CEO into a pure university beauty. Does it look good? Su Qingxue asked the man in a low voice, not daring to look straight into Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan nodded. It's pretty. She's already pretty, so when she wears these clothes, she has a different kind of charm. The corner of Su Qingxue's mouth slightly pursed, and she could be considered to be smiling. Then, she turned around and asked the lady boss, how much is the clothes? Beauty, you're so beautiful. I'll count it as 1,600 for the clothes. I just hope that you'll let me take a picture and let me put it in front of the shop as a promotional item. How about it? The lady boss already had a plan. But Su Qingxue shook her head. No, I can't take a picture for you. Although she became famous in Huahai, there were still quite a few people who knew her appearance. If the photos were to spread to society, many people would know that the CEO of the embroidery group was actually buying clothes here. For the sake of being a cheap model, it wouldn't be good for the group's image. If that's the case, then 1,700 is the lowest. This is real fur, the lady boss said. Yi Fan thought that Su Qingxue wouldn't care about the price and would leave after taking it, but he didn't expect Su Qingxue to actually hesitate. Just now, you said that even 1,600 is fine, so let's make it 1,300. I also make clothes, so I know the profit margin. Your purchase price is at most 1,000. Su Qingxue said. The lady boss shook her head. That won't do, 1,300 is a loss for me. It's impossible for you to lose, just 1,300. Your camouflage isn't explosive, so there won't be too many people buying it. Su Qingxue insisted. The two of them haggled over the price for 3 to 4 minutes. Yi Fan, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but whisper into Su Qingxue's ear, Darling, you have an annual income of over 100 million, do you really need to work so hard for $200 or $300? Su Qingxue glanced at the man, telling him not to talk too much. In the end, the lady boss seemed to have admitted it, and really sold it to Su Qingxue for 1,300. Su Qingxue's face was brimming with the glory of a victor. She directly put on her camouflage jacket, paid the money, and walked out of the shop. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Shui, you even bought a windbreaker that cost tens of thousands of yuan. Is there a need to be so serious about such clothes? It's not easy for the small shop owners here to earn a few hard-earned money. What do you know? It's not like it's a matter of money. You men won't understand the joy of bargaining. Su Qingxue was in a good mood and planned to continue walking inward. Li Fanxian followed by the side, helping the woman hold the clothes. Seeing her stroll around some small jewelry stores, he suddenly felt that the two of them really did look like a couple. Does this look good? Su Qingxue picked up a small silver ring that was worth more than $20 and stayed on her finger as she asked Yi Fan excitedly. Yi Fan said, You want a ring? I'll get you a big diamond ring another day. You're such a heartless person. I asked you if this looks good, what diamond ring are you talking about? After Su Qingxue finished speaking, a blush flashed across her face, and she asked hesitantly, Are you going to give me a diamond ring? Yi Fan blinked. If you like it, then give it to me. I should have given it to you in the first place, I was afraid that you wouldn't accept it. I don't want your ring. Su Qingxue turned around and continued to choose. Su Qingxue bought more than 10 small ornaments that cost $20 to $30 each, and happily threw the shopping bag to Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt that it was very strange. Xiao Shui, if you wear these ornaments and are seen by the people in the company, would they feel that they are of a lower grade? You're so stupid. Things like jewelry depend on who is wearing it. Even if I wore some night market stalls to the company, they would only see them as platinum, crystal, and diamond. Because they would subconsciously think that if I only wore expensive ones, would anyone think that it was something worth $20 to $30? Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. Thinking about it carefully, what the woman said made sense. Su Qingxue shook her head and rolled her eyes at the man. You're not very smart either. how did you learn medical skills? Yifan smiled foolishly. Yes, then I'm definitely not as smart as my wife. Su Qingxue blushed and glared at the man. She didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Chapter 232. 0232. As she walked, Su Qingxue was also a little hungry. When she saw a vendor selling fried rice cakes, the woman couldn't move. What do you want to eat? Yifan asked. Su Qingxue nodded. When I was in elementary school, I sold this at the school gate for 50 cents a string. At that time, my mother was still here, and I often asked my mother to buy it for me to eat. Now, it costs 3 yuan a string. Without saying anything further, Yifan went up and bought 2 strings from the vendor, then handed one to Su Qingxue. Here, hubby will buy it for you in the future. Yifan said with a smile. She looked at the cheap and rough string of rice cakes, then looked at the man with a shameless smile on his face, and felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. However, she naturally wouldn't write all of this on her face. She pouted and said, "What's there to be proud of? Shameless." Yifan chuckled as the two of them started to walk back while eating. Looking at the couples coming and going, most of them holding hands, Yifan tentatively asked, "Wife, are your hands cold?" Su Qingxue simply shook her head. "It's not cold, it's more than 10 degrees today." Yifan clicked his tongue. "Oh, what a pity. What a pity." Su Qingxue was puzzled. "Do you like the cold?" "Ha ha." Yifan laughed stiffly. He was already an idiot when it came to dating, but he didn't expect a woman's reaction to be even slower. Just as the two of them walked out of the night market and were about to walk home, a group of young people on motorcycles suddenly appeared from an intersection. Coo-coo. The sound of the motorcycle was furious. A group of people with dyed hair, earrings, and black leather jackets began to circle around Yifan and Su Qingxue. "Bro, your girl looks pretty good. Why don't you accompany us for supper?" "Hee, it seems like you're from out of town. I've never seen such a pretty girl here." A group of motorcyclists used all sorts of vulgar words, causing Su Qingxue's pretty face to turn cold. Yifan scratched his head. Originally, tonight was pretty good. The relationship between the two of them had improved. What a beautiful night, yet a group of stinky cockroaches had to run out. "Wife, just stand here and don't move. I'll take care of it." Yifan handed the clothes and shopping bag back to Su Qingxue, then walked towards a man with long braids. "Oh, this bro seems to have a problem with us. What's wrong? Do you feel sorry for your wife?" The braided man smiled evilly. Yifan said, "Take advantage of the fact that we haven't made a move yet. If you want to leave, then leave quickly." Boss, this brat hasn't heard of our Enchanting's flying tiger before. He's actually trying to scare us," mocked another speedster. "Kid, do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? I advise you to call the police. But by the time the police arrive, your little wife will have already been taken away by us." Ha! The braided man laughed. Seeing that this group of people did not listen to his advice, Fan Xian was too lazy to waste any more words and quickened his pace. "Boss, crush him." The braided man laughed sinisterly. The motorcycle let out a beast-like roar, and fiercely charged towards Yifan. When an ordinary person saw a motorcycle coming towards them, they would definitely flee in panic. However, Yifan didn't stop at all and continued to move forward, as if he wanted to collide head-on with the motorcycle. F***ck. This kid isn't afraid of death. The braided man also realized that Yifan was about to clash with his motorcycle. They were a motorcycle gang, but not an assassin organization. If they were to kill someone, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. Thus, the braided man quickly turned his head, wanting to drive the car around Yifan. But Yifan didn't give him the chance. He went up and kicked the head of the motorcycle. Clang! The motorcycle flipped to the ground, and the braided man also fell to the ground. One of his legs was even pressed down. "Ah! My leg!" the braided man screamed. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. F***CKU. Brothers! Kill this brat. When the other bikers saw this, they all shouted angrily, wanting to crash into Yifan. Yifan stood on the spot, allowing this group of people to charge forward on their motorcycles. As long as they got to his side, they would kick them out. The sprinting power of these motorcycles turned invisible under his feet. They didn't have the slightest effect. Instead, they all flipped over in a sorry state. The group of bikers were all baffled. Could it be that their motorcycles really didn't have any power? Or was the way they drove it wrong? How could a person's leg have such great power? After Yifan finished dealing with this small problem, he walked back to Su Qingshua's side, took his coat and shopping bag, and said, "All right, let's go back." Su Qingxue didn't say a word from beginning to end. She was already used to Yifan solving this kind of problem, so she wasn't too worried. After all, these people were too weak compared to the opponents she had met before. However, in her heart, there was an indescribable discomfort. Why could he only rely on the protection of a man every time? Why was he so useless? When a problem that money and business methods couldn't solve appeared, he could only foolishly hide behind a man like a piece of trash. This kind of feeling made Su Qingxue feel very uncomfortable. This caused her to walk all the way home without saying a word. Yifan couldn't help but be a little worried. When he arrived at the door, he asked, "Wife, is there something on your mind?" His mood was affected by those bikers? Su Qingxue shook her head. "I'm fine, rest." Seeing the woman say this, Yifan didn't ask any further. The next morning, Yifan practiced outside. After returning home to eat breakfast, he heard a few cars stop outside. "I'll go open the door." Aunt Jiang ran to the door and opened it. She was puzzled to see a group of strangers. A young man in a suit smiled and said, "Hello, we are here to pay a visit to Mr. Yi." When Yifan heard the voice, he frowned. "What are you doing here?" The person who came was impressively Sun Yu. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a rough appearance, a beard, and a rather dignified appearance. Behind him were a dozen or so bodyguards, all of them looking tall and sturdy and fierce. Thank you for saving me yesterday, Mr. Yi. Today, my father and I have specially come to visit you. We have brought a small gift to show our respect," Sun Yu said as he extended his hand to introduce the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man said seriously, "Little brother Yi, I am Sun Jua. Yesterday, you saved my son and my nephew. I am extremely grateful." Yifan didn't find it strange that Sun Yu was able to find his own residence. However, he had brought so many people with him, and even the Sun family's patriarch had come, so he had a headache. "Patriarch Sun, young master Sun, please come in." Without waiting for Yifan to say anything, Su Qingxue stood up and invited the guests in. Yifan was stunned. He didn't understand what Su Qingxue meant. Logically speaking, Su Qingxue should try her best to avoid contact with the people of the underground family. Moreover, the Sun family's father and son had most likely come looking for him for a special reason. After all, Sun Yu had just been assassinated last night. Chapter 233. 0233. Seeing this, the Sun father and son hesitated for a moment before thanking him with a smile. They let the person who received the gift put it down, and the father and son entered the living room. "I presume this is Mr. Ye's wife. Mr. Yi is truly blessed," Sun Yu also sincerely praised. Yifan walked to the sofa and sat down. He couldn't figure out what Su Qingxue was up to, so he could only say, "The killer has been interrogated." Is the problem serious? Sun Jue frowned and said, that killer has been confirmed. Her real name is Wu Yen, and she was once a soldier in a female special forces unit. Due to some special reasons, she retired, and the female soldiers of that unit formed an assassin organization called Blood Exquisite. This organization had only come out in the past 2 years, so it wasn't very famous. However, because they were all female assassins and had undergone professional espionage training, it was impossible to guard against them when they killed people. If it wasn't for you, Mr. Yi, discovering that they were martial artists yesterday, my third son would not have been able to escape. When Yi Fan heard this, he was puzzled. What do you mean? Could it be that they went to assassinate your other 2 sons? I won't hide it from Mr. Yi. Sun Yu said with a sorrowful expression, my big brother was killed in the nightclub last night, and my second brother was ambushed at the dinner party. He is currently seriously injured and is still in the intensive care unit. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect the Sun family to suffer such a heavy blow. It seemed that this Blood Exquisite assassin organization really did have some ability. In fact, if it wasn't for Yi Fan last night, Sun Yu would have died. Now, although Sun Yu's face was very sad, his heart was still very happy. After all, this way, he wouldn't have any opponents if he wanted to take over as the Sun family's patriarch. Do you know who hired the assassin? Yi Fan asked. Sun Jue said with a face full of killing intent, I've already confirmed it through some news from the underworld. Although there's no direct evidence, the one who hired the Blood Exquisite is that old man Shengguan. Shengguan family. Yi Fan frowned. He had a conflict with Shengguan Ling before, so it couldn't be that the Shengguan family would remember him again, right? Su Qingxue's eyes flickered, as if she was considering something. That's right. That old man, Shengguan Feihong, was defeated by us at the intersection of the Jiang and Shi provinces. Now, a new cultural city has been built there, and it has already begun to take shape. This year, the subway will also reach there, which will bring huge profits to our Sun family. He, Shengguan Feihong, was unconvinced, so he incited some of the fence-sitters in our sect to send assassins from the Blood Crystal Factory. He wanted to destroy our Sun family and cause internal strife. Unfortunately, the heavens have opened their eyes. My third son met you, Mr. Yi, and was lucky enough to escape. Their Shengguan family's evil scheme did not succeed either. Sun Jue said angrily. Then why didn't you guys go to the hospital and look for Blood Linglong and the Shengguan family? Why did you guys come here? Yi Fan asked curiously. Sun Jue said solemnly, although our Sun family is criticized by people in the pugilistic world, saying that we are involved in all sorts of things, we have always been particular about kindness and hatred. Mr. Yi, you protected my son and helped us capture the key hostage. Naturally, I have to pay a visit to thank you. In addition, I heard that you, Mr. Yi, are an expert despite your young age. You are well versed in both literature and martial arts. I would like to invite Mr. Yi to be a guest of our Sun family. Hearing that, Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hand and said, forget it, I'm not interested in getting involved in the matters of your underground gangs. Mr. Yi, we, the Iron Blood Alliance, have thousands of people under us. We definitely don't want you to charge forward, we just want you to be a consultant. After all, what our underground family lacks the most is people who are proficient in ancient martial arts. Please consider it more, we will definitely not be stingy with our rewards. Sun Yu pleaded. Yi Fan smiled, as long as your Sun family is willing to spend money, at most, you can find an expert from an ancient martial arts sect to be your guest advisor. Why do you have to find me? Mr. Yi, although this is the first time I, Sun, have met you today, I believe that my eyesight is not bad. I can feel that you are an expert worth befriending, Sun Jue said with a sharp eyes. Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Sun family's patriarch was indeed experienced. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to be a guest. Is the new cultural city at the border between the Jiang and Shi provinces the ancient Yu city of culture? Su Qingxue suddenly opened her mouth and asked. He, that's right. Madame Yi also knows. Sun Yu said with a smile. Fan Xian also looked at the woman in surprise, not knowing what Su Qingxue meant. Su Qingxue nodded and muttered to herself, I remember that the company behind the Guyu City of Culture is Blue Moon Real Estate. That company belongs to your Sun family. To be honest, it's controlled by our Sun family. It's just that it's not convenient for us to put it on the table. After all, to the common people, the houses built by the underground families will always be rejected. Sun Jue said. So that's how it is. Su Qingxue sipped her black tea and said, Is Mr. Sun interested in cooperating with our company on some projects? I remember that in the Guyu City of Culture, the investment has just begun. Schools, department stores, finance. There should be a lot of projects that we can cooperate on. Sun Jue and Sun Yu looked at each other. When they talked about business, they also became cautious. Madam Yi, to be honest, the main reason we came here today is to invite Mr. Yi to be a guest of our Sun family. As for the investment in the Guyu City of Culture, it involves tens of billions of yuan. It's not a simple matter of 1 or 2 shops. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to talk about it here. Sun Jue said. The corner of Qingxue's mouth slightly raised. I didn't say that I wanted to talk about 1 or 2 shops. The cooperation I'm talking about refers to all the investment areas in the Guyu City of Culture, which is also the tens of billions of yuan that you mentioned. This time, the Sun family's father and son were a little confused. They even felt that Su Qingxue's tone was too big. She could easily say that she wanted to do business worth tens of billions. Not to mention anything else, just looking at this house, it was an old house from more than 10 years ago. Moreover, Su Qingxue was so young, no matter how beautiful she was, it had nothing to do with money. I wonder, what is Madame's surname? Sun Yu asked with a smile. My surname is Su. Alright, Madame Su, since you must talk about the investment project of the Guyu City of Culture, why don't we find an opportunity to talk about it in detail another day? This is my name card. Sun Yu handed a gold-rimmed name card to Su Qingxue. On it was written that he was the general manager of a certain company, but in reality, he was the controlling party behind the Blue Moon Group. The Sun family's father and son also didn't want to make Yi Fan dissatisfied, so they decided to give Su Qingxue some face first. They would talk about it in the future, but they didn't know when it would be in the future. After Su Qingxue took the name card, she said to Aunt Jiang, Aunt Jiang, my newly printed name card arrived yesterday, right? Help me get a name card for the 2 Mr. Suns. Chapter 234. 0234. After handing it over to the Sun father and son, both of them felt that the name card was a little heavy. Their eyes narrowed and they revealed astonished expressions. This was because they discovered that not only was the business card made of sturdy materials and exquisite workmanship, it was also gilded with gold and was even inlaid with more than a dozen tiny diamonds. The key point was that these weren't man-made diamonds. Just a business card was probably worth thousands of dollars. At the corner of the business card, there was a code written in platinum, indicating which business card this was. Normally, this kind of business card was not given out to anyone they saw. It was only given out when they felt that there was a possibility of cooperation, that they would carefully take it out as a souvenir and gift. Su Qingxue. Hua Hai Embroidery Group. Embroidery Group. Chairman. After the Sun father and son saw the words on it, they both raised their heads in astonishment and looked at Su Qingxue, caught off guard. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head at the side. The Sun family seemed to be in a hurry as well. They didn't even know that this old house was the property of the Su family in Hua Hai. I didn't expect Madame Yi to be the current chairman of the famous embroidery group. This is really amazing. The chairman of such a large group is actually so young. Sun Yu used a smile to cover up his embarrassment. Sigh. Sigh. Sun Ju's expression also kept changing. Looking at the name card in his hand, he still felt like he was dreaming. After all, the embroidery group was a popular listed company that would often appear in financial magazines and mainstream media. Compared to an underground family like the Sun family, who was hiding in the dark, it was countless times more glorious. Although the Sun family was the best at doing business among the 5 great underground families, and their assets were probably no less than the embroidery group. However, most of the businesses of the underground families could not be seen in the light of day. To put it bluntly, if the money was not washed clean, as long as the country had a policy, it would all be ruined. The difference between an underground family and a famous family was reflected in these aspects. Some things that couldn't be put on the table naturally couldn't be taken too seriously. Just like the company that Yi Fan and Moo 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 went to yesterday, they earned some black money. Compared to the embroidery group that paid billions of taxes to the country every year, the Sun family's business scale paled in comparison. For a real estate project like Guyue Cultural City, the Sun family didn't dare to directly manage it. They could only hold the shares behind the backs of their descendants because of their bad reputation. If they didn't tuck their tails between their legs, they wouldn't even have the chance to touch it. It's normal for us to not know each other when we meet for the first time. After all, I don't really go back to my hometown in An City. Su Qingshue's gaze lightly glanced at the father and son. Haha, you're right. I didn't expect CEO Su's hometown to be in An City. If I had known, I would have come to visit and get to know you. Sun Jua sorted out his thoughts and immediately revealed a polite smile. Su Qingxue said, "It's not too late to get to know each other now. I just so happen to be paying attention to the business district of the Guyue Cultural City. I wonder how the Sun family is doing in terms of attracting investors? We naturally won't question the financial resources of the embroidery group. If Director Su is interested in cooperating, we can discuss it in detail." Sun Jua immediately said. The Sun family had always wanted to slowly launder their money and get rid of the hat of an underground family. Therefore, they paid a lot of attention to the Guyue Culture City's legitimate business. With a large listed company like the embroidery group that received much attention and had a positive image, the Sun family's father and son were naturally moved. Su Qingxue said, "I don't want to beat around the bush either. Just now, I saw that the two of you wanted to cooperate with my husband, so I had a preliminary idea. Our embroidery group will not let our partners suffer a loss. I will sign 70% of your shops at the market price, including the entire Guyue Commercial Street. According to the market price, this list should be between 10 billion and 12 billion. Although this value might be lower than the profits from the investment, we have ample funds and can pay it all in 1 year. What do you two think?" The Sun family father and son had different expressions on their faces. Sun Yu had a look of hesitation on his face, while Sun Zhuo looked at Yi Fan and then at Su Qingxue. "Director Su, if this 10 billion is in the form of shares in the embroidery group," without waiting for Sun Zhuo to finish speaking, Su Qingxue shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any thoughts of giving up the embroidery shares. With all due respect, if it's the embroidery group's shares of the same value, then in the future, the entire Guyue Culture City won't be worth that much." Sun Zhuo smiled bitterly. In fact, what they hoped the most was to be able to invest in this kind of listed company with a clean background. This was the fastest way to launder money. But of course, Su Qingxue wasn't stupid. She knew that once she turned the Sun family into a shareholder, she would be dragged into the water if anything happened. "Director Su, the billions of dollars that the investment can bring might not be much to the embroidery group, but to our Sun family, it's not a small amount." Sun Yu wanted to fight for more benefits. Su Qingxue said, "I am only proposing a preliminary cooperation. As for whether the two of you agree or not, I will not force you. If you feel that the money is too little, then we can talk about it in the future. No, I think it's settled. Sunjua suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Director Su, when I go back today, I will have someone take care of this matter. In the future, the flag of the embroidery group will be planted on the streets of the Guyu Commercial Street. Dad. Sunyu was stunned. He didn't expect his father to give up on billions of profits so easily. But since Sunjua had already said it, Sunyu had no choice but to frown and remain silent. Su Qingxue smiled, stood up, extended her hand, and shook hands with Sunjua. Happy cooperation. I will also get someone to contact the Blue Moon Group immediately. Ha! I hope that the advanced management model and rich experience of the embroidery group will bring us a huge return on this project. Sunjua said with a smile. After talking for a while, the Sun father and son also left. Although they didn't discuss the matter of being a guest with Yi Fan, they still gained quite a bit. After returning to the car, Sunyu said, Dad, I think this decision of yours is too hasty. Several billion is not a small amount. Sunjua looked out of the window, his eyes flickering as he said, Child, have you ever thought of a problem? What problem? Sunyu was puzzled. If the dignified chairman and CEO of the embroidery group, a woman with a net worth of tens of billions, is willing to marry this man, then what do you think this man's identity is? Sunjua turned his head and looked sharply at his remaining third son. Dad. You mean? Sunyu's entire body quivered, he had just reacted. That's right, if even Yi Fan's wife had such an extraordinary status, then Yi Fan himself definitely wouldn't be as simple as playing games, knowing kung fu, driving, and medical skills. A man who could conquer Su Qingxue, just having some kung fu and ability was definitely not enough. Without any background or power, who would believe him? Chapter 235. 0235 Sunjua sighed with emotion. This Mr. Yi is really unfathomable. We invited him to be a guest, and he probably thinks that we are overestimating ourselves. However, if we can get him from the embroidery group and his wife, we can be considered friends. Moreover, the embroidery group is a large company that is very worth cooperating with. We have become strategic partners and can earn a lot of money from the stock market. Compared to the benefits, the loss of a few billion isn't that obvious. Sunyu nodded his head in conviction. Dad, you are still the one who thinks deeply. I think it's too simple. Right. Let's do it this way. Sunjua said with satisfaction, You are smarter than your two brothers. I will give you more work in the future. You must not neglect your relationship with Mr. Yi. My experience tells me that it is very important to have a good relationship with Mr. Yi. Yes. Father. Wifey, you're really good at fooling people. Aren't you just borrowing my face to intimidate others? At the same time, in the Su family's old mansion, Yi Fan was sitting on the sofa, expressing his admiration for Su Qingxue's actions. Su Qingxue took a sip of tea and glanced at him. What, you don't want to? Hee hee, how could that be? It's not like I need to do anything anyway. Yi Fan naturally didn't care. On the contrary, he was happy. After all, Su Qingxue didn't treat him as an outsider. In the future, the business district of Guyu Culture City will connect with the residents, tourists, and shoppers of the three regions of Jiang, Shi, and Huahai. It will be very popular. When the bidding starts next year, we will have to spend a lot of money to buy their shops. Originally, if the Jing family was still here, we would still have a competitor, but now that the Jing family has fallen, the pressure on us has lessened by quite a bit. The Sun family was still not clear about the value of that business district. If they bought 70% of the shops for more than 10 billion, they would be able to double or even more in 3 years. As long as this order is settled, our stock will reach a new high, and the effect will be immediate. Su Qingxue said happily. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a good thing when she went back to her hometown to bury her two elders. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Yi Fan going out yesterday. As my assistant, you've finally done something good. Su Qingxue was in a good mood. Since I've done a good deed, can you say what you just said again? Yi Fan said eagerly. What words? Su Qingxue was puzzled. Fan Xian swallowed his saliva and said, didn't you just say something like, my husband? How many times can you say it again? Su Qingxue blushed and turned her head away. She didn't even notice that she subconsciously said that. This man's ears were really thief, he even wanted to pull it out and mention it. We are legally husband and wife. Isn't it normal for me to say that? You want me to repeat it a few more times? Do you think I'm a repeater? There's something wrong with him. Su Qingxue put down her teacup and prepared to go upstairs. Fan Xian gloomily clicked his tongue, thinking about how he should take the initiative to hug a woman from behind while their relationship was steadily improving. At most, he would just get hit a few times. His skin was thick, so it didn't matter. But just then, the sound of a car came from outside the door. Why is there someone else? Yi Fan was speechless. Su Qingxue also frowned. She turned her head and said, how much trouble did you cause yesterday? Who else is looking for you? I'm innocent, honey. This has nothing to do with me. Will I look for you? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door from outside. Someone was shouting, Mr. Yi. Yi Fan looked embarrassed. Why the F***ck are they looking for me again? Su Qingxue looked at him in disdain. You're still saying I'm not looking for you. Yi Fan muttered, this voice sounds familiar. Aunt Jiang, I'll go open the door. Sigh, all right. Aunt Jiang was also a little puzzled. Why was she so busy all morning? Yi Fan opened the door, and sure enough, it was just as he had expected. The person who came was Yao Xingong from the Hua High Defense Bureau. Chief Yao, how did you find this place? Yao Xingong had a wry smile on his face. Mr. Yi. Things aren't looking good. What is it? Yi Fan blinked. Yi Fan. You murderer. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a gray suit with red eyes appeared behind Yao Xingong. He was about to pounce on Yi Fan. Zhen Gang hurriedly grabbed the man and begged, Mr. Liu. Don't get excited. Didn't we agree to calm down and talk about it? What are you talking about? This was a perverted killer. Look at him, he's exactly the same as in the video. The man howled, his face contorted. Su Qingxue heard the commotion and ran to the door to take a look. She frowned and said, Director Liu. What's going on? Yi Fan looked at his wife in bewilderment. Wife, you know him. He is the chairman of the Liu family, Liu Huaimin, who you've met before, Liu Jinger's father. Su Qingxue said. Su Qingxue. Your husband killed my daughter. You must be an accomplice. Liu Huaimin roared angrily. Su Qingxue was stunned. Director Liu, what did you say? Liu Jinger, She's dead. Yi Fan was also confused. Chief Yao, what exactly happened? Can you explain it clearly? Sigh. Yao Xingong finally managed to persuade Liu Huaimin and said, didn't you guys see the news? That serial killer from before has committed another crime. I saw it. Could it be that the one who got her mouth cut off this time? It's Liu Jinger. Yeah. Yao Xingong said with a bitter face, it's just that the news didn't show any pictures, nor did it mention anyone's name. Upon hearing this, Liu Huaimin completely collapsed again. He squatted on the ground and cried bitterly. My daughter. Ah. My Jing heir. Poor child. Hearing the heart-wrenching wails of a father, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue also felt bad. Aunt Jiang, who was behind them, also had tears in her eyes. Bureau Chief Yao, bring Director Liu in and take a rest. We'll talk slowly. Yifan can't be a killer, he's been with me in city for the past few days, how could he have the chance to kill someone in Huahai? Xu Qingshue's heart was also very complicated. Lu Jing'er and her had never gotten along well since they were young. In terms of beauty, talent, and family background, although she had always won against Lu Jing'er had never been convinced. In Xu Qingshue's heart, she quite admired Lu Jing'er's confidence. Suddenly hearing that such an old acquaintance had died, Xu Qingshue's heart was naturally sorrowful. However, Xu Qingxue was also glad that this time, she could be sure that the serial killer had nothing to do with Yifan, because Yifan had sufficient alibi. Yao Jing'ong brought LV Huaimin into the room and sat down. He took out a tablet and handed it to Yifan. Mr. Yi, the reason why I brought Director Liu here this time is also because the case is special and your identity is also special, so I didn't dare to make it public. Originally, we wouldn't have thought that this case had anything to do with you, but this video, we are very puzzled. What video? Yifan was also curious, so after opening the tablet, he patiently watched it. Xu Qingxue and Aunt Jiang, who were at the side, naturally watched with concern. Chapter 236 0236 This was an underground garage. Lu Jing'er appeared in the picture. When she got out of the car, a man walked over and hugged Lu Jing'er, then knocked the girl unconscious. After that, Lu Jing'er was stuffed back into the car, and the car was driven away. This person. It's me, Li Fan Xian was baffled, because the man in this scene was him. However, he had never been to that garage, let alone kidnapped Lu Jing'er. What the hell is going on? When was this video? Xu Qingshue's heart also began to beat faster. Yao Jing'ong said, it happened on the day of the crime, the day before yesterday. The location was the garage on the second floor of the Huahai International Business Hotel. After that, Miss Lu Jing'er lost contact. In the end, he was found to have been taken to a small hotel room and brutally killed. The key was the registration information for that small hotel's room was also yours, Mr. Yi. Yifan turned off the video, looked at the hateful LV Huaimin, and said, I'll say two things. First, that person is not me. Although he looks like me, he is not me. Second, I will find that person, and that person will die an even uglier death than your daughter. Using his name to kill someone was even more hateful than directly running over to kill him. Director Liu, Yifan didn't lie to you. He was in city that day and went to the cemetery with me. At night, how could he have gone to Huahai to kill Lu Jing'er? Xu Qingxue also hurriedly helped Yifan explain. How do I know if you guys are trying to create an alibi for him? I've heard that my daughter has had a few conflicts with this guy. He has a motive to kill. LV Huaimin angrily knocked on the table. Li Fan Xian frowned and said, if I want to kill your daughter, why would I use my own information to register? Why did you choose a place with surveillance cameras to make a move? Have you ever thought about why the killer didn't leave any evidence behind in the past few crimes, but when it was my turn, he was full of loopholes? LV Huaimin's expression was unsettled, and he remained silent. That's right. Mr. Liu, Yao, have also handled cases for many years. In this case, it seems that Mr. Yi is the most suspicious, but on the contrary, the possibility of him being framed is even greater. Yao Jing'ong said. Seemingly calming down, LV Huaimin gritted his teeth and said, then I'll believe you for now. Tell me, who killed my daughter? This. Yao Jing'ong said awkwardly, we still need to investigate further. Yifan narrowed his eyes and said, who did your daughter want to see when she went to the hotel's underground garage that day? Or is there something else? How would I know? I'm not a 3-year-old child, how could I care about everything? LV Huaimin said. Bureau Chief Yao, check the guest list of the international hotel that day. Yifan said. Mr. Yi, we've already checked. No one is directly related to Miss Liu. Yao Jing'ong sighed. Then who was Lu Jinger's last communication record with? Yi Fan asked. Yao Jing'ong thought for a moment, took out a notebook, opened it, and said, according to the investigation, it was the manager of Cartier's flagship store who called to talk about the engagement ring. Wedding ring. She's getting married. Yeah, don't you know? Miss Lu and her fiancé, Mr. Song Xinghe, were originally going to be officially engaged next month, Yao Jing'ong said. Li Fanxian frowned. He clearly remembered that Song Xinghe had chased Lu Jinger away before, so why was he suddenly getting engaged again? No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. In addition, the secrets that he had discovered from Song Xinghe's body made Yi Fan even more suspicious. Song Xinghe and Lu Jinger got back together again. Yi Fan asked. Isn't it normal for young people to break up and reunite? LV Huaimin said, could it be that you still suspect Song Xinghe? He is a star entrepreneur with a limitless future. Do you think he is such a person? Everything is possible, and we can't rule out suspicion. I've seen him quarrel with Lu Jinger more than once. Where was Song Xinghe the day before yesterday? Have you investigated? Yi Fan asked. Mr. Song, there's no need to investigate at all, because that night was the opening ceremony of the Hua High Technology business platform. Mr. Song was a distinguished guest, and it was broadcasted live on TV. He even walked the red carpet, Yao Jing'ong said. LV Huaimin shook his head bitterly. I'm really sorry, Xinghe. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Li Fanxian leaned on the sofa, thought for a while, and said, do you have any images of Song Xinghe walking the red carpet? Are you stupid? Don't you know how to search the internet? I'm so lazy. She picked up her tablet and helped Yi Fan search for a video of the news. After opening it, he saw that Song Xinghe had appeared on the red carpet that night. He smiled confidently and waved at the reporters. He was dressed in a suit and looked extremely elegant. Look, Boss Song was indeed attending the meeting that day, so it definitely wasn't him. Yao Jing'ong said. However, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. This person. It's not Song Xinghe. Ha! Everyone at the side was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Yi Fan meant. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? If this isn't Xinghe, could it still be you? LV Huaimin said angrily. Yi Fan sighed, since the me in the underground garage is not me, then why must this Song Xinghe be Song Xinghe? Yi Fan raised his head, swept his gaze across the crowd, and said, I know that if I tell you this, you won't believe me, but this man only has the same figure and appearance as Song Xinghe, but he is not Song Xinghe. Why? What's the reason? Yao Jing'ong believed that Yi Fan would not speak without a goal. The reason is very simple. Song Xinghe is a hidden expert, but this guy is just an ordinary person. Yi Fan no longer hid anything. What? What? You said that Boss Song is an expert? An ancient martial arts expert? Yao Jing'ong said in shock. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. He gives me a very strange feeling. I only know that he is not an ordinary person, but I don't know what he practices. In short, once we find Song Xinghe, all the problems will be solved. Yao Jing'ong scratched his head. Even if you can change your appearance. Then what's going on with the hotel registration, Mr. Ye's information? Chief Yao, even a person can change their appearance. Is it that difficult to tamper with the information? Yi Fan sneered. Yao Jing'ong slapped his thigh. That seemed to be the case. If the killer didn't know how to change the information record, then he wouldn't have been unable to find any clues before. This Song Xinghe. Could it be that he really is a hidden perverted killer? After all, the embroidery group had almost cooperated with the Star River group a few times. LV Huaimin's expression also changed uncertainly, his body trembling. Chief Yao, check where Song Xinghe is now, I'll go see him. Yi Fan grinned. Chapter 237. 0237. After bidding farewell to Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang, he returned to Huahai with Yao Jing'ang and LV Huaimin in the afternoon. At the same time, the people from the Defense Bureau also began to closely monitor Song Xinghe's residence and the Star Group. They began to gather all sorts of information around Song Xinghe to determine if he had any connection with the perverted murderer. In the evening, Yi Fan returned to Huahai and headed straight for the headquarters of the Star River Group. When the company's security guards saw that they were from the Defense Bureau and had an official document in their hands, they naturally did not dare to stop them and immediately let them go. Everyone took the elevator to Song Xinghe's office. After knocking on the door, Song Xinghe's voice came from inside. Please come in. Entering the office, Song Xinghe was sitting on the boss's chair, looking at Yi Fan and the other two with a puzzled expression. Yi Fan. Bureau Chief Yao, Uncle Lu. Song Xinghe asked curiously, why are you looking for me? Jing He's case. When LV Huaimin saw Song Xinghe, he still felt very guilty. Xinghe, there's something I want to confirm with you, Uncle Lu. If you have anything to say, just say it. Do you need my cooperation? Song Xinghe asked with concern. Actually, it's this Yi Fan, he's suspicious of you. LV Huaimin said, and hurriedly waved his hand, but you have to believe in Uncle, Uncle trusts you very much. Yi Fan suspects me. Song Xinghe said unhappily, could it be that you suspect that I am the murderer? I was in a meeting at that time. Do you still need to question this? Let's not talk about the meeting for now. Yi Fan walked forward with a smile and said, you don't seem to be sad at all. Your fiancé is dead. The dead cannot be revived. I just want to find out who the real culprit is. Song Xinghe said seriously. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said, you want to find out the real culprit? I think you've simply fallen in love with someone else. Do you think I don't know about you and Chen Qian? Song Xinghe's face changed. Chen Qian. What happened to me and Chen Qian? Don't talk nonsense. You and the Chen sisters are not innocent, I have evidence. Yi Fan said solemnly. Bullshit. This is slander. Song Xinghe said, Jing Er and I fell in love with each other in the Magnesium country. She followed me all the way back home, and I treated her wholeheartedly. LV Huaimin listened excitedly and asked loudly, who is Chen Qian? What the hell is going on? Yi Fan smiled evilly and turned around, Chen Qian. There is no Chen Qian at all, this is a person I made up. Ah. LV Huaimin was confused and didn't know what it meant. Yao Jing'ang, who was behind him, suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, this is indeed a fake Song Xinghe. Song Xinghe's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes panicked. Yi Fan teasingly laughed, what, you finally can't continue acting? I casually said to Chen Qian, do you really think there is such a person? Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? I just casually mentioned a woman, and you know her and even slept with her. Dizzy. I don't think you're dizzy. You're just thinking too carefully. If you just pretend that you don't know, you can still act a little longer. Yi Fan suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Song Xinghe by the collar. Speak, where is the real Song Xinghe? And who are you? Why do you look exactly like Song Xinghe? The fake Song Xinghe trembled, sweating profusely. He kept shaking his head and shouting, let me go. Let me go. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. Explosion. Li Fan Xian frowned, and then suddenly woke up. He turned around and shouted, get down. The moment his voice fell, the Song Xinghe that he was grabbing actually exploded into a ball of fire. His entire body turned into a bomb and violently exploded. Boom! The shockwave destroyed the desk and walls in the office, shaking the entire Xinghe company. At the entrance of Hua Hai High School, the students had already left school and were returning home. The entrance was rather deserted. Du Yuner, who was wearing a matching sweater, light-colored jeans, and white sneakers, walked out of the school. When she saw a silver-gray Aston Martin, she quickly ran up. The car door opened from the inside, revealing a rather handsome face. Yuner, get in the car. Brother Song. When Du Yuner saw the man, she stroked her bangs and said with a faint smile, "What's the matter? You have to say it face to face." "I'm still grading the papers, so I'll go in after listening." "Yuner, get in the car. I'll tell you a few heart-to-heart words." "Don't tell me you're not even willing to sit in Brother Song's car." Song Xinghe pleaded. Du Yuner hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't bear to do so, so she nodded and sat in. After the girl entered the car and closed the door, Song Xinghe took out a heart-shaped jewel box and handed it to the girl. "This is for you, Yuner," Song Xinghe said with a gentle smile. Du Yuner hesitated as she took it. When she opened it, she discovered that there was actually a 3-carat Tiffany diamond ring inside. There was no need to think about the workmanship of this ring without a few million. "Do you like it?" Song Xinghe asked. Du Yuner hurriedly returned the ring to Song Xinghe. "Brother Song. This is too precious. I absolutely cannot accept it. Yuner, marry me." Song Xinghe's eyes blazed as he said, "I've already liked you for more than 10 years. I liked you when I was in the orphanage, and I was still thinking about you when I went to the magnesium country. You are the angel in my heart." When Du Yuner heard these words, she began to panic. She hurriedly said, "Brother Song, don't be like this. I'm going back to school." The girl wanted to run, but just as she was about to leave, she was grabbed by the arm. "Where do you want to go? Is he going to find that damned Yifan again? That stinky mouse, that despicable, shameless fellow." Song Xinghe gnashed his teeth. When Du Yuner heard him scold Yifan, she was angry in her heart. Just as she turned around to reply, she saw Song Xinghe's face and her entire body turned ice cold. What kind of face was this? It was sinister, terrifying, and its eyes were as sinister as an evil spirit. This was definitely not the Song Xinghe she knew before. You. Song, what's wrong with me? I love you so much, can't you tell? Song Xinghe asked in a low and hoarse voice. No. I don't like you, let go of me. Let go. Du Yuner struggled to get off the car, but for some reason, her head started to feel dizzy and her body started to feel weak. Du Yuner subconsciously thought of something and pointed at the jewelry box, then. That thing. What medicine is there? Song Xinghe sneered, you guessed it right, this is Pandora's box. If you open it, you will open your nightmare. Whether you agree to be my wife or not, you have to come with me today. Chapter 238. 0238 Outside the Star River Company, the fire police had already rushed over and began to extinguish the fire caused by the explosion. A man in tattered clothes, his face covered in dust, walked out of the building with a middle-aged man who was panting and in a sorry state on his back. Bureau Chief. Chief Yao. A group of police officers ran over. When they saw that the injured person was Yao Xingong, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Yao Xingong had already died in the line of duty. After handing Yao Xingong over to the police officers, Yifan coldly glanced at the floor that was still on fire. Thank you, Mr. Yi. It's a pity, Director Liu, he. Yao Xingong was both glad and saddened to have survived such a calamity. Just now, because the explosion was too close, LV Huaimin died on the spot. However, what shocked Yao Xingong was that Yifan, a person who had been directly blown up, did not even have a single superficial wound. Instead, he had even carried a lightly injured person like him out of the sea of fire. This kind of ability was truly ridiculously strong. Yifan said, "It's my fault, I underestimated Song Xinghe's ability. He must have been monitoring everything from behind the scenes. When he saw that the Defense Bureau was starting to target him, he had already made 2 preparations. All of our actions are under his control. He has arranged for a substitute and planted a bomb in the substitute's body. Once something happens, it will detonate and destroy the corpse." "Then what should we do now?" Yao Jing'ong asked. Yifan narrowed his eyes, then suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly took out his phone, wanting to make a call. However, his phone had been blown up, so he could only borrow another phone. After inserting his card, he dialed Du Yun'er's number. However, Du Yun'er's number was already unreachable. Damn it! I should have thought of it. Yifan grabbed his hair in frustration. He should have known that Song Xinghe's obsession with Du Yun'er wouldn't be so easily abandoned. "Mr. Yi, what exactly happened? Can we help you?" Yao Jing'ong asked with concern. Help. Help. Right. Help me find all the surveillance cameras around Hua Hai High School within an hour and find a female teacher called Du Yun'er. And any license plates related to Song Xinghe. Yifan said. Yao Jing'ong immediately gave the order. They also knew that without Yifan, they wouldn't be able to catch Song Xinghe. On the other hand, Fan Xian found a high-ranking official of the Star River Group and asked, "What is the specific research and development project of your company?" It's bioengineering. It's generally used in agriculture and animal husbandry. It can shorten the growth cycle of crops and livestock," the senior officer said with trepidation. They also knew that the company was going to change. Yifan said, "Then where is your research institute? Is it at the company?" "No, it's in the Wantai Science and Technology Park in the west of the city. We have a building there," the senior official replied. Yifan didn't ask any more questions. After borrowing a police car from Yao Jing'ong, he went straight to the research building. Yifan guessed that in order to unravel why Song Xinghe could turn into him and make others turn into him, it must be related to the things they were researching. Some of Song Xinghe's secrets were most likely hidden in their research center. Only by unraveling these secrets would he be able to better capture Song Xinghe. As for Du Yun'er's safety, although Yifan was worried, he was also clear that Song Xinghe would not harm Du Yun'er before he obtained the pleasure of revenge. Otherwise, Song Xinghe would have too many chances to kill Du Yun'er. The reason why this fellow had endured until now was definitely because he hoped to destroy himself in front of Du Yun'er, so that the girl would feel that he had lost to him. Therefore, before that, Du Yun'er was most likely safe. Yifan drove all the way to the Xinghe Group's research center. This place had already been controlled by the Defense Bureau and all the staff had been chased away. Because of the precedent of the explosion, the police officers did not dare to enter. Yifan was alone and was not afraid of the explosion. After walking into the 8-story building, he quickly searched through it, but found that there were no special scientific research projects. It wasn't until he entered the elevator that Yifan suddenly thought of something and stomped on the bottom of the elevator. The metal plates of the elevator were forcefully destroyed. Yifan suddenly discovered that there was still room to sink below the first floor. If nothing unexpected happened, this elevator actually had a password and could enter the real underground laboratory. Yifan was too lazy to care about the password. After forcefully destroying the elevator, he jumped down. In a dilapidated warehouse that emitted a musty smell, Du Yun'er slowly woke up. Awake? Did you sleep soundly? Song Xinghe was sitting on a long table not far from the girl. On the table were a pile of electronic equipment, a display screen, and some cigars and wine. Song Xinghe gulped down mouthfuls of Jack Danny while smoking a cigar, looking at the girl sinisterly. Brother Song. You. What exactly do you want to do? Du Yun'er struggled and found that she was tied to an iron chair, unable to move at all. I just can't figure out one problem. Song Xinghe frowned. What problem do you need to kidnap me here? What kind of question requires you to be so crazy? Du Yun'er was so angry that her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Song Xinghe chuckled and disdainfully said, I'm crazy. How good can your big brother Yi Fan be? He is also a butcher with hands stained with blood, you just don't know about it. Even if brother Yi Fan has killed someone before, he must have his reasons. Unlike you, he is simply a madman. Du Yun'er clenched her teeth. What do you know? Song Xinghe asked loudly, how am I inferior to Yi Fan? Why do you keep saying that Yi Fan is good? In what way is Yi Fan stronger than me? Du Yun'er sneered, you are not as good as brother Yi Fan in any way. He is kinder than you, braver than you, gentler than you, and more grateful than you. You may be richer than him, you may be more accomplished than him, but so what? Would you like to spend a day with the old dean? Would you like to buy some winter clothes for the children? You only think about yourself. If I don't like you, your self-esteem won't be able to accept it. To put it bluntly, you are simply a coward. Following Du Yun'er's hysterical words, Song Xinghe's entire body began to tremble violently. You said I'm a coward. Song Xinghe's eyes were bloodshot as he laughed miserably, you finally spoke the truth. In your heart, you have always looked down on me, what brother Song, admiring my career, grateful for my good intentions, it was all fake. It was all an excuse. You've looked down on me since you were young, just because I didn't stand up to save you back then, right? Du Yun'er's eyes revealed a trace of doubt, she did not know what Song Xinghe was referring to. Chapter 239. 0239. A trace of memories flashed through Du Yun'er's mind as she frowned and said, are you talking about that Zhang Manzi? Ha! Is there anything else? Song Xinghe laughed drunkenly. That day, Zhang Manzi wanted to steal my share of the New Year's money. I was afraid, so I gave the money to Zhang Manzi. I was sullen, I was useless, no one looked down on me, no one helped me. It's you, Du Yun'er, it's you, a girl, who stood up and said that you want Zhang Manzi to hand over the money. Do you know, at that moment, it was as if I saw the wings of an angel behind you. My parents abandoned me, but you stood up for me. I'm obviously older than you, the same age as Zhang Manzi, but I can only hide and rely on a girl like you to ask for money for me. Zhang Manzi wanted to hit you, but Yi Fan stood up and beat that Zhang Manzi to the ground. His own face was covered in blood. He really is a busybody, isn't he? Du Yun'er also thought of that matter and said, since you remember, then you should remember brother Yi Fan's good deeds and not scold him. Let the F***ck bleed. I'm scolding him. He's a piece of sh**t. I didn't ask him to help me. Everything he did was to snatch you away from me. You are my angel, not anyone else's. Song Xinghe roared, his spirit extremely excited. Clang! Song Xinghe smashed the wine bottle, suddenly walked to a nearby place, and opened the door to a small container. Inside the door was a small exhibition room. Under the white light, there were a large number of glass containers. When Du Yun'er saw what was inside these containers, she instantly had the urge to vomit. You! Du Yun'er was horrified to discover that these glassware were actually filled with skin, organs, flesh, and even hair that had been cut off from the bodies of some young women. How is it, Yun'er? I collected all of these young and beautiful girls. I cut off all of their most beautiful parts and only cut off the most beautiful parts. Song Xinghe's eyes were filled with madness. Du Yun'er finally understood everything. You are the perverted murderer. Haha, hee. Yeah, but I did it all for you, Song Xinghe said. For me. Du Yuner cried, when did I ask you to kill someone? Song Xinghe waved his finger, no, no, no. You don't understand, I am a genius bioengineer. I have knowledge that is ahead of this era regarding human genes and human evolution. I want to collect the cells and genes of the most beautiful women in the world, then use them as a template for modification, and put them all into your body. Yuner, as long as you accept my transformation, you will become the most perfect woman in the world. You will become my angel, a real angel. Yuner, this is the biggest surprise I want to give you. How is it, do you feel my love? Song Xinghe cheered excitedly. He picked up a glass bottle and ran in front of Du Yuner, pointing at the two red lips inside. Look, this is Lu Jing, her smelly mouth. This mouth is not for taking her cells, I really hate her. How dare she keep saying that she's not as good as you? You are my angel, Yuner, she is Lu Jinger. What was he? Don't you think so? Song Xinghe laughed crazily. Du Yuner resisted the urge to retch as tears fell like rain. She choked with sobs, you inhuman pervert. Beast! You have gone mad. What nonsense are you spouting? Miss Lu Jinger loves you so much, yet you actually killed her. Yuner, why are you crying? Was it worth it for this woman to cry for her? The one I love is you, the other women are all trash. Song Xinghe spat fiercely. However, just as he finished cursing, Song Xinghe revealed a pained expression and knelt in front of Du Yuner. Yuner. You don't understand me. Even though I was adopted to the magnesium country, that couple has always abused me. Other than beating and scolding me, they didn't even want to adopt a child, they just wanted to find a punching bag. At that time, I was really scared in the magnesium country. I missed you every day, wondering if you would appear in front of me like an angel. I studied hard and did everything I could to make myself stronger, just so I could come back to China to find you. Do you know how much I longed to see you? Finally, I got a full scholarship to the university, I became independent, and I secretly poisoned that damned bastard couple to death. My methods were so brilliant that they couldn't even find out that I was the one who poisoned them. Then, I put in all my effort to study and earn money over there. Finally, I have the face to return to Huahai and see you. Marry you. Let you be my only angel. Song Xinghe extended his hand with a twisted smile and touched Du Yuner's face. It was hard to imagine that the sickly man in front of her was the elegant Song Xinghe from before. Yuner. Why don't you understand my heart? That Yi Fan is simply trash, he doesn't even deserve a single one of your toes. You. What are you doing? Du Yuner discovered that Song Xinghe's hand was sliding towards her neck. She couldn't help but panic. Song Xinghe swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, Of course I want to become one with you. My dream angel. Angel. No. Stop. Song Xinghe. I will hate you for the rest of my life. Du Yuner's tears fell like rain. She was about to go crazy. At this moment, a beep sound came from the table behind him. Song Xinghe stopped his movements, stood up and turned his head to take a look. He smiled evilly at Du Yuner and said, Darling, that idiot brother Yi Fan of yours is really lucky. However, he seems to have found the second gift I arranged for him. How about we enjoy it together? What did you say? What did you do to brother Yi Fan? Du Yuner asked anxiously. Song Xinghe shrugged his shoulders and walked over to turn on the monitor. On the screen, a laboratory that was covered in white and silver appeared. At this moment, Yi Fan was in the laboratory, looking at a row of huge glass containers, lost in thought. Yi Fan saw that inside these glass containers, there were actually faces of people, and there were men and women of all kinds. How is it? Isn't it amazing? A voice came from the loudspeaker. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head and saw the camera and sound system on the ceiling. He said in a deep voice, "This is what you're really researching, right? Could it be that you're using a technique similar to 3D printing on biological genes, 3D printing?" Ha! What an interesting metaphor. Song Xinghe disdainfully said, "But unfortunately, even if I tell you too much, you won't understand. I can only tell you." Chapter 240. 0240 Yi Fan really wasn't sure how Song Xinghe managed to achieve this kind of disguise technique, because he didn't know everything, especially in this kind of advanced field of biotechnology. Perhaps if the elephant head god was still alive, he would be able to understand a lot of things. Unfortunately, the elephant head god was dead. Yi Fan no longer paid attention to the faces in the glass containers and asked, "What did you do to Yuner? What do you want before you let Yuner go?" Let Yuner go. Why should I? She is my angel, she will be my wife, and you. Today, you will die here. From the loudspeaker, Song Xinghe's maniacal and sinister laughter could be heard. Suddenly, Du Yuner's voice was heard, "Brother Yi Fan. I'm in a barn." Du Yuner's voice was cut off before she could even finish her sentence. Yi Fan could roughly understand the girl's words. Most likely, Song Xinghe was hiding in a warehouse, so he immediately took out his phone and prepared to tell Yao Zhengong about this news, so that they could search for him with a purpose. However, just as Yi Fan was about to make a call, he heard a rumbling explosion coming from the surroundings of the underground laboratory. Bomb! Yi Fan suddenly realized that this underground laboratory had already been installed with a self-destruct device. Song Xinghe wanted to blow up the laboratory in him. It was already too late. Yi Fan only felt a wave of heat invading his entire body, and the entire world turned into a sea of fire. Boom! The laboratory building of the Xinghe group seemed to have turned into a pillar of fire that supported the heavens. It split into pieces and collapsed with a loud bang. The entire ground seemed to shake violently at this moment. More than 10 police officers died in this explosion. No! On the screen, Yi Fan was engulfed by a sea of fire. His entire body seemed to have been drained of his soul as he shouted hysterically. The girl's eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed. Ha 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 ha. Song Xinghe laughed out loud, picked up a bottle of vodka, and poured himself a few mouthfuls. He proudly said, "Fight with me. You want to steal my woman. Yi Fan, this is your fate." Du Yuner felt as if her heart had been pierced by countless steel needles, causing her entire body to tremble in pain. Song Xinghe. You pervert. Beast. You'll die a horrible death. Whatever you say. Song Xinghe turned his head and laughed evilly. Right now, you are just being bewitched by that bastard surnamed Yi. When I wake you up, you will see who is truly worthy of your worship and who is worthy of your trust. As Song Xinghe spoke, he took off a shirt on his body, revealing his strong muscles. He walked in front of Du Yuner and used his finger to lift Du Yuner's chin. Looking at her pure face, that pear blossom that was dripping with rain, his eyes were filled with fervent desire. My angel, I can finally have you today. Although the process is different from what I originally planned, the result is the same. With that, Song Xinghe lowered his head to kiss her. Bah! A mouthful of saliva sprayed onto Song Xinghe's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm not your angel, and it's impossible for you to get me. If you dare to touch me, I'll commit suicide. I'll turn into a malicious spirit and take revenge for Brother Yi Fan. Song Xinghe used his finger to slowly wipe off the saliva on his face, and then licked his finger with his tongue. Ha ha. Song Xinghe revealed a strange smile. Your brother Yi Fan, I'm afraid that even his soul has been blown away. Even if you become a ghost, you won't be able to see him. I'm curious, what kind of bewitching soup did he give you to make you so loyal to him? You will never understand the feelings of a person, because you are not a person at all. You are just a pitiful wretch who has been defeated by life and abandoned himself in order to escape from reality. Du Yun'er sneered with tears on her face. Shut up. What do you know? Song Xinghe was furious. He raised his hand and slapped Du Yun'er's face. Paw! Du Yun'er was slapped to the point that her entire body tilted. If it wasn't for the fact that the chair was made of iron, she would have flipped over along with the chair. The girl's face was burning, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. After Song Xinghe finished hitting her, he felt that he had hit her too hard. Seeing the girl bleeding, he hurriedly went to find a tissue and help Du Yun'er wipe it off. Yun'er. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Du Yun'er didn't want a man to touch her at all. She shook her head with all her might. Go away. Don't touch me. Song Xinghe threw away the tissue, scratched his head crazily, and walked back and forth quickly. Why can't anyone understand me? I'm not a pitiful worm. I am the victor. I will kill everyone who goes against me. I am wiser than anyone else. Those who abandoned me, those who looked down on me, those who mistreated me. And those who overestimated themselves and fought with me for everything. They all deserve to die. They should all go to the 18th level of hell. Song Xinghe's eyes were scarlet red, like a mad devil. He turned his head and stared fiercely at Du Yun'er. Yun'er, when you become my woman, you will know how powerful a man I am. Right now, you are just being bewitched by that damned Yifan. You are so kind and pure, you can definitely read my heart. After saying that, Song Xinghe threw himself at Du Yun'er without a care for anything else. Du Yun'er panicked. She screamed and struggled, but she was helpless and couldn't escape. The girl thought of Yifan, who had just been submerged by the sea of fire, of the innocent girls who had died tragically, and of the various crazy and cruel acts that Song Xinghe had done. It was as if a ball of flame had been ignited in her heart. Since she was young, Du Yun'er had never been as angry as she was now. Why? Why did she have to be tainted by such a monster, a psychopathic killer? When Song Xinghe's hand touched Du Yun'er's cheek, a power that even she didn't know where it was suddenly burst out from within her body. It was like a volcano that had been silent for decades, finally erupting, shaking the heavens and the earth. Du Yun'er felt the blood in her body start to boil along with this power. Her entire body was scorching hot, so hot that it didn't seem like a temperature that a person should have. Song Xinghe cried out in alarm. He realized that when he touched Du Yun'er's face, it was as if he was touching a piece of steel in a furnace. Selah. The high temperature caused white smoke to rise from his fingers. Just by touching it, Song Xinghe's fingers were completely scalded, and his skin and flesh were a mess. What's going on? Song Xinghe staggered a few steps back, not daring to approach. Chapter 241. 0241. In the capital, there was an ancient temple located in the middle of a mountain. It was quiet and beautiful. The cold wind blew, and pieces of withered yellow danced in the wind, drifting past the gate of the ancient temple. There were 3 golden words written on the gate, Lingyun Temple. In the backyard of the ancient temple, there were 2 people sitting cross-legged on a huge blue stone platform. He wore a long gray robe and looked to be in his 40s. His face was delicate, pretty, and peaceful. The other was a young woman in a red robe with black hair that flowed like a waterfall. She was filled with the charm of an Oriental classic. This bhikkhuni was explaining the Buddhist Dharma. His words were like a clear spring that poured into the ears of the red-clothed woman. The red-clothed woman also listened attentively and asked a question from time to time. Suddenly, the red-clothed woman's delicate body trembled and she suddenly stood up. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted as she placed one hand on her chest and looked towards the southern sky. Xin air, what's wrong? Bhikkhuni asked doubtfully. Mage. Xiao Axiner wanted to say something, but in the end, she shook her head and said, "I'm fine, sorry, let's continue." A strange look appeared in Bikuni's eyes, but he did not ask any further questions and continued to talk about the Buddhist Dharma. At the same time, inside the warehouse, a strange scene caused Song Xinghe to become very passive. What made Song Xinghe terrified was that Du Yuner's body was getting hotter and hotter. In the end, the temperature had already started to melt the ropes binding her, and all of them were so weak that they broke apart. The air began to be filled with the stench of burning rubber, telling Song Xinghe that this was not a dream, that Du Yuner's temperature was really too high. Du Yuner also realized that something was wrong, but she realized that her body could move freely. After the ropes were untied, she didn't care about it anymore. The girl hurriedly broke free from the ropes and stood up. What shocked Song Xinghe was that the iron chair that Du Yuner had sat on before actually had signs of melting steel in many places. The temperature emitted by the girl could even melt steel. This meant that Du Yuner's body temperature had already reached around 1,400 degrees. Impossible. How could a person have such a high temperature? Song Xinghe muttered as he shook his head. The key point was that Du Yuner's body temperature had only destroyed the ropes and chairs. The clothes on her body were actually completely undamaged. It was as if the spread of the temperature was casually controlled and did not harm Du Yuner at all. Her entire body was burning, and her blood was like magma, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, her entire body was full of energy, and she was filled with energy. Du Yuner took a few steps forward and discovered that the ground was charred black. The air around her body showed signs of distortion due to the high temperature. The girl was very afraid, but she was even more afraid of Song Xinghe. Thus, without saying a word, Du Yuner turned around and ran towards the warehouse door. Naturally, Song Xinghe was unwilling. He quickly ran to stop Du Yuner. However, after Du Yuner forcefully pushed him, that terrifyingly high temperature directly caused Song Xinghe's entire body to retreat, unable to get close at all. Yuner! Song Xinghe screamed at the top of his lungs. Naturally, he wouldn't let the girl escape, so he gritted his teeth and pounced forward again. Song Xinghe grabbed one of Du Yuner's arms. Ah! Song Xinghe screamed miserably from the high temperature. He endured the burning pain in his hand and refused to let go even when his skin began to show signs of burning. "Let me go." Du Yuner's left hand struck towards Song Xinghe's chest. Song Xinghe felt a wave of heat burning him, and at the same time, the girl's strength was ridiculously strong. Bam! Song Xinghe was sent flying by the palm strike. His entire body crashed into a container, and there was a fiery red palm print on his chest. Du Yuner's eyes widened as she covered her mouth in shock. She had never imagined that she would have such abnormal strength. Without caring too much, Du Yuner turned around and ran out again. When she rushed outside the warehouse, she discovered that it was an abandoned factory. The outside was overgrown with weeds, and she had no idea where it was. However, the girl heard the sound of sirens again. 3 police cars were rushing over from the distant road. Du Yuner was ecstatic. She ran over and waved at the police car. After the police car arrived, a group of fully armed police officers quickly got off. The one leading the way was Yao Jing'ang. He had seen Du Yuner before, so he immediately recognized her and shouted, "Miss Du. Are you all right?" Bureau Chief Yao. I'm fine. That's Song Xinghe. He's inside. He's the psychopathic killer of serial murders. Du Yuner gasped for breath. She actually felt incomparably tired. Her whole body was full of energy just a moment ago, but now, it was on the verge of collapse. "Miss Du, what's wrong? Are you all right? Why are you all sweating?" Yao Jing'ang shouted and hurriedly supported Du Yuner. Don't worry about me. Go catch him and avenge brother Yifan. Du Yun'er cried and shouted, but her feet were unable to stand firm. Yao Jing'ang shook his head and said, Miss Du, don't worry. Mr. Yi is fine. He wasn't killed by the explosion. He was the one who told us to find this warehouse. He'll be here soon. WH. What? Brother Yifan didn't die. Du Yun'er seemed to have returned to heaven from hell as she excitedly shed tears of joy. Yao Jing'ang turned around and called out to the two policemen, quickly send Miss Du to the hospital. Her body seems to be overdrawn. Du Yun'er was in a daze. She didn't know what was wrong with her, so she allowed the two policemen to help her into the car. She also felt that it was strange. Why did she suddenly feel as if she was invincible in the world just now, but now she was so weak? Not to mention that terrifying high temperature, it was difficult for her to even move. At the same time, a police car sped over from afar. Yifan was bare-chested, only wearing a pair of black trousers that he had snatched from someone else. He drove here barefoot. Although he wasn't killed by the explosion, his hair and face were unkempt and he was in a sorry state. Speaking of which, to be able to make him look like this, Song Xinghe could be considered very powerful. Yun'er, what's wrong? The moment Yifan got out of the car, he saw Du Yun'er unconscious in the police car. Miss Du is fine, she just seems to be too tired. We were just about to send her to the hospital. Yao Jing'ang hurriedly ran over to report, Mr. Yi, that Song Xinghe is in this warehouse. Yifan stretched out his hand to take Du Yun'er's pulse and frowned. He couldn't figure out how Du Yun'er ran out and why she was so weak. After confirming that the girl was fine, Yifan stood up and said, You guys guard outside, I'll go in and take a look. All right, we will definitely cooperate fully. Yao Jing'ang and the others hurriedly nodded. They actually didn't dare to go in and just waited for Yifan to come over. Chapter 242. 0242. After entering the warehouse, Yifan thought that he would see Song Xinghe, but he didn't expect that other than a pile of electronic equipment and a container filled with all kinds of glassware, there was no sign of Song Xinghe. Yifan frowned and quickly ran to the back of the warehouse. Only then did he realize that there was actually a river that passed through here. Damn it. Yifan clenched his teeth and couldn't be bothered with Yao Jing'ang and the others. He followed the river and began to madly chase after them. Sure enough, not long after, he saw a small boat retreating from the river. Song Xinghe was driving the boat, looking back from time to time. Seeing that Yifan had actually chased after him, Song Xinghe's eyes revealed a look of shock. Impossible. Why isn't he dead? Song Xinghe's heart sank to the bottom. He originally thought that even if he didn't get Du Yun'er, he would have already killed Yifan. But who would have thought that he didn't even complete a single goal? Yifan didn't care what he was thinking. Seeing that Song Xinghe's boat was about to enter the big river, he knew that time was not waiting for him. Once Song Xinghe entered the big river and left the sea, he would have more ways to escape when he reached the sea. Thus, Yifan sprinted at full speed, leaving behind only a few afterimages. When he was less than 100 meters away, Yifan turned into a sharp arrow and flew out from the riverbank. So, Yifan's figure flashed across a long distance and accurately landed on the small speedboat. This drop directly caused the speedboat to tilt backwards, almost capsizing it. Song Xinghe was dumbstruck. He found it hard to believe that Yifan could jump so far with just his legs. Are you a monster? Song Xinghe asked with a pale face. Yifan looked at him with a gloomy gaze. Even if I'm a monster, you're not any better than me, are you? Song Xinghe's face and palms trembled. He simply turned around and stopped driving the boat. He clenched his fists and said, Since the bomb can't kill you, I'll personally kill you. With that, Song Xinghe sprinted towards Yifan. Ah! Song Xinghe roared as he threw a flurry of punches at Yi Fan's chest, neck, and even his face. However, Yi Fan did not move at all, allowing Song Xinghe's fist to strike him with a muffled sound of thunder. Song Xinghe punched dozens of times, only to discover that his body, which had been strengthened, was actually unable to cause the slightest bit of damage to Yi Fan. No. Impossible. Song Xinghe muttered and shook his head. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. Is done. Song Xinghe swallowed his saliva and did not say a word. Yi Fan said, "This beating is for you. After all, we knew each other when we were young, and it's been more than 10 years now. Although I can't remember it clearly, we used to be at least friends." After Song, Yi of Xinghe, Song, Fan of, Fan of. Ugh. Song Xinghe's entire body was lifted up. He struggled, but was unable to break free from Yi Fan's grip. Fan Xian's eyes were ice cold as he said, "If you want to look down on me, it doesn't matter. You can scold me, and stab me in the back. But if you want to hurt Yunner, I won't let you off. I will not lose to you. You. Go to hell." Song Xinghe's eyes revealed a ruthless expression. He suddenly took out a syringe from his pocket and stabbed it towards Yi Fan. When Song Xinghe stabbed the needle into Yi Fan's neck, he laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha ha. Idiot. You didn't expect that. I still have a trick up my sleeve. This is the biological poison that I used to poison that couple of years ago. There is no antidote in the world. There will be no trace of it. No one can compete with me for Yunner. Yunner is mine. This needle was specially concocted by me, prepared for a stupid fellow like you." No matter how Song Xinghe shouted and shouted, Yi Fan did not change at all. He only looked at him indifferently. Song Xinghe gradually realized that something was wrong. He had already used up all his needles. Why was Yi Fan still not reacting? Trembling, he picked up the syringe and looked at it. His gaze instantly froze. He saw that the steel needle of the needle did not pierce into Yi Fan's body at all. It directly bent. "Do you think that a bomb won't be able to kill me, a building won't be able to crush me, and a needle will be able to pierce into my body?" Yi Fan asked coldly. Only now did Song Xinghe realize that facing this man, he actually had no chance of winning at all. The Yi Fan in front of him didn't seem to be a person, but a giant that could hold up the sky, an unreachable mountain. In front of him, he was actually so powerless, like an ant. A feeling of humiliation and unwillingness made Song Xinghe feel even worse than death. You demon. If it wasn't for you, Yunner would definitely fall in love with me." Song Xinghe cried and shouted, "It's you. It was you who stole my Yunner. My angel. My dream. My everything." Yi Fan stared blankly at this man as he cried his heart out. After a full minute, seeing that Song Xinghe's crying had stopped, Yi Fan lightly replied, "I have never taken anything from you. It's just that you did not cherish everything you once had." Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Song Xinghe stared blankly at Yi Fan. In his mind, the figure of a woman actually appeared, Jing Er. Song Xinghe muttered to himself, a look of despair flashing across his eyes. Yi Fan sighed lightly, and didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and punched through Song Xinghe's abdomen. Poochie! Song Xinghe's entire body trembled violently. When Yi Fan's hand pierced through his body, he actually didn't feel any pain, only numbness. Fresh blood flowed out continuously. Yi Fan retracted his arm and threw Song Xinghe into the river. Song Xinghe slowly sank into the river. Not long after, all that was left was a patch of dark red, still floating on the water. Goodbye, Xinghe, old friend. At night, in the hospital ward, Du Yunner sat on the bed in a daze, watching the news on TV. The Defense Bureau was holding a press conference. Yao Jingong was in high spirits as he told the reporters that he had successfully solved the case. Although he had lost a large number of heroic police officers, he had found the culprit for the countless families of the victims. This case was enough to shock the world, so Yao Jingong was also in the limelight. Moreover, Yi Fan took the initiative to request that what he had done not be leaked. His identity allowed a large amount of credit to be placed on Yao Jingong. This matter was spreading like wildfire throughout Huahai. The people were incomparably indignant. There was actually a devil hiding in the elite level, especially the employees of the Star River Group. They were extremely afraid. Of course, for the majority of the people, it wouldn't be long before this matter would fade away. Not many people would remember. Needless to say, who was the one who truly investigated the case? Who was the hero who killed the murderer? Not many people would pursue this matter. Yuner, are you feeling better? Chapter 243. 0243. Du Yuner's eyes finally had a glimmer of light. She looked at the man with a gratified expression. Brother Yi Fan, are you really all right? Great. I saw that place explode and you were engulfed. I thought you really were. Yi Fan sat on the side of the bed, stretched out his hand, grabbed Du Yuner's wrist, and began to take her pulse. Du Yuner thought that Yi Fan wanted to hold her hand and blushed. Brother Yi Fan. His pulse is stable. It seems that he has almost recovered. Yi Fan said. Only now did Du Yuner know that the man was showing her body, and her face couldn't help but turn even redder. Yuner, I heard from Chief Yao that you ran out of the warehouse by yourself. How did you get out? Was it Song Xinghe's mistake? Yi Fan was very curious. Logically speaking, Song Xinghe shouldn't have let Du Yuner escape even if he was beaten to death. Du Yuner had always wanted to find someone to talk to about this problem, so she didn't hide it. She told Yi Fan about how the blood in her body suddenly boiled, and then burst out with high temperature and strength. The more Yi Fan listened, the more serious his face became. In the end, he felt that it was even more unimaginable. He had never heard of such a strange thing in this world. Could it be that there was some unknown secret hidden within Du Yuner's body? Brother Yi Fan, I heard that when a person is at a critical juncture of life and death, they will burst out with potential. Could this be the reason? Du Yuner asked. Even if you burst out with potential, who would be like you who would melt iron? Yi Fan smiled bitterly and said, Yuner, I don't know what's going on either. Do you feel uncomfortable? No, at that time, I only felt that my entire body was full of energy, and I felt especially satisfied. Although I collapsed in the end, I didn't feel uncomfortable, Du Yuner said. Li Fanxian thought that this might be related to Du Yuner's background, because the girl's ancient phoenix jade was obviously not an ordinary one. It seemed that only by finding out the origin of that piece of jade would he be able to unravel some of the mysteries. After accompanying Du Yuner in the hospital until very late, Yi Fan finally left. When he returned home, Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang had yet to return. Su Qingxue had already called him. Knowing that the case had been solved and that she had even killed Song Xinghe, the woman was relieved and planned to return to Huahai on the weekend as planned. Yi Fan was not in the mood to sleep. After all, too many things had happened today. He wanted to have a drink and find someone to chat with. It just so happened that they hadn't seen Feng Yuing for a few days, so the two of them could only chat on their phones. Yi Fan also missed women, so he called Feng Yuing and asked if she was home. Feng Yuing had been acting as the acting CEO for the past few days, so she was a little flustered. She worked overtime until very late, yet she was still in the office and didn't go home. Yi Fan drove directly to the embroidery group to pick up the woman from work. She wore a light coffee-colored windbreaker with a white round-neck sweater inside. Her hair was tied up in a bun. She was fashionable and dignified, charming and elegant. Why are you staring at me like that? We haven't seen each other for a few days, is there a need to be like this? Feng Yuing felt sweet in her heart, but still asked shyly. Ing, if every time I see you, you'll be dressed like a cold goddess. I'll have to wear a suit and tie, or else I'll feel ashamed of my inferiority. Yifan clicked his tongue and sighed, it's really different to be the vice chief referee. Feng Yuing chuckled and glared at him, hurry up and drive. You might as well treat me to a midnight snack. I'm starving to death. When Yifan heard this, his heart ached. He quickly drove to the busiest street in Huahai at night. After stopping the car, Feng Yuing held the man's hand and the two of them walked into a seafood barbecue restaurant. This restaurant was divided into 2 floors, with a big stage in the middle. Many singers and dancers would perform, and some customers would also go up and dance by themselves, so business was booming at night. The two of them found a small table. After ordering, they drank beer and started eating. Although Yifan still had to drive, he wasn't afraid of being investigated. At most, he would just give Yao Xingang a call, so he wasn't worried at all. Feng Yuing seemed to be in a good mood. It turned out that Luo Onita had sent her an email saying that Feng Xiaoyi's treatment had improved, and the chances of waking Feng Xiaoyi up were more than 50%. With such great news, Feng Yuing naturally worked even more energetically. Just as the two of them were chatting passionately, a waiter walked to the dining table and brought a cup of prepared Bloody Mary to Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing was puzzled, we ordered cocktails. Yifan shook his head, I didn't. This lady, it was given to you by a gentleman in the private room above. He even asked me to pass this to you. The waiter placed a rolled-up $100 bill in front of Feng Yuing. The two of them looked up and discovered that in a private room on the 2nd floor, there was a man wearing a black leather coat, a cigar in his mouth, a pair of brown glasses, and a head of white blonde hair. He was standing there, looking straight at Feng Yuing through the French window. Feng Yuing opened the banknote and looked at it. She immediately frowned and revealed a look of disgust. There were 4 words written on it, one night, 100,000. Take it all away, I won't accept it. Feng Yuing directly threw away the banknote. The waiter had no choice but to bring everything back upstairs. Yifan smiled and said, Ing, do you think the price is too low? Feng Yuing pouted angrily, what do you mean? How is this a problem of money, what kind of woman does that guy think I am? I'm so angry. How can there be such a person? I'm just joking, don't be too serious. It's not worth it to be angry with this kind of person, Yifan said. I was in a good mood at first, but now I feel like I've eaten a fly. How disgusting, Feng Yuing said angrily. Just at this moment, 2 burly men in suits suddenly walked over. The 2 burly men stood next to Feng Yuing and one of them said, Beauty, our eldest young master wants to invite you up for a drink, give him some face. Feng Yuing's face was cold, I'm not interested, go away. The other burly man sneered, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Our eldest young master doesn't like just any woman. To be able to catch our eldest young master's eye, the benefits will definitely not be small for you. Our eldest young master said that if you serve him well, you can choose a bag worth hundreds of thousands. If you don't know what's good for you, then you and your male companion can forget about having a peaceful night. Such big words, is your eldest young master the emperor? The more Feng Yuing heard, the angrier she got. She stood up and said, Yifan, let's go, we're not eating anymore. Yifan wasn't interested in arguing with others. His own woman didn't suffer any losses and he couldn't be bothered to be calculative, so he nodded and stood up, planning to throw a few $100s and leave. However, the 2 burly men immediately surrounded Yifan. One of them suddenly took out a dagger and pressed the tip of the dagger against Yifan's abdomen. Chapter 244. 0244 Yifan also couldn't figure out why such a fearless young master would suddenly appear in Huahai, who dared to send his subordinates to stab someone in public. But he didn't want to kill and bleed in this kind of place, so he smiled. Bro, it's not appropriate to make a move here, right? Hee hee, who do you think you are to fight with us brothers? The big man sneered. Come, let's go to the toilet. Yifan really wanted to go to the toilet to solve the problem, so he spread out his hands and said, alright, what can't be solved in the toilet? Let's go. As Yifan spoke, he turned around and asked Feng Yuing to wait here for a while. Feng Yuing also knew Yifan's abilities and was a little worried, but she also believed that the man would handle it well, so she sat down. Yifan was attacked by the two men with daggers, and walked all the way to the toilet. Coincidentally, there was no one in the toilet, so a big man closed the toilet door. Brat, you can stay in the toilet for the night. Our young master will take care of your girlfriend for you. A big man grinned and raised his fist, aiming at Yifan's head. However, Yifan's hand had already caught the fist. The big man frowned and realized that his fist was actually unable to break free from Yifan's grasp. Yifan smiled evilly and said, Are you guys thirsty? Without waiting for the big man to react, Yifan grabbed his neck and fiercely slammed him against the wall. The big man's body shook violently, and he felt dizzy and disorientated. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other big man angrily pulled out his dagger and stabbed towards Yifan's waist. Yifan kicked backwards and directly kicked the man's crotch, causing the big man to scream in pain, feeling as if that place was broken. Yifan grabbed the necks of the two big men with one hand and slammed them in the direction of the urinal. Bang, bang, bang. After hitting them more than a dozen times, the two big men's heads were bleeding, and blood flowed down the urinal. Yifan saw that the two of them had fainted, so he grabbed them to the toilet and placed their heads in the toilet. At first glance, it looked like two big men were lying on the side of the toilet and drinking water from inside. After he was done, Yifan stroked his messy hair, straightened his shirt collar, and leisurely walked back to the dining hall. Seeing that Yifan was fine, Feng Yuing got up happily and hugged the man's arm. Yifan, can we go now? Of course, can I go to your house tonight? Yifan smiled and winked. Feng Yuing wanted to say something but was still shy. She pouted her lips but eventually nodded. The two of them left the restaurant and walked towards the parking lot. As soon as they left, Yifan noticed that someone was following them. What surprised him was that this person's strength was actually not bad. Arriving at the windy outdoor parking lot, Yifan found the car and let Feng Yuing get in the car first. Then, he turned around and looked at the man who followed him all the way here. This was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He had fair skin, a mustache, and wore a black trench coat. His entire body exuded a sinister and strange aura. Is there anything else? Yifan smiled and asked. The man narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Little brother, may I ask which family you are from? I don't have a family, just me, Yifan said. Oh. Since you don't have any background, then little brother, you better not try to be brave. It's your woman's fortune that our young master has taken a fancy to her. The man smiled and advised. At this moment, the man with dyed hair and leather clothes swaggered over with two bodyguards. Wang Lingyan, what are you dawdling for? Just put this brat down and take that woman away. The man stared at Yifan viciously. You dare to touch my people. You really don't know how to write the word death. When Feng Yuing, who was sitting in the car, saw all of this, she was both nervous and angry. If not for Yifan stopping her, she would have called the police. Wang Lingyan respectfully said, Young Master Wei, don't worry. What should be yours will definitely be yours. Then why aren't you going? Young Master Wei scolded. Wang Lingyan nodded and approached Yifan with a helpless look on his face. Little brother, why do you have to do this to snatch a woman from our young Master Wei? Yifan felt that it was interesting. She is my woman. He was clearly the one who came to steal me. Why did it become me stealing him? What kind of logic is this? Reasoning is useless. Only by standing at the end will you have the right to speak. Wang Lingyan grinned and suddenly stepped forward, sending a palm strike towards Yifan. This palm strike wasn't anything special, it was just an ordinary fist and kick technique. However, when this palm was about to reach Yifan, a blue-gray smoke suddenly spewed out from his sleeves. Yifan frowned. He realized that this poisonous smoke was very unusual. His body quickly retreated, avoiding the smoke. Seeing that his attack had failed, Wang Lingyan suddenly took out a small jar. After opening the jar, a large group of spiders jumped out. Most of these spiders were black, with dark green spots on their backs. Although they were very small, they were able to move and jump quickly, making them hard to guard against. Wang Lingyan didn't know what method he used, but with a wave of his hand, these little spiders actually started to surround Yifan. Corpse spider. Yifan finally recognized the origins of these little things. The so-called corpse spider was a type of poisonous spider that specialized in eating rotten meat. There were many types of them, and they were usually not seen. Some mages, and some ancient martial arts sects would cultivate these corpse spiders in earthen jars, and through special methods, they would command the corpse spiders to attack. Once bitten by a corpse spider, an ordinary person's entire body would fester, from the outside to the inside, and they would gradually die. Usually, there was no medicine that could cure them, and even if they didn't die, they would still lose half of their life. As far as Yifan knew, in China, there was only one sect in the Yun province that had such a thing. You actually recognize it. But unfortunately, even if you recognize it, you won't be able to save your life. Wang Lingyan laughed evilly, and commanded the corpse spider to surround Yifan. Yifan sighed, and allowed these corpse spiders to climb onto his body and randomly bite him. Unhurriedly, he killed these zombie spiders in large swathes. Ha! Even if you kill the corpse spider, you are already beyond saving. You insist on guarding a woman, and even lost your own life. Why bother? Wang Lingyan shook his head and laughed. Yifan calmly walked forward and said, "You are from the Yin corpse sect, right? Why are you here?" Wang Lingyan looked at him strangely. "You actually know about the Yin corpse sect? Just who are you?" "Wait. You were bitten by a corpse spider, how could you ask why I wasn't poisoned?" Yifan shrugged. "Is it that strange? The corpse spider's poison is only useful to ordinary people, but unfortunately, I'm not that ordinary." Wang Lingyan finally realized that the situation was not good. He subconsciously retreated to young Master Wei's side. "Young Master, how about we retreat? This brat is too evil. We should get down to business." Chapter 245. 0245. No one would have thought that young Master Wei would actually shoot in the city. Although it was midnight and there was no one in the parking lot, he still shot. "Young Master." Wang Lingyan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He thought to himself, "I have to inform the family and use my connections to settle this matter. It's really troublesome." Naturally, in the eyes of these people, Yifan was dead for sure. But who would have thought that Yifan would stand there motionlessly, with 2 fingers on his left hand holding a hot bullet? How is this possible? Young Master Wei was dumbstruck, as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Lingyan hurriedly swallowed his saliva and said fawningly, So it was a great expert. This was really offensive. "Young Master, let's go." He was much rarer than Wei De. He knew that someone who could catch a bullet with his bare hands was definitely not someone they could provoke. Young Master Wei gritted his teeth and said, "What are you afraid of? I am Wei Xiaojun. The young master of the White Jade Tower. Doesn't he not even have a family background? Why should I be afraid of him?" Saying that, Wei Xiaojun stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, kid, have you heard of the Wei family's White Jade Tower in Yun province?" Yifan narrowed his eyes. It was indeed from the Yun province, the Wei family. Wasn't it one of the 5 great underground families? Although he didn't know why the Wei family's young master suddenly appeared in Huahai, Yifan couldn't be bothered to care. It's such a good night, meeting you guys is really disappointing. Li Fanxian also didn't want to endure any longer. This kind of trash was also a scourge in the world, so he simply shot the bullet in his hand back. Poochie. Wei Xiaojun didn't even understand the situation and was still preparing to threaten him, but a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. Eldest young master. Wang Lingyan and the 2 bodyguards' faces turned green. After all, Yifan's attack was too sudden. If an ordinary person heard that this was the young master of the Wei family, they would endure it no matter what. Even if they weren't afraid, they would still give in to him. How could it be like Yifan, who actually killed Wei Xiaojun without a single word? Feng Yuing, who was sitting in the car, also covered her little mouth and almost cried out. Although she knew that Yifan was powerful, this series of skills had already made her lose the ability to think. Yifan, on the other hand, sat back in the car silently. He couldn't be bothered with how Wang Lunyan and the others were shouting as he drove towards the district where Feng Yuing lived. On the way, Feng Yuing asked in shock, Yifan, that person. Is that person dead? Yes, he died very thoroughly, Yifan said. Then, will there be any trouble? Feng Yuing asked worriedly. Fan Xian didn't want the woman to feel too much pressure, so he smiled and said, They are people of the Jianghu, they will come to me for revenge according to the rules of the Jianghu, but I don't put their family in my eyes. You don't have to worry too much about me, I know what I'm doing. Feng Yuing blamed herself and said, It's all my fault, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten yourself into this kind of trouble, why am I always giving you trouble? Ying, what are you saying? Is it your fault that you're good looking? That kind of idiot young master, to be able to live to this day, it must be because he didn't meet anyone stronger than him, otherwise, he would have died in the hands of someone else long ago. Yifan shook his head and sighed. He had also seen people from the Shengguan family, the Dongfang family and the Sun family, but he had never seen such a stupid member of an underground family like Wei Xiaojun. After arriving at the Crescent Bay district where Feng Yuing lived, Yifan realized that all the paint in the corridor had been cleaned and replaced with new paint. The door was also changed, it finally looked the same as before. As there were quite a number of traces left behind by the corpse spider, Yifan didn't let the woman touch him, so he ran into the bathroom and took a shower first. Feng Yuing sat on the sofa in the living room and after calming herself down, she stopped thinking about Wei Xiaojun. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom, Feng Yuing suddenly became nervous. Although the 2 of them had already shared a bed before, they had never done that kind of thing. What should I do if the man asks for it later? Feng Yuing let her imagination run wild. Ying, where's the towel? Suddenly, Yifan's question came from the bathroom. Feng Yuing then remembered that she bought a new bath towel at the supermarket previously, so she quickly took one and went to the bathroom door, asking weakly, I'll leave it at the door, do you want to take it yourself? However, the bathroom door opened. Yifan stood in front of the woman barefooted and naked. Ah! Feng Yuing exclaimed, her entire face heated up and she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look. Yifan smiled naughtily and pulled the woman into the bathroom. You! What are you doing? Taking a shower, didn't you not take one too? Let's do it together. I don't. My clothes are all wet. If it's wet, then take it off. Come, I'll help you. Feng Yuing naturally wouldn't let him do it, this was too embarrassing, but before she could resist, the man had already covered her mouth. Ugh! Ugh! Amidst the misty water, there was only a burst of gentle cries. It was a quiet night, the inside of the house was as warm as spring, but outside the house, it was extremely cold. The starless night sky spread endlessly, all the way to a quiet sea in the distance, where there were lights again. It was a small fishing boat, and on the boat was a fisherman's family. His parents, son, and daughter-in-law were all tanned from the wind and the sun. At this time, the mother and daughter-in-law were both asleep, and the fisherman father and son were drinking white wine at the bow of the boat, eating some peanuts and dried fish, discussing their family's livelihood. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind the boat. "Who's awake? Is this the child's mother?" The fisherman's father puffed out a mouthful of smoke and looked back. The son was also puzzled. Even if his mother and daughter-in-law woke up, they wouldn't walk to the bow of the boat to go to the toilet. Right at this moment, a man dripping with water and his hair covering half of his face walked out from the darkness. His clothes were full of water plants, and there was a hole in the middle of his clothes, looking extremely tattered. "You? Who are you?" The father and son both jumped up in fright and looked nervously at the man who looked like a ghost. The man completely ignored them. When he saw the peanuts and dried fish on a small table in front of him, he pounced over like a madman, grabbed the food with his hands, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Damn it, are you a human or a ghost?" The son was furious. He picked up a bench beside him and smashed it at the back of the man who looked like a water ghost. Clang! The bench actually fell apart, but the man seemed to not be in pain at all. He only turned around and stared at the fisherman's son with a pair of blood-red eyes. The son trembled, and the broken bench in his hands fell to the ground. The water ghost suddenly jumped up, grabbed the fisherman's son by the throat, and then pulled. The throat was torn, and the flesh was a bloody mess. The son was killed on the spot. The old fisherman was stunned. He cried and let out a beast-like roar, rushing forward to fight the intruder. However, the water ghost directly used his head to hit the old fisherman's head. The old fisherman's skull was crushed, and he died on the spot. After killing the father and son, the water ghost continued to wolf down the food. He was crazy with hunger, and his body urgently needed energy to replenish itself. A few minutes later, the half-awake granny seemed to hear the howling outside. She came out of the cabin and saw the situation at the bow of the boat. She suddenly let out a scream. "Ah!" Chapter 246. 0246. The woman was already scared out of her wits. She only knew how to desperately throw the buckets, ropes, and other things she could grab at the man. After the man was smashed twice, he was furious. He rushed forward, grabbed the old woman, and threw her out of the fishing boat. The woman's screams and the cries for help naturally alarmed the only remaining daughter-in-law. When the plump daughter-in-law with a big face walked to the cabin door, the man who looked like a water ghost had already pounced on her. "Ah! Let me go! Let go!" his daughter-in-law cried. The man grabbed the woman's shoulder and saw that the woman was only wearing a large pink pajamas. Although her looks were average, she was very meaty. He had a violent emotion in his heart that needed to be vented, so he couldn't care less about finding food. Seeing that the woman was about to resist, the man directly slapped her a few times. After knocking his wife silly, he tore open the thin pajamas. Not long after, the miserable cries of a woman could be heard from the cabin, accompanied by waves of heavy breathing. The morning sun shone into the bedroom. Yifan sat up from the bed and looked at the woman who was still sleeping soundly beside him. The white bedding covered most of her beautiful body, but the exquisite white skin that was exposed to the air was still so beautiful that it made one's heart palpitate. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. As if she had sensed something, she drowsily opened her eyes. Feng Yuing turned over in a daze. Feng Yuing turned around in a daze, and when she saw a smiling face looking at her, she couldn't react in time. It wasn't until she remembered what exactly happened last night that she immediately pulled the blanket and buried herself in it, not daring to see anyone. Yifan chuckled, "What's wrong? Don't look at me." The woman's murmur came from under the blanket. "Why can't I look?" No. No makeup. So ugly. Yi Fan was speechless. The way a woman looked at him and a man looked at a woman was really different. In Yi Fan's opinion, whether Feng Yuing wore makeup or not, the only difference was that her complexion would be a little different. There was no other difference at all, because her makeup had always been very light. But Feng Yuing seemed to feel that her appearance when she woke up in the morning would be much worse. She actually didn't want to see anyone. Fan Xian smiled and pushed the woman, saying, Ying, I've seen everything on your body. Be good, come out and let me kiss you. No. I didn't brush my teeth. Feng Yuing mumbled. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were so many things to pay attention to, but the more he looked, the more he felt that this woman was very cute. He couldn't help but want to dote on her. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan crawled out from under the blanket. Looking at the blushing woman, he kissed her red lips. Fan Xian originally wanted to ask the woman if she liked it, but seeing her intoxicated eyes, it seemed that there was no need to ask anymore. Feng Yuing had never thought that there would be such a joyous thing in this world. How many women have you had in the past? Why are you so experienced? Feng Yuing asked sourly. Yi Fan smiled and said, in the past, it was always women who served me. How could I serve them? Then, am I the first to make you like this? Of course. Feng Yuing pursed her lips and smiled. She snorted lightly, I don't believe you. You're lying. Yi Fan laughed out loud. It was really his first time, but he had too much experience, so this small matter was not difficult for him at all. I still seem to be in a bit of pain. It's all your fault. If they see that there's something wrong with my walk when I go to work later, then it would be so embarrassing. Feng Yuing muttered. Yi Fan said, then I won't go. I'll stay at home with you for a day. Feng Yuing hurriedly shook her head and said in fear, I don't want to. I'm so tired last night. You're not allowed to stay at my place for the night. Yi Fan had a bitter face, that can't be right, Ying, I'm really restraining myself. Seeing the man's pitiful expression, Feng Yuing burst out laughing, idiot, I'm just teasing you. Besides, when CEO Su comes back, you won't have the guts to stay at my place for the night, right? Yi Fan rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, what's there to be afraid of? It's not like he and Su Qingxue are sleeping together. Yi Fan, can I get up and make breakfast for you? What do you want to eat? Feng Yuing hugged the man's waist and asked. Didn't you say you weren't feeling well? Why did you get up to make breakfast? Yi Fan mischievously said, aren't you lying about the military situation? What nonsense. This isn't the same thing, why is your mind full of such things? Feng Yuing pouted. Then I don't care, I won't eat breakfast, I'll eat you. Just as Yi Fan was planning to drag Feng Yuing along and get intimate with her for a while, he heard a phone call. Seeing that it was Ning Zimo's call, Yi Fan quickly picked it up. What's wrong, Ninger? Normally, Ning Zimo wouldn't call so early in the morning. Did you kill someone last night? Ning Zimo's words were filled with nervousness. Yi Fan smiled and said, a young master of the Wei family, called Wei Xiaojun, how did you know so quickly? A young master of the Wei family. Why do you say it so lightly? Oh my god, I'm going to have a heart attack. Ning Zimo said gloomily, don't you know about the Wei family of the White Jade Tower? One of the 5 great underground families. I know, but that guy provoked me and shot me with a gun. If I don't kill him, do you want me to swallow my anger? That kind of thing, even if I kill 100 of them, I won't blink. Yi Fan felt that the woman was making too much of a fuss. He used his shoulder to hold the phone, then took out a pack of cigarettes and lit it for himself. Right now, that guest of the Wei family, Wang Lingyan, came to my place and asked me to help investigate you. After that, he even told Bai Yulo about this matter. The Wei family's patriarch was furious and planned to come with the Shengguan family to take revenge on you. Ning Zimo said. Yi Fan was puzzled. Why does it involve the Shengguan family? I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but the Shengguan family seems to have joined forces with the Wei family in order to compete with the Sun family of the Iron Blood Alliance in the Western Province for a big piece of cake. With just the Shengguan family's strength, it was still a bit difficult for them to deal with the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, the Iron Blood Alliance had the advantage in numbers, and they also had the most funds. Although they were also one of the 5 big underground families, they were still stronger than the Shengguan family. The Shengguan family had suffered a loss at the hands of the Sun family before, so they had been looking for helpers. It just so happens that the Wei family has always wanted to leave the Yun province and earn money from the rich areas in the southeast, so they can be considered to have formed a temporary alliance. Yi Fan suddenly understood and puffed out a mouthful of smoke. I say, why would Wei Xiaojun come to Huahai to pass the time? Previously, he had met the assassins sent by the Shengguan family in An City, so he deliberately wanted to avoid the battles between these underground families. He didn't expect that after returning to Huahai, he would still be involved in this matter. Hurry up and think about how to deal with the Wei family. I'll stall for you right now. Why don't you go abroad? Avoid the limelight. Ning Zimo asked. Chapter 247. 0247 I. It's not that I'm looking down on you. I know your skills are very strong, but after all, it's 2 big families, Ning Zimo said worriedly. From the woman's point of view, no matter how powerful Yi Fan was, he was still alone. Even if everyone in the purple bamboo forest was with him, they wouldn't be able to stop the Wei and Shengguan families. Furthermore, Yi Fan had some enmity with the Shengguan family. This way, the Shengguan family had no reason to let Yi Fan go. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said, let those people wait, I'll go over to your place now. With that, Yi Fan hung up the phone. Feng Yuing vaguely heard some of the conversation. She didn't care that she wasn't wearing any clothes as she stood up and grabbed the man's hand. Did those people come looking for trouble with you last night? Yi Fan caressed the woman's hair and comforted her. Don't worry, I'll go and take care of it. Nothing will happen. Feng Yuing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Fan. Do you still remember what I told you in your hometown? No matter what happens, you have to believe in my abilities. Yi Fan said with a deep gaze. Feng Yuing lowered her head, then be careful. Call me when you're done, otherwise I'll be worried. Yi Fan smiled, kissed the woman, then put on his clothes and walked out. After leaving the district, Yi Fan went straight to the Purple Leaf Tea House. Outside the tea house, Xiao Xiao was already waiting. When he saw Yi Fan, he quickly ran over to lead the way to a conference room at the back of the tea house. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Lingyan, who he had seen last night, and a few unfamiliar men. When Ning Zimo saw the man, her face was filled with worry, but she still forced a smile. You're here. Yi Fan nodded his head and sat down. Looking at the nervous Wang Lingyan and the others, he smiled and said, you guys are looking for me, how do you plan to deal with it? Wang Lingyan saw that Yi Fan didn't have any intention of being afraid at all, and frowned. Mr. Yi, although you are an expert, you are underestimating our White Jade Tower. Since you know President Ning of the Purple Bamboo Forest, you should know that our White Jade Tower will not take this lying down. Wei Xiaojun wanted to touch my woman first, and it was Wei Xiaojun who opened fire first. Why are you the ones who are angry? Do I really have to let an idiot ride on my head? This matter, if you want to cause trouble for me, no problem, but if you want to reason with me, then save your breath. Yi Fan waved his hand and said. Wang Lunyan was at a loss for words. He whispered to the others at the side and said, even if our young Master Wei was in the wrong first, Mr. Yi still killed him. If we don't get an explanation, how can our White Jade Tower establish itself in Jianghu? Then what do you want? Yi Fan asked with a playful smile. Since Mr. Yi is an ancient martial arts expert, let's follow the rules of the pugilistic world. Our White Jade Tower will send a martial artist to challenge Mr. Yi to a duel. The winner is king, and the loser is a thief. Regardless of whether we win or lose, this matter will be over. Wang Lunyan said. After all, it would be a waste of time to destroy the entire White Jade building, and it would also cause too much of a commotion. If it was a martial arts competition, it would save him a lot of trouble. Alright, then I agree. Who are you going to send, and how are you going to fight? Yi Fan asked. Mr. Yi, please make a trip to the Yun province. At our White Jade Tower headquarters, there will naturally be a place to compete in martial arts. Wang Lunyan said. No way. Hearing that, Ning Zimo hurriedly said, how can I guarantee my safety if I go to your territory? If you guys play any tricks, wouldn't you be falling into your trap? Wang Lunyan smiled and said, President Ning, then if our people come here to compete, wouldn't they also be coming to your territory? How can there be absolute fairness in this? Why do we have to go to your headquarters? Can't we choose another place? Ning Xuemo said, choosing a neutral place would be more convincing. Could it be that your Wei family doesn't have the guts? Wang Lunyan and the others looked at each other in dismay. After hesitating for a moment, they said, then why don't we go to the Shengguan family's Flying Cloud Mansion? As far as I know, there just so happens to be an arena there. Just as Ning Zimo was about to refuse, Yi Fan agreed, sure, let's go there. Finish the fight as soon as possible. I'm not interested in wasting any more time with you guys. Seeing that Yi Fan had agreed, Wang Lunyan and the others immediately stopped talking and began to report to the headquarters, arranging for someone to fight with Yi Fan. Ning Zimo said angrily, why did you agree? The Shengguan family is in cahoots with the Wei family now, isn't going there the same as going to their territory? Yi Fan spread out his hands, in any case, I will win in the end. Why should I care about where to compete? Ning Zimo rolled her eyes, you don't even know who they sent. What if it's a great expert from an ancient martial arts sect? Do you think you're invincible? Yi Fan reached out his hand to hold the woman's face, and looked straight at her. Listen, I will only lose once in my life. That time, I have already lost, so I won't lose again. Hearing the man's domineering and resolute words, Ning Zimo's heart couldn't help but tremble violently. Remembering that Yi Fan had once told her about the big sister fairy, Ning Zimo muttered, are you saying that you lost to that fairy? Yi Fan nodded, failure, one time is enough. Ning Zimo couldn't do anything about the man. She shook her head and sighed, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. However, the wood had already been turned into a boat. The only thing Ning Zimo could do was accompany Yi Fan on a trip. At the very least, she could cheer for the man. However, Yi Fan actually had other considerations in his heart. In his mind, after Wang Lunyan saw the strength he had revealed, the Wei family would probably treat him more cautiously. The underground families were not comparable to the famous families. There were very few ancient martial arts experts. Even if the Wei family came into contact with the Yin Corp sect, they shouldn't have any powerful experts. However, the Wei family actually wanted to send someone to duel with him. This didn't make sense. Therefore, after thinking about it, Yi Fan felt that it was better to be on guard. Thus, before he set off for the Flying Cloud Mansion, he specially gave Xie Linfuan a call. Yi Fan had been to the Flying Cloud Mansion before, so he was familiar with the road. In the afternoon, the experts sent by the Wei family had already arrived by plane. When Yi Fan and Ning Zimo arrived at the underground beast battle arena, Shengguan Ling had a complicated expression on his face, but he still welcomed them with a smile. Mr. Yi, don't forget that you're fine. You really know how to cause trouble. You killed the young master of the Wei family without saying a word. Shengguan Ling said with a fake smile. Yi Fan looked at the deserted beast battle arena and said, why is there no one here? Are you guys not open for business? Hearing this, Shang Wanling was infuriated. He thought to himself, isn't it all because of you? You crippled a group of your gladiators. The key point was that the guests felt that their gladiators were too weak. After that, no one came to watch. Thinking about how Yi Fan had cheated him of tens of millions of profits every month, Shang Wanling's heart was bleeding. Chapter 248. 0248 Yi Fan had long sensed that an extraordinary martial artist was approaching. He turned his head to take a look and was immediately convinced that it was another martial artist from the Yin Corpse sect. This was because the aura he emitted was not much different from that of Wang Linyan. This man had a head of long black and gray hair that was combed behind his head. He was dressed in colorful clothes, but it was unknown whether it was a pant or a skirt. His face was fair and his skin was rather tight. It was hard to tell his exact age, but his eyes were clearly filled with vicissitudes and experience. Along with him was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. He was wearing an Armani suit and looked like a successful person. Let me introduce you. Wang Lingyan said in a fawning manner, this is our Wei family's second young master, Wei Xiaoqiu. This is the sect leader of our Yin Corpse sect, Lord Mo Xianfeng. He is also the #1 guest of our White Jade Tower. Wei Xiaoqiu looked at Yi Fan with a sharp gaze, you were the one who killed my brother. Yi Fan only glanced at this guy and laughed in his heart. Wei Xiaoqiu seemed to be very angry, but deep in his eyes, there was clearly a hint of joy. It was clear that with the death of his big brother, he, the second young master, would be able to take over. It's me. What, you want to avenge him? Wei Xiaoqiu snorted, the one who came to take your life today is our sect leader Mo. My big brother is sect leader Mo's godson. Sect leader Mo is an expert at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. If you have any last words, you can say them as soon as possible. Li Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the stage. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and finish the fight. I still need to go back to Hua Hai for dinner. What big words. Mo Xianfeng laughed sinisterly. Stinking brat who doesn't even have a bit of true qi cultivation, this old man wants to see how long you can be so arrogant for. Finished speaking, Mo Xianfeng leaped onto the stage. Yi Fan listened to this guy's old voice and asked in bewilderment, what's the situation with your Yin Corpse sect? Why are all of you so old, yet you take care of yourself so well? Hearing Mo Xuanfeng's voice, it sounded like he was in his 60s, but this person looked like he was only in his 30s or 40s. So many questions, let's go down and ask the King of Hell. Under the activation of Mo Xuanfeng's Shen Qi, both of his palms emitted a faint purple mist. Wind blew under his feet as he quickly attacked Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood on the spot, allowing Mo Xuanfeng's palm to strike his chest. Bang! A muffled sound resounded. The palm strike of the innate initial success was like a muffled thunder. Yi Fan looked at him indifferently and grinned. Mo Xianfeng was startled, feeling extremely astonished. This poisonous palm of his was extraordinary, even a martial artist at the peak of the Xiantian realm would not be able to take it head-on. Yi Fan, this fellow who didn't even have the slightest bit of Jin Qi, actually relied on his physical body to forcefully withstand it. Brat, what kind of martial arts did you practice? In his rage, Mo Xianfeng sent another palm strike towards Yi Fan's head. He raised his hand and directly grabbed Mo Xuanfeng's arm. Caw. With a pinch from Yi Fan, Mo Xuanfeng's bones were so fragile that they broke. Ah! Mo Xuanfeng's blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the arena, shocking everyone present. How is this possible? Sect leader. The sect leader actually. Wang Lingyan thought that Mo Xianfeng was going to succeed, but he didn't expect that Yi Fan was actually completely fine. Shang Wanling and Wei Xiaoqiu also frowned. They looked at each other with sinister gazes. On the stage, Mo Xuanfeng's eyes were bloodshot. Enduring the pain, he slapped Yi Fan's head again. Yi Fan, however, was a step faster. He grabbed that right hand again and squeezed it, crushing his bones into smithereens. Sure enough. Yi Fan thoughtfully said, "Did you guys use the plucking technique? That's why you look 10 or 20 years younger than your actual age, right?" Mo Xianfeng was sweating profusely, his face was deathly pale. I don't know what you're talking about. The Dragon Soul of China should have a clear rule that no technique is allowed. This is the taboo of the ancient martial arts sects, right? Just because your Corp sect isn't considered a famous sect, you dare to play like this? Yi Fan laughed evilly. Isn't this the same as saying that the Wei family is hiding it and not reporting it? The so-called plucking was to use some special inner force techniques to absorb the essence of men or women into one's body, making one exceptionally young and even increasing one's power. From a medical point of view, this was similar to some placenta needles. It could make a person look younger in the short term. But in reality, it didn't have any anti-aging effect on the real lifespan and some of the internal organs. Since ancient times, there had been some methods of plucking and dual cultivation in China. However, they later discovered that most of these things were evil, so they were listed as taboo. Of course, there were some people who always believed that the most primitive method of yin and yang dual cultivation was definitely beneficial to humans. It was only because of the gradual loss and misrepresentation of history that it became nondescript. Hearing the two words, Dragon Soul, Mo Xuanfeng's face stiffened. You're talking nonsense. This is my Corp sex cultivation technique, don't you dare slander me. Yi Fan smiled evilly and said, as far as I know, most of the sect leaders will carry their sect's most important inner force techniques with them to ensure that they will not be stolen or fall into the hands of outsiders. You should also have the inner force of your Corp sect on you, right? Why don't you let me take a look? Hearing this, Mo Xianfeng became even more anxious. He wanted to struggle free, but he wasn't a match for Yi Fan at all. He hurriedly pushed his Jin Qi to the limit. Logically speaking, the Jin Qi at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm should be able to shatter the earth, but on Yi Fan's body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, completely useless. Yi Fan directly kicked off one of Mo Xuanfeng's legs and put him on the ground. Then, he stretched out his hand and took out a small scroll wrapped in brocade cloth from a cloth bag at his waist. Wang Lingyan and Wei Xiaoqiu, who were below the stage, were anxious. They didn't expect Mo Xianfeng to be so weak. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Mr. Yi. Peeping at the secret manuals of other sects is a taboo in the martial arts world. Wang Lingyan shouted and ran up the stage to stop him. Yi Fan didn't care about him at all and opened the scroll himself. I'm not in your martial arts world, so I don't care about your taboos. Wang Lingyan turned pale with fright. Without caring too much, he got up and sent a flying kick towards Yi Fan's neck. Yi Fan didn't even look at it. He grabbed with his left hand and grabbed Wang Lingyan's leg. With a swing, he threw this half-step Xiantian guy off the stage. Seeing that his side was no match for Yi Fan, Wei Xiaoqiu gave Sheng Wanling a meaningful glance. Chapter 249. 0249 Yi Fan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Oh? What happened to my Ying? Look for yourself. Who are you? Sheng Wanling had just turned on the video on his phone and was about to say a few harsh words when he realized that the person who appeared on the other side was not one of his subordinates. A man wearing a red jacket was staring coldly at Sheng Wanling. My name is Bloodthorn. You are Sheng Wanling, right? Who allowed your underground gang to fight and involve the masses? The matters of the pugilistic world, don't you understand this rule? Bloodthorn. Who are you? Sheng Wanling's back was drenched in cold sweat. Bloodthorn didn't waste any time and took out a badge. In the middle of the badge was a dark golden roaring dragon head totem. Dragon Soul. Wei Xiaoqiu, who was at the side, also saw this scene and cried out involuntarily. Bloodthorn coldly snorted, "It's good that you know him." Passed the phone to Yifan. Sheng Wanling and Wei Xiaoqiu were so scared that their faces turned ashen. No matter what, they didn't have the guts to be arrogant with the people of the Dragon Soul. After all, just a few people from the Dragon Soul would be able to kill their two families. Moreover, the Dragon Soul was equivalent to the highest level of the military's secret service organization. It could mobilize some local troops at any time. How could a mere underground family resist such a force? The key thing that made their hearts cold was, how could Yifan be related to the Dragon Soul? What was the background of this guy? Could it be that Yifan himself was a member of the Dragon Soul? The more they thought about it, the more frightened the two families became. They couldn't wait to call their father and discuss a countermeasure. Yi. Mr. Yi. Sheng Wanling smiled bitterly and handed over the phone with both hands. Yifan took the phone, looked at the bloodthorn inside, and laughed. "Why is it you? You did a good job this time." In the picture, Bloodthorn and Ling Shui appeared. These two happened to be the members closest to Hua Hai, so Xia Linfua naturally sent them to protect Feng Yuing. When Bloodthorn saw Yifan, his face turned ugly. After all, he had been beaten up by Yifan and thrown into the sea. Of course, he also knew that he wasn't strong enough, so there was nothing to say. On the other hand, Ling Shui, who was at the side, was rather respectful to Yifan. "Mr. Yi, Miss Feng is fine. Please rest assured." Fan Xian was also grateful in his heart. "I've troubled you guys this time. I'll treat you guys to a meal when I get back, hee, Yifan." Feng Yuing also appeared on the screen with a worried look on her face. "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, those who came to capture me have all been captured." Yifan smiled and nodded. "I'm fine. If you're with them, don't go to work today." "I got it," Feng Yuing said obediently. After hanging up, Yifan directly took over and pinched the phone into a ball of trash. Ignoring how Sheng Wanling, Wei Xiaoqiu, and the others were trembling with fear, Yifan opened the scroll and flipped through the words on it. This scroll was obviously quite old, and the words on it were all in seal script. The more Yifan read, the more he frowned. When he finished reading the hundreds of words on the scroll, Yifan was even more puzzled. "Where did you get this scroll?" Yifan asked Mo Xianfeng, who was paralyzed on the ground. This was left behind by the ancestor of our Corpse sect. It was previously suppressed in the treasury, but after I became the sect leader, I accidentally found it. Mo Xianfeng thought that Yifan was a member of the Dragon Soul, so he didn't dare to hide it. Li Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the Dragon Soul didn't discover the matter of the Corpse sect's nourishment. So it was something that happened after this guy took office. Who else knows the contents of this scroll? Yifan asked. Mo Xianfeng looked at the injured Wang Lingyan not far away. Just me and junior brother Wang. Yifan sneered. "You guys are quite smart. You know that if there are too many people who teach this kind of martial arts, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, so you just need to keep yourself young, right?" Mo Xianfeng smiled bitterly. "If Mr. Yi likes it, feel free to take it. I just hope that you don't report it to the Dragon Soul." They knew that once the Dragon Soul found out about the existence of this scroll and them secretly using a woman to nourish themselves, they would definitely be dealt with. Yifan thought for a moment and said, "This should only be an incomplete scroll. Where did the rest of the scrolls go?" "Remnant?" Mo Xianfeng was confused. I don't know." Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy actually couldn't tell that this scroll was just one of the many parts of a profound technique. However, it was only a mere Corpse sect, and the sect leader was only at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. How could he truly understand what a profound martial art was? "I'll take this scroll." Yi Fan directly put the scroll into his pocket. Mo Xianfeng was secretly delighted in his heart. In any case, he had already read the contents countless times and it was all in his mind. It was fine even if the scroll was taken away. Thus, he pretended to be pitiful and begged, "Mr. Yi, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please take it, we definitely won't have a single word of complaint." Li Fanxian grinned, "Of course I know, you won't have any complaints, because you're going to die." Without waiting for Mo Xianfeng to come back to his senses, Yi Fan directly stepped on his neck and broke it. Sect leader. When Wang Lingyan saw this, he turned pale with fright and quickly wanted to get up and run for his life. However, Yi Fan's figure was like a gust of wind, instantly arriving in front of Wang Lingyan and sending him flying with a kick. Wang Lingyan's entire body was like a cannonball, fiercely smashing into a cement wall. He slowly slid down, leaving behind a wall of bloodstains. In the blink of an eye, the two main figures of the Yin Corpse sect had died. Wei Xiaoqiu's heart ached when he saw this. Their underground family had always lacked ancient martial artists, and the Yin Corpse sect that they had painstakingly roped and had been crippled just like that. Yi Fan naturally didn't want the contents of this scroll to fall into the hands of others, because he faintly felt that the origin of this technique was very extraordinary. "Now I plan to leave, do you have any objections?" Yi Fan turned around and looked at Sheng Wanling and Wei Xiaoqiu. Wei Xiaoqiu quivered, afraid that Yi Fan would kill them as well. He quickly shook his head. "No. No objections, Mr. Yi, please leave, I have truly offended you today." "That's right, Mr. Yi, we didn't know that you were so familiar with the dragon soul. If we had known earlier, how would we have dared to be so unappreciative? Please be magnanimous." Sheng Wanling, who was at the side, also said with a stiff smile. This time, the Wei and Sheng Wan families could only suffer in silence. After all, Yi Fan had the dragon's soul behind him, so no matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to win. Yi Fan brought Ning Zimo away from the Flying Cloud Mansion and drove back to Huahai. Along the way, Ning Zimo felt that she was truly alarmed. In her opinion, angering the two underground families was definitely a big problem, but Yi Fan handled this matter with ease. Chapter 250. 0250. Yi Fan muttered to himself for a while, then shook his head. "I also need to study it for a while, I feel that. Those two fellows probably didn't practice this correctly, so although they look younger than their actual age, their bodies and bones haven't improved." "Are you saying that practicing this technique can slow down aging?" Ning Xuema's beautiful eyes sparkled. Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? Yi Fan smiled and said, "I'm just guessing. Let me study it for a few days, and I'll be the first to tell you." Ning Xuema leaned her head on the man's shoulder and mischievously smiled. "Then let's talk about that Miss Feng first. You should let me meet her now. Anyway, isn't she not at work today?" "You want to see Ning?" Yi Fan asked. "Why?" Ning Xuema pouted. "Do you want us to never meet again?" "Of course not. So, isn't it better to meet earlier and cultivate a relationship?" Ning Xuema asked. Li Fanxian had an awkward expression on his face. He rubbed his nose and said, "You seem to be right. Hee hee. All right then." Yi Fan muttered in his heart, if Ning Xuema knew that he had slept with Feng Yuing first, who knew what a woman would think. At the entrance of the Flying Cloud Mansion, Sheng Wanling sent Wei Xiaoqiu off. Just as he was having a headache about how to explain the situation to his family, he heard a cold female voice ring out from behind him. "You let them go just like that?" Sheng Wanling frowned, turned around and looked at a woman wearing a black windbreaker and black leather pants. This woman had a head of neat shoulder-length hair, an oval face, and an imposing appearance. She was around 1.7 meters tall, and her plump figure was filled with the charm of a mature woman. "Miss Hongyu, we have no choice. Yi Fan is related to the dragon soul, so if he doesn't reveal the matter of the Yin corpse sect to the dragon soul, it would already be considered a favor. How could we dare to ask for more? Shangguan Ling spread out his hands. Humph, Hong Yu sneered and said, we agreed to subdue this Yi Fan and ask the Sun family for people, but you guys are terrified. It seems like the 5 great underground families are nothing more than this. Shangguan Ling said angrily, it's your blood Ling Long who didn't do your job well. Your subordinate, Wu Yan, was even captured alive. Now that the person is in the hands of the Sun family, we still have to ask for the hostage. Who hired who to do this? Hong Yu suddenly took a step forward and a small and sharp dagger appeared in her hand. She pressed it against Shangguan Ling's throat. You! What are you doing? Shangguan Ling couldn't dodge at all, Hong Yu's speed was too fast. I'm warning you, don't think that just because we blood crystal are all women that you can bully. Our mission failed because of an unexpected factor. We succeeded in killing the eldest and second son of the Sun family. Why didn't you say anything? Since you don't have the ability to help me bring my sisters out, then I will personally go and save them. You useless men, I knew you were unreliable. Hong Yu sheathed her knife angrily and turned to leave. Motherf ****. Crazy woman, do you have the guts to fight with the dragon soul? You want to go against the country. Even if you don't want to stay in this country, our Shangguan family still wants to live well. Shangguan Ling cursed, if you want to die, do it. Our contract is cancelled. Hong Yu stopped in her tracks. She turned around and said coldly, the country has abandoned us. We have no country for a long time. After returning to Huahai, Yi Fan and Ning Zimo saw Feng Yueying. Bloodthorn and Ling Shui didn't leave either. Yi Fan originally thought that treating them to a meal was just a joke, but who would have thought that these 2 fellows really didn't leave? It was almost dinner time, so the 5 of them went to a hot pot restaurant near the Crescent Bay district and started eating mutton. Feng Yueying and Ning Zimo already knew of each other's existence. Although it was a bit awkward to meet, the 2 women were both mature women and were used to seeing big scenes, so they quickly became friendly. Yi Fan, on the other hand, called out to Bloodthorn and Ling Shui to eat meat. Ling Shui was quite polite, but Bloodthorn had an unhappy look on his face, as if Yi Fan owed him money. When they were almost done eating, Ling Shui suddenly said, Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the mission we carried out today? Yi Fan thought to himself, I knew that there was a reason why these 2 fellows didn't leave, and now they finally started to talk business. Not bad, aren't I treating you guys to hot pot? Yi Fan said with a smile. How can we let Mr. Yi treat us to hot pot? Bloodthorn, go and pay the money. Ling Shui pushed her partner. Bloodthorn snorted lightly, but still got up and went to the counter to pay the bill. Yi Fan frowned, these 2 fellows had a deep plan, meaning that they helped him, and it wasn't something that a hot pot meal could send them away. Mr. Yi, actually, we are very willing to befriend an expert like you. You are also a good friend of the military advisor, so we hope that you can put in a few good words for us in front of the military advisor. Ling Shui said with a smile. Yi Fan waved his hand, come on, your dragon soul is promoted according to military merits, what does it have to do with Ciel Infuan? Didn't he also rely on crazily accumulating military merits to get there? Just say it, what do you want me to help you with? Ling Shui smiled, we really can't hide it from Mr. Yi. Actually, we do have a small matter that we would like to ask for Mr. Yi's help with. Yi Fan took a fried dough stick and took a bite, don't be polite, go out and rely on your friends. Say it, if it's not murder or arson, I'm usually willing to help you with anything that breaks the law. Ling Shui thought to herself, you're the only one who would break the law, how could their dragon soul act recklessly? Actually, it's not a particularly difficult matter, it's just that the manpower of our dragon soul is a bit stretched, and this mission just so happens to be in Huahai. We've been looking for experts who can help us at close range. We have received instructions from our superiors to protect a very important scientist. This scientist's research has been leaked by some spies and reached the ears of some countries. Therefore, during this period of time, there have been some outlaws from the underground world who have been hired to come to Huahai to assassinate us. Ling Shui said solemnly. When Ning Zimo heard this, she said in surprise, since you guys know, wouldn't it be better to just send more troops? No, the opponent is an elite assassin from the underground world. Normal armies can fight head-on, but it's still a bit difficult to guard against some special killing techniques. The key is this scientist's research. This month, she will enter a critical test. If she succeeds, her research will make huge progress. This is definitely the most critical moment. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong, Ling Shui said. Li Fanxian thought that it was just protecting a person, so it wasn't too troublesome. Moreover, it was in Huahai, so he nodded and said, no problem, but I can't protect her for a long time. Of course, before and after the experiment, our people can ensure that nothing goes wrong, but during the experiment, we need to go to a field, which is why there are hidden dangers. As long as Mr. Yi comes over in those 3 days, we will be very grateful. Ling Shui said. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt that this request wasn't too excessive. It was only right for him to support his country's scientific research. What's the name of the scientist? Is he famous? Yi Fan casually asked as he drank a mouthful of barley tea. Ling Shui hesitated for a moment, then whispered, there's no harm in telling Mr. Yi, her name is Chu Yunyao. Chapter 251 0251 Inch Awe. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Ning Zimo and Feng Yuing, who were at the side, were both stunned, wondering what was going on with this man. Ling Shui's face stiffened. I'm sorry, Miss Ling Shui, here's a tissue for you. Feng Yuing took a napkin and wiped Ling Shui. Ling Shui wiped her face gloomily. As a secret agent, she did not care too much about her appearance. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Ling Shui was confused. Chu Yunyao. Isn't she an entrepreneur? How did he become a scientist? Yi Fan asked. Ning Zimo and Feng Yuing were also curious. They also knew Chu Yunyao's identity. After all, Chu Yunyao was a top celebrity in the Huahai business circle. Ling Shui smiled. That's just one of her identities. Miss Chu is an out-and-out genius. That's all I can say. Moreover, with the identity of a merchant, it was beneficial to protect her. It's a pity that it was still leaked. Yi Fan's eyes flickered for a moment, then he picked up his phone and said, I'll go make a call and tell you guys later. Finished speaking, Yi Fan directly walked to a deserted corner and dialed Xia Linfuan's number. Boss, how is it? Did things go smoothly? Xia Linfuan chuckled. I say, old Xia, are you messing with me on purpose? Yi Fan's face was gloomy. This. Boss, what are you saying? Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to mess with you. Xia Linfuan was puzzled. Yi Fan said, then you want me to help you protect Chu Yunyao? Don't you know how troublesome that woman is? When I saved her, you hadn't returned to China yet. Boss, if you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten about it. However, there is another reason why I asked them to invite you. Chu Yunyao's relationship with you, I don't think it's a big problem. The main thing is her research. I feel that with you here, I can be absolutely at ease. Xia Linyuan said. Oh. What research? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Xia Linfuan said awkwardly, Boss, this is an absolute S-class secret. I really can't tell you directly. In fact, even the people who came to kill Chu Yunyao didn't know what kind of experiment they were trying to stop. But as long as you go, with your talent and knowledge, you will definitely be able to understand some things. Hearing this, Fan Xian's heart ached. He grinned and said, Old Xia, you purposely let them look for me, but you actually want me to take a look at Chu Yunyao's research, right? Ha! Boss, you still understand me. That's right, if it was purely to protect Chu Yunyao's safety, you wouldn't need to do anything. If it really is a top-notch expert, we can just invite the Phoenix girl over. Then who can hurt her? However, this is an opportunity to see that research up close. I think. Boss, you might really need to see it. Xiao Linfuan said seriously. Yifan narrowed his eyes. Got it, I won't ask you too much, I will go and protect her. After hanging up the phone, Yifan took a deep breath. Thinking back to the few shadow warriors that he helped Chu Yunyao kill that day, he understood the reason a little. He returned to his seat and said to Ling Shui, I agree. Just tell me one day in advance when we will depart. Ling Shui naturally had no objections. After leaving behind her contact information, she left with the blood thorn. After eating the hot pot, Yifan suggested taking the two women to a nearby shopping mall to watch a movie. The two girls felt that it was a little strange. They actually went to watch a movie with one man and two women, but when Yifan mentioned it, they didn't refuse. After buying the movie tickets, the three of them entered the cinema. Not long after the movie started, Yifan stretched out both of his hands. One on the left and one on the right, Yifan's face was filled with a complacent smile. Feng Yuing and Ning Zimo also cooperated, meekly leaning their heads on the man's shoulders, enjoying the warm time of the three of them. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Yifan's phone vibrated. Yifan saw that it was Su Qingxue calling. He was puzzled. Could it be that after the woman returned home and found out that he wasn't there, she immediately went to look for him? Yifan could only run out of the cinema and pick up the phone. What's wrong, wife? Yifan asked in a low voice. Where are you? I'm in the movie. Ah. Outside, Yifan said. Who are you watching a movie with? Su Qingxue heard it clearly. Yifan hesitated for a moment and was about to tell the truth, but was interrupted by Su Qingxue. Forget it, I'm not interested in listening at all. Su Qingxue said, I'm fine, you can watch the movie, sigh. Wife, don't be anxious. Why are you looking for me? Yifan hurriedly asked. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then weakly said, my car broke down. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The car broke down, wasn't it frozen on the road? He thought to himself, why didn't a woman take a taxi home first, or call the insurance company or something? But if he said that, he felt that he didn't care enough about her. Maybe, Su Qingxue just wanted her husband to go over. Is this fine? I'll go over now, where are you? Yifan immediately said. After asking about the route, Yifan returned to the cinema and told Ning Zimo and Feng Yuing about the situation. The two girls were reasonable and told Yifan to hurry up and not let Su Qingxue wait alone on the road. As for the two of them, they had just met today and seemed to have a lot to talk about. They planned to leave together after watching the movie. Yifan felt sorry in his heart, but he was also worried about Su Qingxue, so he drove over himself. When he arrived at a provincial road not far from Huahai, he saw Su Qingxue's BMW M6 parked by the roadside. It was already midnight, the road was deserted, and the cold wind was howling. Su Qingxue was curled up in the car. Although she was playing with her phone to relieve the pressure, she was still a little scared. Especially because the car had already turned off, and it was still quite cold in the car, freezing her hands and feet. After Yifan parked the car, he walked to the door and knocked on the window. Su Qingxue, who was inside, was shocked. When she saw that it was Yifan, she heaved a sigh of relief and opened the car door lock. Yifan sat in the car and asked, Wife, why are you the only one? Where's Aunt Jiang? What's the situation with the car? Aunt Jiang is going to invite a Taoist priest to do some rituals at her hometown. She will be back the day after tomorrow, so I came back first. Who knew that when we got here, a warning light suddenly popped out from the car. Then, when I braked, it turned off. Su Qingxue said. Yifan let the woman get out of the car and tried to start the car. As expected, the engine turned off as soon as it started. Looking at the fuel gauge, Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're already out of gas, of course you have to turn off the engine. But the dashboard here shows that we can still drive 50 kilometers. Su Qingxue argued. Yifan shook his head and sighed. This is just an estimate, but it's not accurate. Once the car's fuel level warning light turns on, you have to refuel as soon as possible. You're too inexperienced. Chapter 252. 0252 Yifan said, it's fine. Call the insurance company and ask them to send a tow truck over. Just drag it to a nearby gas station. Su Qingxue blinked and asked, what insurance company am I looking for? How do I find it? Yifan was about to cry. Don't tell me you don't even know how to call the insurance company. Su Qingxue was anxious. Why was she being talked about like an idiot by a man? Of course I know. I'm just looking for it. As the woman spoke, she ran to the co-pilot and opened the cabinet in the car. She rummaged through a pile of information and began to see which one was the insurance. However, it was dark, so he couldn't find it clearly. It was all a pile of information about maintenance and the car itself. Yifan scratched his head. Wife, isn't the insurance form in your hand? Ha! Su Qingxue took a closer look and realized that it was really the one in her hand. She couldn't help but blush. She was really blind. Finally, he found the phone and called. Because it was the middle of the night, the tow truck would have to wait for nearly an hour. Yifan felt that the weather was too cold, and the woman should be tired after driving for so long. He said, Wife, drive my car home first, I'll just wait here. No, I can do it myself. Su Qingxue said, you can go back. What if it freezes? It's only 3 or 4 degrees tonight. If you go to that car and turn on the heater, you might as well drive straight home. Yifan said. Su Qingxue's face was filled with hesitation. Her entire body was cold and her hands and feet were cold, but she stubbornly didn't want to rely on Yifan. If she needed a man to help her deal with such a small matter, it would make her seem too useless, as if she couldn't take care of herself. Yifan saw the woman's expression and could roughly guess what she was thinking. He said softly, let's be weak for once. Otherwise, wouldn't my existence be too useless? This is just a small matter of daily life. If you catch a cold, it would be troublesome. There are a lot of things waiting for you to take care of in the company. Su Qingxue looked at the man with her watery eyes and pursed her red lips. A strange emotion spread in her heart. Did you intentionally want to freeze like this? Could it be that you want me to warm you up? Yifan smiled evilly. All right then, come, I'll hug you. Saying that, Yifan stretched out his hand, intending to hug the woman into his arms. Su Qingxue quickly dodged. No way, don't think too much. Then I'll go back. Su Qingxue trotted to the Mercedes-Benz at the back and drove back first. Yifan watched as the car got further and further away, and the taillights gradually disappeared. He walked out of the car and lit a cigarette. From beginning to end, Su Qingxue didn't ask who he was watching a movie with. Was it because a woman really didn't care, or was it because a woman could guess, or was there some other reason? Although the relationship between him and his new wife seemed to be deepening day by day, the two of them had different lives and emotions from other couples. Feng Yueying and Ning Zimo could get along rather harmoniously, but what would happen if Su Qingxue saw them? Yifan looked at the hazy night sky, spitting out white smoke, his eyes blurred. After nearly an hour, when 2 dazzling lights shone over, Yifan turned his head and saw a trailer driving towards him. Yifan threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and walked over to greet the tow truck driver with a smile. After being busy for most of the night, Yifan didn't sleep after returning home. He turned on the lamp in the room and looked at the words on the scroll, carefully pondering over them. Unknowingly, the sky had brightened. Yifan thought for a moment, then burned the scroll with a lighter. He had already memorized the contents of the scroll, so there was no need to leave such a dangerous and powerful technique on the physical object. Hearing the sound of Su Qingxue going out, Yifan knew that the woman had gone out to exercise, because today was the weekend. Yifan also followed her to the training ground outside the house and began to do his own crazy demon-like movements. Su Qingxue didn't even want to look at men. She felt that this morning exercise was too ugly, so ugly that even the passing property auntie didn't want to look at it. After finishing their exercise, the two returned home. Because Aunt Jiang wasn't there, the two had to settle their breakfast by themselves. Yifan saw that Su Qingxue was going to the fridge to look for something. He guessed that she was going to make some dark cuisine, so he quickly said, "Wife, let's go out to eat. The sun is pretty good today, how about we go out for a ride and play for a day? You don't have to work until Monday anyway, take a break and relax." Su Qingxue was a little moved when she heard this. Actually, she still felt uncomfortable about Yifan going to the movies with other people last night, but she didn't say it out loud. She thought to herself, since he can accompany others, why can't he accompany me? Even if some women knew him earlier than she did, they were still legally married. Since you said so. Alright, let's take a walk. Su Qingxue looked indifferent. When Yifan heard this, he was very happy. This was a successful date. The two of them arrived at the underground garage. Su Qingxue was hesitating about what car to drive, but Yifan walked to his bicycle. "What are you doing?" Su Qingxue frowned. This man actually kept this broken car from when he was a part-time worker. "I'll take you out on a bicycle. There are a lot of cars outside on weekends, so it's not convenient to park. The delicious breakfast is all in some small streets and alleys, so it's convenient to ride a bicycle," Yifan said with a smile. Su Qingxue hesitated, "Then won't you be tired from riding?" Yifan smiled and pointed at himself. "Wife, do you think I look like the kind of man who would have a stamina problem?" Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that this guy was a martial artist and his body was incomparably strong. Even Aunt Jiang said that he was unfathomable. Alright. Su Qingxue still felt that it was quite fresh, so she agreed. The two of them got on the car. Yifan turned around and said, "Don't touch me randomly, just hug my waist." "Who wants to touch you? Are you crazy? Hurry up and ride." Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Yifan chuckled, and with a light step, the car quickly sped out. Su Qingxue was startled, and subconsciously hugged Yifan's waist with both hands. She thought that this little broken car would be very difficult, but she didn't expect that when Yifan rode it, it would be incomparably smooth, and she couldn't feel any resistance at all. At the same time, Su Qingxue's hand touched Yifan's abdominal muscles. That feeling of explosiveness, that feeling of being as hard as iron, made her heart tremble. No wonder he's so strong. Su Qingxue muttered in her heart. This car of yours is a bit broken, but it doesn't seem too bad. Su Qingxue tried to use words to divert her attention, so that she wouldn't blush too much. Yifan had already ridden out of the garage and was heading out of the mansion area. "My car is a bit old, but it shouldn't be broken, right? This is a second-hand car that I bargained with an old man for a long time and spent 90 yuan to buy. You still bought a second-hand bicycle, you cheapskate." Su Qingxue shook her head helplessly. Chapter 253. 0253 When Yifan rode an old black bicycle and left the district gate with Su Qingxue, the few security guards were dumbstruck. They thought that this was some kind of trend and that rich people liked this kind of thing. This kind of strange look in his eyes made Su Qingxue feel a little twisted, but Yi Fan was at ease. Wife, what do you want to eat? How about soybean milk and youtiao? Yi Fan asked. When Su Qingxue heard this, she really missed this kind of street food, so she replied with an N. All right. Yi Fan sped up. After riding for about 20 minutes, he entered a small alley. Pulling the car to the side, the two of them sat down at a small stall. Yi Fan bought a few fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of salted soybean milk, and a few fried buns. Yi Fan's clothes were rather casual, and Su Qingxue was wearing sportswear, so she looked like a young female university student. Thus, when the two of them sat here and ate, no one would have thought that this woman was a rich man with a net worth of tens of billions. Su Qingxue suddenly realized that it had been a long time since she had eaten breakfast in such a leisurely manner. It was as if she had returned from a magnificent but fake world to an ordinary and simple real world. Wife, what are you daydreaming about? Eat. Yi Fan couldn't help but ask when he saw the woman holding a fried dough stick in a daze. Su Qingxue came back to her senses and said angrily, "What are you in such a hurry for? Isn't it hot? Then I'll blow it for you." Yi Fan stuck his head out and began to blow. So disgusting. Your saliva is coming out. Su Qingxue was annoyed, she really didn't know what this guy was thinking. Didn't you say it was hot? Yi Fan was very innocent. Su Qingxue bared her teeth, it's not hot anymore. You women are really fickle. Yi Fan shook his head. The two of them ate for more than half an hour. Most of the customers who passed by would glance at their table. Because of Su Qingxue's appearance, eating breakfast at such a small stall was truly eye-catching. After breakfast, Yi Fan asked, "Wife, where do you want to go now?" Whatever. Su Qingxue didn't even know where to go. Her schedule was usually related to work, and she didn't have any close friends who would come out to play. Yi Fan thought for a moment and asked, "How about we go to the seaside road and ride around together? I ride a bicycle too." Su Qingxue frowned, "But I don't know how." You don't even know how to ride a bike. Yi Fan was speechless. What? Is it strange? Su Qingxue faintly said, "It's not like anyone taught me." Yi Fan scratched his head, "How about this, I'll go to the seaside today to teach you how to ride. If you're tired, you can eat some seafood there." After Qingxue heard this, she was a little excited. "You really taught me how to ride a bike. This isn't a big deal. With your intelligence, you will definitely learn it very quickly." Yi Fan said with a smile. This was something that she had never had the chance to come into contact with since she was young. Now that Yi Fan had taken the initiative to teach her, she was very happy. "All right, since I have nothing to do, I'll play with you." Su Qingxue pretended not to care and said. Yi Fan was very happy in his heart. He clearly wanted to learn, but he pretended that he didn't care. This appearance was really fun. Yi Fan brought the woman all the way to the seaside. After finding a car rental place, he rented a red ordinary sports bike. This was a car prepared for some tourists, so it was quite normal. The two of them came to a small park by the beach where there were no cars. Su Qingxue finally got what she wanted and sat down. Naturally, she was swaying unstable. Li Fanxian patiently supported her from the side, not letting the woman fall. However, there were several times when Su Qingxue was about to fall. However, Yi Fan's speed was very fast. Every time, he would support her just in time, not allowing Su Qingxue to make any mistakes. However, as the two of them came into contact with each other more and more intimately, Yi Fan's hand slowly moved from Su Qingxue's shoulder and arm to the woman's waist. Su Qingxue was not wearing a thick sweatshirt. Being touched by a man's big hand like this, she was so sensitive that she was stimulated. Her face was rosy, and it was hard to tell if she was shy or if her body was hot. You. Why do you keep holding on to it? It's good to let it go. Su Qingxue discovered that Yifan's hand was actually placed on her waist, not moving at all. Yifan's eyes were currently fixed on Su Qingxue's chest. He was thinking, if the woman were to tilt and fall down, would he have the chance to touch it even higher? Did you hear that? Hurry up and let go. Su Qingxue was angry. This guy was clearly teaching her how to ride a bike to take advantage of her. Yifan quivered and let go of his hand in embarrassment. Su Qingxue snorted. She felt something and started to ride her bike forward. However, before she had even passed a dozen meters, Su Qingxue's center of gravity became unstable again. With a delicate cry, her body was about to topple down. Li Fanxian crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in time and hugged the woman. Su Qingxue's bicycle fell, but her body was hugged by Yifan. The two of them looked at each other, and the distance between their noses was only 3 to 4 centimeters. Yifan smiled mischievously. Look, without me supporting you, it's still quite dangerous, right? I didn't ask you to help me, I won't fall myself. Su Qingxue said stubbornly. Yifan nodded seriously. All right, then I won't support you. I'll support the car, right? Up to you. Su Qingxue hurriedly broke free and went to help the car up. She didn't know why, but she felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was becoming more and more subtle, causing her heart to beat wildly and her face to burn. Su Qingxue had finally learned how to drive, and the excitement on the woman's face was hard to conceal. The two of them went back to the seaside and found a stall. After eating, they began to ride along the highway. However, not long after they ate, they heard the sound of metal clashing from afar. Yifan frowned and turned around to look. He discovered that outside the seafood shop, his bicycle had been hit by a purple BMW Z4 convertible. What's going on? Su Qingxue also noticed this situation, put down her chopsticks and asked in surprise. Li Fanxian got up and walked out of the shop. He saw a man and a woman sitting in the convertible car. The man looked to be around 30 years old, wearing a black shirt and a red jacket. His neck and hands were covered in all kinds of gold artifacts. And that woman, he had seen her before, and he had a small grudge against her. It's you. Yifan recognized that this woman was Yu Sixian, the one who cheated the marriage and wanted to seize Mu Mu's family's property. It seemed that the woman's punishment wasn't serious. After all, there wasn't much direct evidence, so she had already come out. Yu Sixian, who was wearing a beige windbreaker and a Burberry scarf, took off a pair of Givenchy sunglasses and smiled proudly. So it's you. Is this bicycle yours? Chapter 254. 0254-inch darling, do you know this guy? The man with the aura of a tycoon flicked the cigarette butt in his hand and asked Yu Sixian. Yu Sixian said coquettishly, yeah, this person almost sent me to the Defense Bureau last time because of some misunderstanding. I was so scared at that time. In the end, it proved that I was innocent, so I wasn't wronged. Oh. Riding a broken car, you still have the guts to meddle in other people's business. No wonder you're so poor that you can only ride scrap metal. The man smiled disdainfully. Li Fanxian narrowed his eyes. This Yu Sixian was quite capable. Not long after she came out, she managed to catch another upstart. At this time, Qingxue came out and saw this scene. She said, you know her. When the tycoon and Yu Sixian saw Su Qingxue, their gazes froze for a moment. After all, Su Qingxue's temperament and appearance did not look like an ordinary person. However, the clothes that Su Qingxue was wearing were very ordinary. Moreover, she was eating at a small seafood stall with Yifan, so she probably wouldn't be a noble person. Yifan said in a low voice, that woman previously wanted to cheat me into marriage, but I exposed her. She probably saw me here today and purposely caused trouble for us. Hearing this, Qingxue roughly knew what was going on. She was naturally unhappy and said, "How about we call the police?" "No need, the police don't need to care about such a small matter. If you crash my car, just compensate me," Yi Fan said. When the tycoon in the car heard this, he laughed out loud and said, "Darling, did I hear wrongly? This kid said he wants me to compensate him." Yu Sixian also giggled, "Darling, he's so pitiful. At most, I'll just compensate him with 100 yuan. Maybe he doesn't even have the money to take a taxi home." The tycoon smiled as he opened the door and got off the car. With a cigarette in his mouth, he walked to the front of the car, pointed at the deformed bicycle, and then pointed at the front of his BMW Z4. "Look, the paint on the front of my car has fallen off. It would cost 2,000 to 3,000 to repair the paint, but I don't care about this little bit of money at all. Unlike you, with such a broken car, you still hope to earn some compensation from it. This is the difference between me and you, do you understand?" Yi Fan smiled, "The amount of money is not the key is that you have to compensate me. My car is parked in a reasonable parking space, you hit it yourself, you have to take full responsibility." "Really? You seem to know a lot about the law." The tycoon puffed out a mouthful of smoke and laughed evilly. "My name is Xing Jian. Do you know who my uncle is?" "I don't know." Yi Fan shook his head. Xing Jian pointed to the sky. "My uncle is Hua Hai's Bao Qing Tian. Dean Zeng, you should know by now, right?" Yi Fan turned around and asked Su Qingxue, "Wife, do you know him?" Su Qingxue frowned. She knew about Dean Zeng, but it was the legal department and her lawyer who would deal with him. How could she directly come into contact with him? To put it bluntly, only those who were at least at the level of the mayor of Hua Hai were worthy of her personal contact. In front of the chairman of a multinational listed company like her, the general leader of any agency could only lower his head. "I know, but I don't know him," Su Qingxue said. Xing Jian laughed heartily. "Nonsense. Everyone in Hua Hai knows. Do you think you can get to know him just because you want to? Brat, let me tell you, if you dare to let my darling Xiaoxian suffer, I will crash your car today. In the future, mind your own business and don't appear in front of me and Xiaoxian, ruining our good mood." Yu Sixian, who was in the car, felt proud and elated. She hurriedly ran out of the car and grabbed Xing Jian's arm. She said coquettishly, "Darling, you're so handsome. I love you to death." After saying that, Yu Sixian fiercely kissed Xing Jian on the face a few times. Xing Jian was full of pride. He took out a LV wallet, took out a few hundred yuan bills, and directly threw them onto Yi Fan's already damaged bicycle. "This is your compensation. If I give you more, I'm afraid you'll cry because of grievance." Xing Jian shook his finger and was about to leave after saying that. Yi Fan grabbed Xing Jian's shoulder and chuckled, "How much money is not the key, but you have to go through a formal process. It's not like you can compensate as much as you want." Xing Jian turned his head and said unhappily, "Are you King retarded? I gave you a few hundred, and you still think it's too little. You want to rip me off? Do you believe that if I just say a word to my uncle, someone will immediately come and take you in?" Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, "That's up to you, but before you solve this problem, don't even think about leaving." Xing Jian naturally didn't want to pay too much attention to him, and was about to hit Yi Fan. However, just as Xing Jian's fist was thrown out, it was caught by Yi Fan. With a reverse capture, Xing Jian was completely pinned down. Ouch! Ouch! Pain! It hurts so much. Let go! Xing Jian was pressed against the wall, shouting non-stop. Yu Sixian scolded, "Bastard! Yi! Are you courting death? My boyfriend's uncle is Principal Zhang. Do you want to go to jail?" Yi Fan said, "Do things according to the rules." Otherwise, no matter who your uncle is, I won't let you go. You. What the hell do you want? Xingqian was angry. How much money do you want? Say it yourself. He planned to leave this place first. At most, he would find someone and go back to beat up Yifan. Yifan said, "It's very simple. Find a professional damage assessment master. After the damage assessment, determine how much you will compensate me, and then I will collect the compensation money." Is there something wrong with you? The damage assessment is for cars, how could it be for bicycles? Xingqian felt that he had met an idiot. But Yifan insisted, why not? Ask the insurance company, and the insurance company will naturally find a professional to come over. What the F***ck? It's my bad luck to meet a retard like you. Xingqian gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll make the call. Let go of me. Only then did Yifan let go of Xingqian and stood to the side with a smile, waiting for him to make the call. Shu Qingxue frowned and said, why are you wasting time with him? You don't even want the car and money anymore. There's no point in arguing with this kind of person. How can that be? This car has been with me for more than 2 years. Even if it doesn't have any credit, it still has some hard work. I can't let it get hit and suffer a grievance. Yifan said. It's just a bicycle, what's the point of being wronged? At most, I'll buy you a new, better car. Shu Qingxue shook her head, feeling a little speechless at the man's iron cock. After Xingqian made the call, the two sides waited for almost an hour and drank their tea in a depressing manner. Finally, an old master hired by the insurance company arrived at the scene. Mr. Zheng, right? Hello, my name is Wang Zibo, I'm in charge of the damage assessment of these non-motorized vehicles. Wang Zibo, who was over 50 years old, was very polite, obviously knowing Xingqian's background. Xingqian waved his hand, hurry up and take a look. I've already wasted more than an hour. Wang Zibo hurriedly nodded and smiled at Yifan and Shu Qingxue. Then, he walked to the place where the car crashed and looked at it. After looking for a while, Wang Zibo frowned. He raised his head in surprise and looked at Yifan. Then, he wrote on a piece of paper, took out his phone, and checked the information. After that, Wang Zibo walked back to Xingqian and Yuxixian and said in a low voice, Mr. Zheng, the results are out. Although it's not accurate, it should be around this number. Xingqian was drinking milk tea with Yuxixian when he impatiently said, you sure talk a lot of nonsense. How many hundred? Wang Zibo pushed his reading glasses and said with an awkward smile, this. You have to compensate that Mr. About 1 million. Pfft. Chapter 255. 0255 inch F***ck. Is there a F***king hole in your brain? It was 100. More than 1 million. Even my BMW is only worth 700,000. Xingqian roared. Shu Qingxue also heard this number and looked at Yifan in astonishment. The woman discovered that Yifan's face was calm, as if he had already known this result. Shu Qingxue immediately felt a chill run down her back. Thinking back to the matter with Master Alec last time, her heart was no longer calm. Could it be that even the broken car this man was riding had an extraordinary background? But didn't he buy a second-hand car from someone else for 90 yuan? Yuxixian also became anxious and hurriedly said, Master Wang, did you see wrongly? Or did we hear wrongly? Wang Zibo had a puzzled look on his face. Don't you two know the origin of this car? I thought the two of you knew, so you specifically called me over to determine the damage. A bicycle, so old, what kind of origin could it have? Xingqian shouted. Wang Zibo nodded, that's right, it's because it's old that it's an antique car. This is a 1938 Hamburg bicycle produced by the Dunlop Company of Enchanting. Due to the special nature of its era, many of its parts were produced in Highland and Elland. This car was the first batch, and the subsequent ones were discontinued in 1953. The Humber is the top brand of antique bicycles. I saw that the bottom of the car has a Hamburg logo, and the middle design is a picture of 5 human figures holding hands, with the trademark words the Humber trademark and Humber Ltd, England. At the top was the emblem of the Kingdom of Ing, with the words by appointment, to the late King G, which meant that George VI had appointed it. This was a car marked by the royal family, so its status was naturally extraordinary. More than 10 years ago, this car had been auctioned for 400,000 or 500,000. Now, 1 million was the lowest price. The key was that this car had been well maintained. Although it was quite old, it was basically in good condition. 1 million is also a price based on the actual transaction records. If we meet a buyer who is interested, we might be willing to buy it for 2 or 3 million. *T. Even if it's an antique bicycle, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Usually, it's only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Xing Jian's voice was trembling. Wang Zibo smiled bitterly. That's right, but this burger is too old. It's more than 70 years old. I heard that even Dunlop Company is looking all over the world to buy back this model for publicity. If it was an antique car purely for burgers, it would be normal for it to be cheaper by a few thousand or tens of thousands. The crux of the matter is, didn't I say, this is the first batch, out of print? Naturally, the significance is extraordinary. To be honest, I was also shocked just now because I've seen this car once before in a museum. That museum spent 800,000 to buy it. It's really rare to see someone riding this car in real life. Hearing Wang Zibo's explanation, Xing Jian and Yu Sixian felt as if they had swallowed a fly. They stared at each other, speechless for a long time. At first, he thought that his BMW had crashed into someone else's small broken car, so he would just have to pay a few hundred yuan and humiliate himself. Who would have known that his BMW was the real broken car in front of the antique bicycle? He actually rode an antique car worth 1 million to walk around the streets. How did Yi Fan's brain grow? Qingxue also came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Yi Fan. Did you really buy a second-hand car? Wasn't it someone else who gave it to you? Really, I asked an old man to buy it. He said he was old and couldn't ride it anymore, so I asked him to buy it. Anyway, it would be a waste if I didn't ride it. I'm doing this for the good of the car. Yi Fan laughed. You did it on purpose. How could you use 90% to buy $1 million bicycle? Even Qingxue pitied the old man. Yi Fan shrugged, that old man doesn't need this car anymore. No matter how good the car is, it still needs to be ridden. I gave this car a new life. Isn't this better than letting it eat dust in the storage room? Do you really think that old man doesn't understand? He might have also found me pleasing to the eye. Seeing that I often help him repair the water pipes and electrical appliances in his district for free, he wants to sell it to me for half a price. Otherwise, who at our age would want to ride this car? Qingxue looked at the man with a complicated gaze. Then why didn't you tell me before? I even told you to throw this car out. There's no need. I know you won't really throw the car out. Yi Fan blinked. Su Qingxue was speechless. She snorted lightly and muttered, don't look like you know me very well. Hurry up and settle this matter. Yi Fan smiled, walked up and said, how is it? Have you thought about how to compensate me? Xing Jian's face was full of vexation. My uncle is Principal Xing, you dare to ask me for $1 million? Have you gone crazy thinking about money? Yu Sixian also hurriedly said, that's right, darling. This guy is clearly ripping us off. Hurry up and call uncle. Let's see how he's going to act. I don't need you to remind me. Xing Jian hurriedly took out his cell phone and began to make a call. Not long after, the call connected. Xingjian said in an aggrieved tone, "Uncle, I was scammed by someone. A guy's bicycle scratched my car, and he wants me to pay $1 million, saying it's an antique car. What do you think we should do?" Hearing this, Wang Zibo, who was at the side, was very embarrassed. He whispered to Yi Fan, "Sir, he has a deep background. I think it's fine if we count it as quite a bit. His insurance can still compensate us with 500,000. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't agree. This antique car had accompanied him through the streets and alleys. After working as a part-time worker for 2 years, he had worked hard and made great contributions. Yi Fan said, "$1 million is too little for him. If he wants to call for help, then let him call for help. But if this goes on, I'm afraid you'll suffer a loss, sir." Wang Zibo also kindly advised. When Su Qingxue heard this, she said, "If he can make a call, can't we?" As the woman spoke, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. It was the Su family's trusted lawyer, Zhang Rui. "Lawyer Zhang, I've run into something. Help me take care of it." Su Qingxue said a few simple words and hung up. On the other side, Xingjian felt that the matter had been settled and proudly lit a cigarette. "What, you still plan to hire a lawyer? Do you think a lawyer will be of any use in front of my uncle?" Yu Sixian giggled and snuggled up to Xingjian. "Darling, I can't wait to see them get captured. This guy caused me to be captured last time, and this time, he's trying to scam me. We can't let him off." Xingjian grinned and said, "Of course. Darling, don't worry. I'll bring you to the Defense Bureau to watch a good show later." Just as he finished speaking, Xingjian's phone rang again. He looked and laughed. "It's my uncle. It seems like the matter has been settled. My uncle is really efficient." Xingjian picked up the phone and was about to ask what was going on when he heard a string of curses coming from the other side of the phone. "You brat. You dare to lie to me. The chairman of the embroidery group would touch your porcelain." Principal Zhang's voice was so loud that it almost shattered Xingjian's eardrums. Chapter 256. 0256 Principal Zhang said in a low voice, "Humph. Just now, the lawyer Zhang Rui called me. The antique bicycle you hit belongs to Director Su of the embroidery group. Don't you even read the news? You don't even know Director Su." Xingjian's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He rubbed his eyes and carefully looked at Su Qingxue. Only then did he realize that this young girl, who was wearing casual sports clothes and no makeup, was actually very similar to the business goddess in the media photos. Previously, he only thought that Su Qingxue was very beautiful, but after all, she was dressed too ordinarily. He never thought that it would be Su Qingxue from the embroidery group. I didn't expect that." Xingjian's legs trembled. Usually, he relied on his uncle to act like a tyrant. He wasn't afraid of ordinary entrepreneurs, but when he met someone at the level of an asset, it was a different story. "Hurry up and apologize to Director Su. If Director Su blames me and this matter spreads to the higher-ups, be careful that I don't kill my family." After Principal Zhang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Xingjian was so scared that his face turned black. He quickly put on a flattering smile, stepped forward with his back hunched, and kept apologizing. I'm really blind, I didn't expect to see Director Su here. It's all because of this stinking woman, I really don't have the slightest intention of offending her." Xingjian quickly threw the blame to Yu Sixian, who was behind him. Yu Sixian was also a little dumbstruck. How could she have thought that the woman beside Yi Fan was actually a super rich woman? She was jealous and angry, but of course, she was even more afraid. Now that Xingjian wanted to throw the blame on her, she was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. "Xingjian. You drove the car into it, and you actually pushed it all to me. F*ck, stinking woman, if it wasn't for your petty desire for revenge, would I have done such a thing? You heartless bastard, I'll fight it out with you. Yu Cixin was flustered and exasperated, wanting to tear apart Xingjian. Xingjian turned around and slapped Yu Cixin, causing her face to turn red. She sat on the ground and began to wail. Seeing the man and woman start to tear each other apart, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were not in the mood to care. Fan Xian walked up and hooked his hand at Xingjian. "Give me the phone." When Xingjian heard this, he quickly handed over the phone and asked carefully, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Yi Fan minded his own business and entered his bank account number into his phone, then said, "Within 2 days, transfer 2 million in cash to this card." 2 million. Isn't it a million? Xingjian's face fell. Yi Fan pretended to be puzzled. "Really? 1 million? Did I remember wrongly?" Xingjian's heart was bleeding, but he could only smile and shake his head. "No. Of course not, it's 2 million. I told you, my memory is pretty good." Yi Fan patted this guy's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Remember, within 2 days, after 2 days. Maybe things will be different." The corners of Xingjian's eyes twitched as he recalled what Headmaster Xing had told him about placing righteousness before family. He quickly nodded his head like a rattle drum. Yi Fan spent some money and asked Wang Zibo to call someone over to transport the damaged bicycle back. Although it was already broken, Yi Fan felt that it would be good to repair it. Even if he couldn't ride it, it would still be good as an art exhibit. After the matter was settled, the two of them left. Only when Yi Fan and Su Qingxue disappeared did Xingjian let out a long sigh of relief. When he saw Yu Cixin still sitting on the ground crying, he couldn't help but get angry. He went up and kicked her, causing her to tumble again. Yu Cixian's face was red and swollen with blood. She cried out in grief and indignation, "You heartless person. I'm going to the Defense Bureau to sue you." Lousy was tricked by you for 2 million today. Kicking you a few times is already considered letting you off easy. Smelly green tea bitch, go ahead and sue. I can't afford to play with the chairman of the embroidery group, but I can't kill you. With that, Xingjian got into the car and drove away, leaving Yu Cixin alone on the street. The woman's face was ashen. At the same time, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue went to the bicycle rental place and rented another one. However, this time, the two of them were riding a double bicycle. Su Qingxue felt that this kind of car was very interesting and insisted on giving it a try. Yi Fan couldn't do anything to her and followed the woman's wishes. This was one thing, but Su Qingxue, this rookie, still had to ride in front and control the direction. Seeing that the woman was in high spirits, Yi Fan followed her wishes. However, as she rode, Su Qingxue still had to ask which direction to go, causing Yi Fan to not know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them followed the road by the sea and circled around a few times. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. In autumn and winter, the sun set very quickly. In the evening, the sky was golden red, and the huge red sun slowly set. After the two returned the bicycle, Su Qingxue looked at the setting sun and couldn't help but foolishly walk to the railing by the sea and look into the distance. The sea breeze blew the woman's hair, which had already been loosened. The glow of the sunset shone on her delicate red and refined face, making her look especially holy and gentle. Yi Fan's gaze froze for a moment. Thinking that this woman was his wife, a burning feeling spread in his heart. He walked over, boldly stretched out his arms, and hugged Su Qingxue's slender waist from behind. His chin rested on Su Qingxue's fragrant shoulder, and his nose moved closer to the woman's hair, smelling the delicate fragrance on her body. Su Qingxue's delicate body tensed up for a moment, then she slightly moved and stopped struggling. Neither of them spoke, nor did their gazes meet. In their eyes, there was only the distant setting sun. It was bright red, bringing a trace of warmth in the coldness. After an unknown amount of time, 10 minutes, or half an hour. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Yifan thought of something and gently turned the woman's body around. He reached out his hand to caress Su Qingshue's face and said with a smile, "Wife, let's take a photo as a souvenir. This is the first time I've watched the sunset with you. I don't like to take pictures." Su Qingshue's charming face was rosy, and it was unknown whether she was shy or sunburned. Yifan didn't care about her. He took out his phone and hugged his wife. He then turned his back to the setting sun and posed for a selfie at a 45-degree angle. Gotcha! At this moment, it was forever frozen. Yifan looked at the photo and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. They really are a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Only you think like that. How can you be talented, and am I stupid? Hee, wife, I'll send you the photo. Can you set it as your phone screen desktop? Yifan asked with a shy face. No. Don't push your luck. Su Qingxue felt that this guy was too easy to open a dye shop with just a little color. Then can you change my phone's address book? Don't just save the number, at least add a name and call it Dear Husband or something. A husband should have some privileges, right? Yifan changed his request. Su Qingxue bit her red lips. That's enough, I don't want to kill people at the beach. It can't be. Is it that serious? Sigh. Wife. Where are you going? Wait for me. Su Qingxue could no longer listen. She felt her face turn red and hot, so she jogged away. Chapter 257. 0257 The afterglow of the setting sun was scattered across Huahai, and also scattered across the distant high seas. On a tiger-head shark pirate battleship, Kenny, with his sturdy and scarred muscles exposed, was in his cabin bedroom, indulging himself wantonly and sweating profusely. As for the beautiful woman below him, she was completely numb. Her eyes were dull, like a senseless puppet. Boss. There's a fishing boat approaching us. Suddenly, a pirate ran in and reported to Kenny. Damn it, what's the point of a fishing boat? The man was killed, the woman was robbed, and you still came to ask me. No, boss, there's something strange about this ship. The pirate said. Kenny frowned and reluctantly said, Got it, I'll go out and take a look. Kenny hurriedly finished his business and put on his pants. He turned around to look at the woman on the bed and said, This woman's body is not bad, but her mind has already collapsed. She's playing like a dead person. When we reach the shore, we'll just sell her. Playing with her is already boring. The pirate laughed evilly. Boss, she has to play with 70 to 80 brothers every day. She doesn't even have time to sleep. It's already good that she doesn't die. You bunch of bastards, don't go too far. If something happens and you can't use your strength in battle, be careful that I chop you all up. Kenny laughed and swaggered out onto the deck outside the cabin. At this time, there were already dozens of pirates at the bow, watching the approaching fishing boat. Boss, look at that boat. There are a few dead people on it. Kenny frowned. He had indeed discovered that there were 2 men and 2 women's corpses on the fishing boat. From his experience, he could tell that this should be the boat of a fisherman's family. As for the younger female corpse, it was obvious that she had been brutally violated. It was a tragic sight to behold. The fishermen on this ship are all dead. Who could be driving it? A few pirates whispered to each other. They all felt that it was a little strange. At this moment, a man with wrinkled clothes, a beard, and bloodshot eyes walked out of the fishing boat. He raised his head and looked at the tiger-head shark pirate ship with a thoughtful expression. Hey, who are you? Did you kill all of them? An unruly pirate roared. The sloppy man did not reply. Instead, he suddenly jumped from the fishing boat onto the battleship. This time, the dozens of pirates were all on guard. This was obviously not the strength and skill of an ordinary person. The sloppy man stared at the pirates coldly and disdainfully. "This ship belongs to me now." Hearing this, the pirates were amused. Captain Kenny was so angry that he laughed. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Do you know who we are?" "I don't care who you are. From now on, you have to listen to me," the sloppy man said. "Damn it, this guy is retarded. Captain, let's just kill him and be done with it." A pirate picked up his revolver and fired at the sloppy man. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bloody wound appeared on the sloppy man's chest. He lowered his head and glanced at it. Then, he pulled open his shirt and reached out to take out a bullet. Then, everyone on the ship saw a strange and terrifying scene. This is, the sloppy man's wound miraculously healed quickly. Not long after, there were only some bloodstains left. "You. Who the hell are you?" Captain Kenny felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of the western vampires and other dark creatures. He heard that those dark creatures had the ability to heal quickly. The sloppy man had no intention of saying anything else. He charged at the pirates. Just as the pirates were about to raise their guns to fight, they realized that the sloppy man was extremely fast and his movements were shockingly large. He snatched a dagger from a pirate's waist and a machete from another pirate's hand. Then, he began a bloody massacre. When Captain Kenny realized that the situation was bad and was about to take action, he had already lost more than 10 of his subordinates. Captain Kenny was burning with rage. He circulated his innate chi and attacked the sloppy man. After the two of them exchanged a few blows, the sloppy man actually relied on his physical strength to hug Captain Kenny's head and use his own head to ram into it. The two men's heads collided. Captain Kenny's eyes rolled back as he was forcefully knocked to the ground. The sloppy man laughed crazily. He picked up his scimitar and cut off Kenny's 2 arms. After sucking the blood from his hands, the sloppy man continued to reap the lives of the other pirates on the ship. Other than a few pirates who jumped off the ship in time to escape, the 100 or so pirates on the ship all fell into pools of blood. The sloppy man had a sinister and morbid smile on his face. He gasped for breath as he searched for other living beings on the ship. When he walked into the cabin, he suddenly saw a naked woman huddled in the corner of the cabin. The woman's originally fair body was covered in bruises and red marks. Even from a few meters away, one could smell the stench left behind by various men from this woman's body. All of this. It represented the abuse she had suffered these past few days. The sloppy man looked at the woman who looked like a trapped beast, and a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. The woman's face was numb. She didn't seem to be afraid when she saw the sloppy man. Her eyes, which were covered by her messy hair, suddenly flashed with a trace of luster, as if she had come alive. Song Xinghe. The sloppy man suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the expression on his face returned to normal. Hearing this name in Chinese, he felt the urge to cry. "You are. Who are you? Why do you know me?" Xinghe's face trembled as he asked. The woman acted as if she had seen her savior. Crying, she ran over from the floor and hugged Xinghe's thigh. "I am Tong Huizhen, the wife of the former embroidery group Su Chongping. I saw you at a banquet. You are CEO Xinghe, right? I beg you, please save me. I really can't hold on any longer." Woo woo. Tears flowed out of Tong Huizhen's eyes. A trace of understanding flashed across Xinghe's eyes. After thinking of something, he said, You were also harmed by Yi Fan, right? When Tong Huijin heard the two words, Yi Fan, she was so scared that her entire body quivered. She pursed her lips and said, He's a devil. Song Xinghe laughed miserably. Ah. Devil. He is indeed a devil, but with our current appearance, we are not even comparable to a devil. You want me to save you? I'm already like this. I don't even know where to go. How can I save you? Return to China. And then hide from place to place all day. Tong Huijin hurriedly shook her head. No. I don't want to go back to China. I have a son who was sent to Australia to study. As long as I find him, I can get the money stored there and start a new life. Chapter 258. 0258. As the chairman and CEO, Su Qingxue officially went to work for the first time. The embroidery group used an eye-catching banner at the entrance to publicize it in a very public manner. It was also a grand tribute to Su Qingxue from top to bottom. When Yi Fan drove the car with Su Qingxue to the company, he didn't directly enter the garage. Instead, he let the woman get off the car at the entrance. Su Qingxue was like a queen as she walked into the brocade building from the middle of the two rows of high-rise buildings. The group of upper echelons who were clapping and bowing were all respectful greetings. Su Qingxue was still as unsmiling as usual, as cold as ice. She didn't have much of a response to these fawning and flattering smiles. For her, this was just a starting point, and all the glory she had obtained was obtained through her own success in her work, so she had no qualms about accepting it. Yi Fan sat in the car, looking at the woman's incomparably confident figure, the corner of his mouth curled up into a regretful smile. Thinking about the woman who played with him at the beach, and then looking at the woman in the company, it was hard to imagine that they were actually the same woman. Yi Fan's work, as usual, was not very interesting. Su Qingxue also seemed to know that Yi Fan was not the kind of person to do daily work, so she didn't care about him. In Yi Fan's office, other than helping Mu play games, he was reading the news on the internet, smoking and shaking his legs, leisurely and contented. After Chenya discovered this, she relaxed quite a bit. Her hostility towards Yi Fan also seemed to have lessened. She felt that her position as the #1 assistant had been saved. At noon, Yi Fan excitedly came to the dining hall and successfully found Su Lingshan's seat. He sat down opposite of the woman. Captain Su, you look pretty good today. How's your training? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and asked. Su Lingshan hadn't seen Yi Fan for a week or so, but she trained hard every day. She frowned and said, I can only do this set of movements 5 times right now. I don't know when I can do it 100 times. Take your time, don't worry, you still have a foundation, it's just that your starting point isn't high, you still need time to accumulate. Yi Fan thought, back then, I was basically invincible in the world, so I was able to quickly train up my skills after crippling my internal energy. With your little ability, you want to progress so quickly. How is that possible? Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't hurt Su Lingshan's pride and enthusiasm. He would still encourage her. Su Lingshan, on the other hand, looked at Yi Fan with a complicated expression. You should be very strong in this set of martial arts, right? What realm have you reached? Do you have the strength of the innate realm? Fan Xian almost laughed out loud. He had already forgotten how many years ago the Xiantian realm was. I'm not sure about the specifics. I'm a pacifist, so I don't usually fight. Yi Fan didn't want to hurt people. It's fine if you don't want to say it. Since you know the military advisor, of course you wouldn't lower yourself to the level of a nobody like me, Su Lingshan muttered faintly. You're just playing with me, I've already seen through you. Yi Fan blinked. Captain Su, what do you mean I'm playing with you? You've never played with me before. Su Lingshan blushed. She realized that her words were a little ambiguous. Looking at the man's naughty smile, she said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? That's not what I meant. No. Could it be that you want to play with me? Yifan pretended to be a little scared and shrunk back. The key was that Yifan's voice was especially loud. A large group of people in the restaurant looked over and looked at the two of them in surprise. The security team's tyrant flower wanted to play with Assistant Yi. This was a big flower. You're shameless. Be careful that I beat you up. Su Lingshan was so angry that her face turned red. Yifan said innocently, "Do you have to play with such a heavy taste? Can we do something a little fresh?" Su Lingshan was about to go crazy. Just as she was about to pounce on the man, she saw a message on her phone. When the woman picked it up and looked at it, her expression changed. "I'll settle the score with you next time. I'm leaving." After Su Lingshan finished speaking, she didn't even clean up her plate and directly turned around to leave. Yifan was at a loss and felt depressed. What's wrong with this woman? What made her go out in such a hurry? Once Su Lingshan left, Yifan had no one to tease anymore. He could only finish his meal in silence, take 2 boxes of fruits and go upstairs. He first went to Feng Yuying's office. Seeing that the woman wasn't there, he asked Lu Xiaolian and found out that he went to Su Qingshue's office. Yifan thought to himself that since they were going to be a family sooner or later, he would just give food to the 2 women at the same time. After arriving at Su Qingshue's office, the moment he entered, he saw Feng Yuying standing in front of Su Qingshue's desk with a face full of melancholy. What's wrong? Yifan walked in with a natural expression, not feeling awkward at all. Feng Yuying's delicate body trembled and she bit her lower lip. Su Qingxue saw the 2 boxes of fruits in the man's hands and said, "Put them down, we're talking about something." Yifan felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy and his heart was a little drumming, but Su Qingxue only asked him to put down the fruits and didn't let him go out. Yifan thickened his skin and directly sat down on the sofa in the office. Su Qingxue saw that Yifan wasn't leaving, so she frowned and ignored him. "Senior sister, you don't have to care about him. If you have anything to say, just say it," Su Qingxue said. Feng Yuying hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath and said, "Director Su, I don't think I'm qualified for the position of Vice President of Marketing. I don't think I'm capable enough to take on the position of Vice President of Marketing. The shareholders' meeting in the afternoon has already been set, and the matter of announcing your appointment has already been discussed. Now you're telling me that you don't dare to take up the position?" Su Qingxue asked coldly. Feng Yuying lowered her head. "I haven't been in the company for too long. Even if I go up, no one will believe me. I'm also afraid of betraying your trust, Director Su." Hearing the woman's conversation, Yifan, who was sitting on the sofa, finally understood. So it was the matter of Feng Yuying being the vice president, and not the palace fight, that he thought, which made him feel relieved. However, Yifan was also quite curious as to how Su Qingxue would handle this matter. Because of her background and some experiences, Feng Yuying would occasionally be unconfident. Most of the time, she was just an executor under Su Qingxue, not a decision-maker. Therefore, if she were to be the vice president, the woman would definitely feel a lot of pressure and the psychological burden would be too heavy. Su Qingxue muttered to herself for a moment, and stared at Feng Yuying with her cold eyes. She was silent for close to 3 minutes. Finally, Su Qingxue sighed and said, "All right, Department Head Feng, then let me ask you a few questions. You must answer me truthfully." Chapter 259. 0259 last quarter, what was the total profit of your department? Su Qingxue looked straight at her. Feng Yuying blinked and was a little puzzled as to why Su Qingxue would ask such a question. This was because Su Qingxue was usually very clear about the operation of every department. This CEO Su's brain was like a computer, storing countless information about the company. Last quarter, the total profit of our department was 367 million, Feng Yuying replied. What's your ranking in the company? Su Qingxue asked again. First, Feng Yuing said without hesitation. This was something she was very proud of. Su Qingxue nodded and asked, then last quarter, how much profit did you make? 250 million, Feng Yuing answered quickly. What's the company's ranking? First. Feng Yuing said proudly. Su Qingxue continued to ask, then last quarter, how much profit did you make, and what's your ranking? 340 million, and you're still first. Feng Yuying's voice was obviously a few degrees higher. Then last year, the year before that, what's the company's ranking in terms of total profit? We were first last year and the year before that. After Feng Yuing finished speaking, she was in high spirits. She thought about the sales team that she led and the results that they had achieved. She thought about how she had overcome difficult problems after entering the company and the achievements that she had achieved. She felt extremely proud. After Su Qingxue saw Feng Yuying's gaze, a deep smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Senior sister, why did you come to find me just now? Feng Yuing wanted to say that she couldn't be the vice president, but when she saw Su Qingxue's smile and remembered the questions from before, she was stunned on the spot. Feng Yuing suddenly came to her senses. Why did Su Qingxue ask her these questions? She suddenly realized that she didn't lack anything, the only thing she lacked was a kind of self-confidence. Feng Yuing looked at Su Qingxue with admiration and gratitude, laughed at herself and shook her head. No. I don't have any questions. Then you can go out and prepare for the speech at the shareholders' meeting in the afternoon, Su Qingxue said. Okay, CEO Su. Just as Feng Yuing was about to leave, Su Qingxue called out to her again. Take a box of fruits and go out, in case someone has to go back and give it to you again. Su Qingxue's words were naturally meant for Yifan to hear. Yifan sat on the sofa with a stiff smile, pretending not to say a word. Feng Yuing blushed. She quickly picked up a box of fruits and jogged out of the office. Su Qingxue crossed her arms in front of her and looked at Yifan with a playful gaze. You seem to be very worried, afraid that I'll bully your girlfriend? Yifan hurriedly shook his head. No way, I just want to learn from the side and see how my wife manages the company. What an amazing way to motivate others. Honey, have you ever learned how to be successful? Do you often give speeches at universities? Stop flattering me. Go out, I still have work to do. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Yifan happily placed a box of strawberries on the table. Eat some first, don't get hungry. Su Qingxue said with a smile that was not a smile, you don't have to please me like this, I am a person who distinguishes between public and private matters. Even if you and Feng Yuing have children, I won't make things difficult for her at work, and I don't care that much about you. Yifan's expression turned bitter. Wifey, you. This is a bit too much, I am a person who is quite principled. If you want to have a big belly, there should be a sequence. No matter what, you have to get big first, right? Big your head. Shut up. Su Qingxue felt embarrassed when she heard this. This guy really could say anything. Alright, I won't say any more. Let's use our actions to prove it. Yifan said in all seriousness. Su Qingxue couldn't do anything about the man's thick skin, so she took a document from the side and threw it to Yifan. Take this and take a look. I don't plan to participate in this activity. You are my assistant in name, so representing me can also show how much I value my employees. You like to play so much, this kind of activity is suitable for you. Su Qingxue said. Yifan took a look and saw that it was actually a field training activity for the employees of the embroidery group. It was probably the employees of the company going to the field to expand, climb mountains, camp, and have a bonfire party to improve the relationship between the employees. Yifan really liked this activity. It was more comfortable than staying in the office. Wife, you really love me. Then I will participate without hesitation. Yi Fan discovered that there were quite a few beauties in the company in this activity list. Naturally, he was extremely moved. Shu Qingxue coldly snorted, "I know what you're thinking. I let you go because you can protect the safety of the employees to a certain extent, not because I want you to mess around with men and women." Yi Fan had an awkward expression. "Wife, don't worry, I know what to do. But why are you like a roundworm in my stomach? You called me a bug." Shu Qingxue angrily slammed the table. Yi Fan saw that the woman was about to go berserk, so he didn't dare to tease her anymore and quickly ran out. As soon as he went out, he received a call. It was actually from Su Lingshan. "Captain Su, why did you think of me so quickly?" Yi Fan asked while grinning. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you have time now? Come out for a while." Su Lingshan said. "What? Where to? You want to date me during work hours? This isn't too appropriate, I'm a very serious person," Yi Fan said. Su Lingshan had the urge to beat the man to death. "You come to the Happy Coffee Shop on the north side of the company. I have a comrade who wants to talk to you about something." "Your comrade?" Yi Fan was puzzled. How did he know Su Lingshan's comrade? "Captain Su, don't mess with me, how would I know your comrade? She was my company commander when I was in the Special Forces. If she said she knew you, then she knew you. You'll know when you come. Stop talking nonsense, are you a man?" Su Lingshan shouted. Yi Fan was depressed. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still went over to take a look. He had nothing better to do anyway. After leaving the company, Yi Fan crossed the road and arrived at the exquisitely decorated Happy Coffee Shop. After entering, Yi Fan saw Su Lingshan sitting together with a tall and voluptuous woman with shoulder-length hair. The woman was wearing a black cashmere coat and a red sweater. She looked capable and valiant. Just like Su Lingshan, she was a rare mature beauty. The key point was that this woman's internal energy wasn't bad. She had actually reached the Xiantian realm and was only a company commander in the Special Forces. It seemed that the unit that Su Lingshan was in was quite strong. Seeing Yi Fan, the woman's eyes narrowed and she revealed a faint smile. Su Lingshan stood up and said, "Yi Fan, this is my company commander when I was in the army. Her name is Hongyu, do you know her?" Chapter 260. 0260 Su Lingshan was also quite curious. "Sister Hongyu, he is Yi Fan, did you recognize the wrong person? Have you really met before?" Hongyu smiled charmingly. "We haven't met directly, but Mr. Yi has already killed 6 of my sisters." As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, while Su Lingshan was shocked, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister Hongyu. This. What the hell is going on?" Hongyu slowly picked up her coffee and took a sip. "Mr. Yi, we, the Blood Crystal, have no enmity with you. You directly killed 6 of my sisters and even captured one of my sisters alive. Isn't that a bit too much?" Yi Fan finally understood the reason for the matter and smiled. "So you are the leader of the Blood Crystal." "Blood Crystal? Sister Hongyu, you. What exactly are you doing now?" Su Lingshan asked in astonishment. Hongyu no longer hid it and said, "Lingshan, us sisters are different from you. You have the background of the Su family and someone to protect you. You can gain a foothold in society and won't have any problems with your resume. But us sisters have been trained for 7 or 8 years, or even more than 10 years. Other than that little bit of ability on the battlefield, we don't have any other abilities. Even being an ordinary person, getting married, and having children, is completely impossible because of the problem with our resume. So I brought my sisters and formed the Blood Crystal, an assassin organization. Sorry. I only told you now. Su Lingshan instantly felt a chill run from her head to the soles of her feet. She stood up and said, Sister Hongyu. Are you here to seek revenge on Yifan? Hongyu lightly said, You can say that. I'm sorry, I hid it from you just now. However, Yifan did not panic at all. He only looked at Hongyu with a puzzled expression. Miss Hongyu, do you think you can kill me by coming here alone? Hongyu shook her head. Although I can't see through your strength, my intuition tells me that I shouldn't be a match for you. Your intuition is very accurate. If it wasn't for the fact that this place isn't suitable and that Captain Su is here, I might have already broken your neck. Yifan said with a friendly smile. Although Yifan was smiling, the killing intent that was released at this moment caused Su Lingshan, who was at the side, to feel fear from the depths of her heart. Hongyu's phoenix eyes flashed with a strange light. You really are a charming man. If I didn't have a blood feud with you, I would be happy to try dating you. I like young and masculine bad guys like you. I also like beauties like you who have a good figure and a seductive face. Yifan's gaze also unceremoniously swept across Hongyu's 2 black lace stockings. This kind of professional female soldier was more open than the average woman. They had already become indifferent to life and death, even to life and death. What women's modesty, women's 3 obediences and 4 virtues, they no longer had much meaning. As long as one was alive, one should enjoy life to the fullest. Men needed women, and women needed men. Therefore, when Yifan and Red Jade's gazes met, sparks flew in all directions. However, because of their hatred, the atmosphere became especially strange. I don't plan to fight with you directly. I have a good sister called Wu Yan. She is currently being held by the Sun family. I hope that she can be released, Hongyu said. If it's such a small matter, for Captain Su's sake, I can promise you that the Sun family will also give me this face. Yifan said. Hongyu smiled and nodded, then said, When Wu Yan is safe, I want Mr. Yi to commit suicide to pay tribute to the souls of my 6 sisters in heaven. What? When Su Lingshan heard this, she anxiously said, Sister Hongyu, how is this possible? Why is it impossible? Hongyu teased, I have Mr. Ye's wife in my hands. Yifan's expression finally changed, and he suddenly came to a realization. You asked Captain Su to call me out to capture my wife. Su Lingshan's heart also sank. Director Su. Sister Hongyu. You want to capture Director Su? Hongyu said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lingshan. I want to save little Yen and then kill Yifan. This is the only way. I used you, I'm very sorry. Su Lingshan's eyes were wet with pain and regret, Company Commander. I trusted you so much. I thought you had already forgiven me. Hongyu smiled bitterly, sisters have never blamed you. Your background was not chosen by you. On the other hand, this time, the sisters have let you down and made you betray your employer. Yifan was a little annoyed, but he knew that it was useless to be anxious. He took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. He didn't care that this was a coffee shop. In any case, the boss here was definitely controlled by Blood Linglong. Where is my wife now? Yifan asked. Hongyu took out her phone and opened a video call. After the call was connected, the image of Su Qingshue's office appeared. Sister Hongyu, it's done. A delicate and pretty girl with willowy eyebrows, wearing the uniform of the embroidery group security guard, appeared on the screen. She was holding Su Qingxue hostage and placing a dagger in front of Su Qingshue's throat. Su Qingshue's face was cold, and she was afraid and angry. She never thought that a company security guard would suddenly appear and take her hostage. Very good, Chen Qian, don't hurt Director Su. We still have to save Wu Yan first. Hongyu smiled in satisfaction. Yifan said to Su Qingxue on the other side of the video, Wife, don't worry, I will save you. Su Qingxue nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Director Su. It's my fault. I've harmed you. The one who was the most heartbroken was Su Lingshan. When she thought about how she had called Yi Fan out, she was filled with regret and wanted to smash her head to death. A hint of unwillingness flashed across Hong Yu's eyes, but she quickly turned her head and said to Yi Fan, Mr. Yi, can you make the call now? Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, no problem. After saying that, Yi Fan dialed the number of the Sun family's third son, Sun Yu. This was what Sun Yu wanted him to remember, but he didn't expect it to be useful. When he told Sun Yu about letting the female assassin go, although Sun Yu felt that it was strange, he didn't dare to disobey Yi Fan's intentions. After all, Yi Fan's tone was very serious. After waiting for half an hour, Hong Yu's phone rang. Although the female assassin Wu Yan's aura was weak, she was still saved and successfully left the Sun family. Very good, Mr. Yi is indeed straightforward. Hong Yu smiled, threw out a sharp knife, and placed it on the table. Next, as long as Mr. Yi commits suicide, we will let Director Su go. Hearing this, Su Qingshue's face turned pale. Yi Fan. Don't do anything stupid. They won't dare to do anything to me. The female assassin, Chen Qian, suddenly tightened her grip on Su Qingshue's neck and coldly said, shut up. Even if I don't kill you, I can still cut a few lines on your face. Sister Hong Yu. Sister Chen Qian. Don't do this. This won't solve the problem. Su Lingshan didn't know what to do. She felt heartache for her dead sister, but she couldn't accept Yi Fan's suicide. If that was the case, how could she face Su Qingxue? Lingshan, this has nothing to do with you, don't interrupt, Hong Yu said. Su Lingshan gritted her teeth, suddenly picked up the dagger and placed it on her neck. Sister Hong Yu. Director Su has done me a favor, I can't just watch her husband die in front of me. Chapter 261. 0261 Su Lingshan. Are you crazy? Quickly put down the knife. When Hong Yu saw this, she immediately frowned and scolded. Su Qingxue, who was on the other side of the video, also became nervous. Lingshan. Don't do anything stupid. They won't dare to do anything to me. That will only lead to mutual destruction. Hong Yu's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Director Su, you might not be clear, but we are professional soldiers. The moment we step into the battlefield, our determination to perish together is no longer a problem. As she spoke, Hong Yu pulled out a short knife from her waist and handed it to Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, even if Lingshan commits suicide in front of me, it would still be because of your hesitation. If you don't die, our deceased sisters will not be able to rest in peace. Yi Fan smoked his cigarette, his eyes flashed for a moment, and said, it seems that Miss Hong Yu, as the leader of the Blood Exquisite, has shouldered quite a heavy burden. If you die while carrying out a mission, you still want to take revenge for them. This is the first time I've heard of such an assassin organization. We are not an ordinary assassin organization. We are all sisters who have gone through life and death together. We are a family. Don't confuse us with those cold-blooded assassin organizations. Hong Yu said. Yi Fan nodded and put out his cigarette. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the dagger in Su Lingshan's hand. Yi Fan's hand grabbed the blade, but was not cut by the sharp edge of the blade. Instead, he easily pinched it, and with two clang-clang sounds, the short blade was broken. Su Lingshan and Hong Yu looked at the blade that had fallen to the ground in shock. Yi Fan's casual move had displayed a shocking level of skill. This blade. Even if you give it to me to commit suicide, I don't like it. Yi Fan smiled evilly and said, Miss Hong Yu, if you want to take my life with just this little bit of preparation, isn't that a little too much? Hong Yu suppressed the trace of fear in her heart and forced herself to calm down. Even if Mr. Ye's strength is extraordinary, your wife is in our hands. If you dare to hurt me, she will also lose her life. At worst, it's still a life for a life. Yifan shook his finger. No, no. Miss Hongyu, you've made a mistake. Oh. Hongyu sneered. I'd like to hear the details. If you kill my wife, then it won't be 1-for-1. I will kill all of the female assassins in your blood exquisite, Anne. I will let your dignity be completely trampled on, and you will experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Yifan said with a gloomy gaze. Hongyu felt her heart beating faster and faster under the pressure. She clenched the armrests of the chair tightly until her knuckles turned white. She felt a pressure she had never felt before. This man, more than anyone she had met before, knew how to evoke the deepest fear in a person's heart. However, she wasn't willing to admit defeat just like that. She took a deep breath and said, I'll bet that you definitely won't have the heart to let your wife die. Even if you have the ability to kill all of us, you won't choose to live. He looked at Su Qingxue, who was on the other side of the video call, and then looked at Su Lingshan, who had an anxious gaze. He lowered his head and smiled. What are you laughing at? Hongyu was puzzled. Yifan said, Miss Red Jade, you actually. You also know that you're forcing yourself, right? Hongyu's expression changed. She narrowed her eyes and said, What are you talking about? Although you are from a military background, you are, after all, an assassin organization. It is perfectly reasonable for an assassin to meet with an accident and die in battle. But just because of your sisterly relationship, you took the lead and came to seek revenge on me. It was against the rules that an assassin organization had to follow. Such a method was simply unreasonable. If you can't fail every time you kill someone, and if you fail, you have to risk the lives of all the members of the organization to avenge the dead. Then how long do you think you can last? How can you really earn enough money to live a good life? Yifan asked with a smile. Hongyu's gaze loosened a little. Yifan's words were like a sharp needle that pierced into the depths of her heart. She was very clear that the birth of the blood crystal was a deformed product. They were all soldiers on the battlefield, a family that lived and died together. They were forced to kill, but they couldn't be like those underground assassin organizations, coldly watching their own people die. Therefore, as the leader of the organization, Hongyu bore a huge amount of pressure. She needed to take care of every member and was also responsible for their lives. Under her strong and cold appearance was a tired and lonely heart. Yifan could tell that this woman's emotions had been disturbed, so he sighed and said, Actually. You must be very tired. Hongyu's delicate body trembled, and her eyes became slightly moist. This scene and these words naturally fell into the eyes and ears of Su Lingshan, Chen Qian, and the others. As for Chen Qian, who was holding Su Qingxue hostage, her brows were tightly furrowed, and there was a hint of complicated sorrow in her eyes. After Hongyu realized that her emotions were not right, she quickly took a deep breath and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, you really are an expert at attacking my heart. Do you want to use these words to defeat me? Sorry, I won't be shaken by your words. You should hurry up and commit suicide, or else. Your wife might go first. Li Fanxian grinned and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Even if you want me to die, you should at least let me enjoy it before I die. Enjoy. Hongyu revealed a puzzled expression. What do you want to do? Yifan's eyes began to burn. Breathing heavily, he moved closer to Hongyu's face and said, It's very simple. Just come with me to the second floor. After saying that, Yifan didn't care about Hongyu's confused face. He first snatched Hongyu's phone, then forcefully picked her up by the waist and carried her on his shoulder. Hongyu cried out in alarm and subconsciously used her elbow to hit Yifan's shoulder and neck. However, Yifan's skin was really rough and thick, so he didn't feel anything at all. Sister Red Jade. Yifan, what are you doing? Chen Qian and Su Lingshan both exclaimed, while Su Qingshue's eyebrows were tightly knitted. She had a bad premonition. Yi Fan knew that the second floor of this coffee shop was empty. He carried Hong Yu to a larger sofa seat and threw the woman on the sofa. Then, regardless of how Hong Yu hit him, he forcefully grabbed the woman's hands and pressed his entire body down. Yi Fan. What do you want? Let go. Are you crazy? You, beauty red jade, I'm about to die. Wouldn't it be better to let me die after I'm happy? Don't you like me too? If you dare to do this, be careful that your wife will die immediately. No. I know you really want it. You're actually very tired, very tired. What you want is freedom, to be released. Chapter 262. 0262 Hong Yu looked at the man on top of her. Her entire body was emitting heat. She was a mature woman, so of course she desired a lot of things. Under Yi Fan's tyrannical attack, she had no power to resist and unknowingly fell into his hands. In fact, Hong Yu didn't even notice that Yi Fan didn't turn off the video communication at all. Although the phone was thrown to the side and couldn't record all of this, it was still able to transmit Hong Yu's various voices over. When Chen Qian, the assassin who was holding Su Qingxue hostage, heard the seductive gasps of her family's leader, Hong Yu, and all kinds of words that made her body heat up and her ears flush red, Chen Qian's eyes became moist. Sister Hong Yu. Why are you like this? Could it be that what that man said? Is it all true? Chen Qian muttered, even the hand holding the dagger had loosened. Su Qingshue's face was naturally flushed red. Although she had never done it before, she knew what the man was doing with Hong Yu. This damned fellow, he actually used this kind of method to force Hong Yu to submit. To think that he could think of such a thing. Although Qingxue was angry and uncomfortable, she was extremely smart and could roughly guess the main purpose of Yi Fan's actions. It was impossible for Yi Fan to rush back to the brocade building to save himself, and it was impossible for Yi Fan to commit suicide. Therefore, what Yi Fan needed to do was to disintegrate the blood crystal from the inside, defeat the hearts of Hong Yu and Chen Qian, and make it impossible for the female assassin to kill them. To put it bluntly, the female assassins of the blood crystal were all transformed from regular soldiers. They weren't crazy murderous demons, so they wouldn't kill the innocent. As long as they lost the thought of avenging their sisters and lost their backbone, Hong Yu, they naturally wouldn't kill Su Qingxue. Yi Fan did it. He found the weak spot in the depths of Hong Yu's heart. No matter how strong a woman was, there would always be a time when she needed a safe haven. At this moment, Hong Yu's heart was filled with all kinds of pain and grievances. She needed to release her pressure, and she needed to forget all the burdens she had to bear. Therefore, when Yi Fan ignited her flame, Hong Yu immediately ignited a raging flame. When Su Lingshan ran to the second floor, she only took a glance at what was happening on the sofa before immediately turning around, not daring to look any further. Su Lingshan's heart was beating wildly. She never thought that the company commander that she had known for so many years, her idol Hong Yu, would become such a woman under Yi Fan's body. Nearly half an hour later, Yi Fan got up from the sofa. He was not in a hurry to put on his pants. He silently took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. He picked up the phone, looked at it, and found that the video had been interrupted, so he looked back at Hong Yu and said, "Your killer sister named Chen Qian should have left." Hearing this, Su Lingshan, who was at the staircase, suddenly woke up. She quickly called Su Qingshue's phone. Not long after, Su Qingxue picked up the phone and tiredly reported that she was safe. "President Su is fine," she said. Sister Chen Qian left in tears, Su Lingshan said faintly. At the same time, she glanced at Hong Yu who was paralyzed on the sofa. Hong Yu's eyes slowly regained their luster. She suddenly hugged her head and grabbed her hair, sobbing uncontrollably. "What have I done? How am I going to face them? Yi Fan silently handed over the cigarette. Smoke 2 puffs. Hong Yu blankly raised her head, looked at the cigarette, then looked at Yi Fan, and took the cigarette with trembling hands. The woman took a puff, and because of the smell of the inferior tobacco, she immediately choked. Her tears kept flowing, and it was unknown whether it was because of the smoke or because she was sad. Yi Fan patted the woman's shoulder. Let's stop. A group of people with feelings can't be killers. Actually, from the beginning, the person you hated wasn't me. You only hated yourself for not being able to protect the lives of those sisters, didn't you? Hong Yu raised her head and stared at the man. She gritted her teeth and said after a long time, "You demon. You dug out my heart like this and took a bloody bite. Are you that happy? I didn't dig out your heart, and I didn't bite you. I just told you a reality. If you want to truly fight for the happiness of your sisters, then disband Blood Ling Long and let them return to being ordinary people, living an ordinary life." Yi Fan said. Hong Yu smiled miserably, shook her head, and took a drag of her cigarette. Do you think it's that easy? We are all people who don't even have identities, and no place is willing to take us in. Whoever takes us in will be persecuted by some people, otherwise. Do you think that we can't bear hardships and are unwilling to work hard to become assassins? Yi Fan was a little puzzled. What happened to you guys? What kind of person can directly remove your special forces, and even make you guys have nowhere else to go? A hint of pain and hatred flashed through Hong Yu's eyes, but she shook her head and said, I don't need to tell you this. Today, I've lost completely. You can go. I will go apologize to my sisters. Your sisters? Yi Fan smiled. Aren't they already here? Hong Yu's expression changed. Only then did she feel something. She hurriedly put on her clothes and tidied up her hair. Coincidentally, Chen Qian brought 5 or 6 other valiant female assassins to the second floor of the coffee shop. When Chen Qian and the others saw Su Lingshan, their expressions were complicated. When they looked at Hong Yu, their eyes were filled with tears. Chen Qian. Sister is sorry. Hong Yu stood up with a face full of shame and guilt. Sister Hong Yu. We have let you down. Chen Qian and the other female assassins suddenly knelt on the ground. Hong Yu was shocked. Looking at her sisters, she was at a loss for what to do. You all. What happened to all of you? Why? I was the one who was wrong. I don't have the face to see you all. Hong Yu's tears fell like rain. Chen Qian knelt there, raised her head and said, We didn't expect that you would bear so much pressure for us. You are a Xiantian martial artist. No matter what, you can still be free and carefree on your own, but for us, you took us everywhere, and even took on all kinds of missions for us. You bit your tongue and protected us sisters. Only today did we know how bitter your heart was. We have let you down. Hearing this, Hong Yu was stunned. She hadn't expected that these sisters of blood crystal would not only not blame her for betraying them, but would even understand her bitterness. Su Lingshan also covered her mouth and cried, Sister Hong Yu, did you see that? Actually, no one forced you to do anything. You put too much pressure on yourself. Those sisters in heaven definitely don't want everyone to go to the grave together, do they? Hong Yu gasped for breath, turned around in a daze, and looked at Yi Fan. Chapter 263. 0263 Hong Yu's gaze was complicated and indescribable. With a trace of gratitude, she smiled through her tears, Mr. Yi. Can you put on your clothes first? Yi Fan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, handed a cigarette to Hong Yu, and put on his clothes. It was a little strange. He and Hong Yu had just finished a battle here, and there were still a lot of smells on the sofa that made people blush. However, a group of female assassins just sat in a circle like this, and no one felt uncomfortable. Yi Fan quite enjoyed this feeling. In the past, when he was overseas, the women he met were also very open. They treated the matters between men and women as a natural need, and no one felt that this needed to be covered up. Hongyu sorted out her emotions. Seeing that Yi Fan was asking her so sincerely, she told him the reason for the matter. It turned out that the Special Forces unit that Su Lingshan and the others were in was called Wolf Venom Flower. This was a kind of tenacious flower that bloomed at the border of the desert and grassland. It was also a kind of spirit that this pure female Special Forces unit represented. However, because there were too few female soldiers, and even fewer female Special Forces soldiers could be selected for the Wolf Venom Flower, this unit was gradually marginalized, and the higher-ups began to consider disbanding this unit. In this way, Hongyu and the other female soldiers of the Wolf Venom Flower were all very sad. They all loved this unit and came to such a harsh environment because they liked to be soldiers. If they were to be disbanded, they would naturally not be able to accept it. At that time, a seemingly routine mission to encircle and suppress smuggling at the border suddenly received an order from their superiors to retreat. The reason also made the Wolf Venom Flower very annoyed. It actually wanted to send another Special Forces unit of male soldiers to chase after them. It seemed that they looked down on female soldiers like them. The female warriors of the Wolf Venom Flower saw that some criminals were escaping, but they couldn't chase after them. Naturally, they were very angry. In addition, they all wanted to prove that their strength was not inferior to those male soldiers. Therefore, under the leadership of Hongyu, they forcefully chased after the fugitives. In the end, the fugitives were captured and killed, and the mission was declared a success. Originally, he thought that even if he was punished for disobeying military orders, he would still be able to make up for it because he had done a meritorious deed. Thus, he would be able to make up for it. However, the female soldiers of the Wolf Venom Flower never would have thought that the reason why this mission called them to stop chasing was because this group of fugitives actually had some connections with the higher-ups. This was a disciple of a famous family. He secretly ran a smuggling business at the border. Although that disciple had disgraced the reputation of that of a famous family, his family should not be spread out. That famous family wanted to secretly cover up this matter. Who would have thought that these people who had already run away would be caught back by the Venom Flower? As of that, the people who had already of their lives would be captured back by the Venom Wolf. Because of this incident, the Wolf Venom Flower had offended that famous family. Because it had also violated military rules, it was removed from its establishment and sent back. We thought that at worst, we could just go home and live an ordinary life, so we endured it. After all, they have a powerful background, and we can't go against them. But I of sect of who of family, but I of. All of us are like criminals, and no decent company is willing to accept us. When Hongyu said this, the other female assassins present were also filled with anger. Su Lingshan said with a face full of shame, because of my family, I was not discredited, but because of this. I feel even more sorry for my sisters. At that time, my family wanted me to marry Zhao Tianxian of the Zhao family, and I was even more disgusted, so I ran out. Yi Fan scratched his head, I haven't even heard it until now. Which famous family is it? If it was an ordinary famous family, with the strength of the Su family of Su City, they would be able to help you settle this matter, right? Could it be one of the 5 great sects? Hongyu had a wry smile on her face, you're right. Ordinary famous families, with Lingshan's family background, can help us rehabilitate. But that's the Wang family. Li Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled speechlessly, the Wang family of the original city. Hongyu, Qin Qian, and the other female assassins all silently nodded their heads. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air, and sighed with emotion, no wonder, then it's not easy for you guys to be able to live until now, and even form a blood exquisite. Who said no? Even if we die, it would probably just be a matter of a single word from the Wang family. Hong Yu smiled sadly. Yi Fan leaned on the sofa, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. The Wang family of Yuan City was one of the 5 great sects of China. There were even people who believed that the Wang family of Yuan City and the Xia family of Jin City should be a level higher than the other 3 great sections. This was because the history of the 2 families had already exceeded 2,000 years. Outsiders simply could not guess how much power these 2 families had accumulated over the past 2,000 years, and how many shocking secrets were hidden within their clans. Leaf, the Wang family disciple that the wolf venom flower met, was most likely a member of the Wang family. If he was a core member of the Wang family, he wouldn't have done such a smuggling business that would be criticized by others, nor could he afford to lose that person. But even so, once the members of the Wang family were offended, it would be enough to easily make the female soldiers of the wolf venom flower unable to gain a foothold in China. So that's how it is. Yi Fan nodded and gave himself another cigarette. Hong Yu sighed, so. Mr. Yi, you said you wanted to help us, but we can only accept your good intentions. In China, there aren't many people who would dare to offend the Wang family, and those who would dare to offend the Wang family would not look down on us. Yi Fan smiled. Then what do you plan to do in the future? I said, being an assassin is not suitable for you. You are too sentimental, so you can't be an assassin. Then we'll go overseas. We've saved up some money, and we'll go overseas to find a place where no one knows us and start a new life. Hong Yu said. Yi Fan shook his head. It's not like it's ancient times. There's no country or region in this world that the Wang family's connections can't reach. You guys should just stay in Huahai. I'll get my wife to hire you as security guards, or open a security company. What? Hong Yu and the others were surprised. Mr. Yi, are you serious? Yi Fan looked at them strangely. What? Don't you want to do security work? It's fine if you don't like it. I'll try to introduce you to other places. No. That's not what I meant. Hong Yu said, aren't you afraid of angering the Wang family? Although the embroidery group is a multinational listed group, in the eyes of the Wang family, it is nothing. Chapter 264. 0264. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Hong Yu, Qin Qian, and the other female assassins all had tears in their eyes. That's right, they were originally the ones who sacrificed themselves for the country, but in the end, because of a playboy, they were mercilessly abandoned. Being betrayed by others was a form of pain and hatred. Being betrayed by the country, what kind of pain was that? Bystanders simply couldn't feel it. Yi Fan's understanding of them made Hong Yu and the others feel grateful and touched. Mr. Yi, thank you for your good intentions. No wonder a strong woman like Director Su is willing to marry you. You are truly a responsible man. However, we are not related to you in any way. Moreover, once we get involved with the embroidery group, we might hurt even more people, so. We can't accept your kindness, Hong Yu said. Qin Qian and the other female assassins also calmed down from their excitement. They also silently shook their heads, knowing that doing so would be too selfish. Li Fan Xian smiled evilly and said, I'm not a good person for nothing. I didn't let you guys enter the embroidery group just to give you guys money for nothing. You guys also have to pay the price, even with your lives. Hong Yu frowned. Could it be? The embroidery group also hired assassins? Ha! That won't be the case. I just want to form a defensive force to protect my wife's safety. I'm not at ease with normal male bodyguards. You are all women, and you have also received professional military training. It suits me just fine. Yi Fan said as he smoked. He had actually thought about it for a long time, because he was only one person after all, so it was impossible for him to protect Su Qingxue at all times. As the captain of the security team, Su Lingshan's strength was limited. It would take some time for her to reach a sufficient level of strength. If he could pull some of his old subordinates from overseas, Yi Fan wouldn't feel that it would be troublesome, but the key was his subordinates were a bit too ostentatious. Once they arrived in China, the dragon's soul might think that there was an enemy invasion, and that would cause a huge commotion. Shu Qingxue had already experienced several crises. Although they had all turned misfortune into fortune, this was not the way to go on. Fan Xian felt that the challenges in the future would definitely become greater and greater, especially the two forces of the Ghost Valley. If the conflict suddenly intensified, then it would be very difficult for Shu Qingxue to stay out of it. Rather than being in a terrible state at that time, it would be better to prepare in advance. Hong Yu's group of sisters were all stronger than Su Lingshan, because Su Lingshan's inner force talent was very poor. Hong Yu herself has the cultivation base of the innate realm. Chen Qian and the others are also half-step to the innate realm, Ho Tian consummate, and Ho Tian advanced realm. These female soldiers, as long as Yi Fan gave them a little guidance, it would definitely not be a problem for their strength to rise to a higher level. After all, they were in the army and did not receive any better guidance. In addition, if Yi Fan were to teach them his simplified movements, their combat strength would increase by a large amount within a year, or even a few months. When Hong Yu heard that she wanted them to protect Su Qingxue, she couldn't help but say in surprise, although Director Su is the chairman of a listed company, it should be enough to hire ordinary bodyguards, right? As for needing us sisters, you will naturally know the specific reason in the future. I am definitely not giving you a job or a foothold. I am recruiting you. Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Lingshan's mood was complicated, but she believed that Yi Fan was not someone who casually spoke, so she also said, Sister Hong Yu, our director Su has made a lot of enemies. She really does need better protection. I am alone in the embroidery group, so I don't have the strength to spare. If you guys come, that would be for the best. Director Su is very good to his own people, and he will definitely not be lacking in treatment for his sisters. Hong Yu hesitated for a moment and asked, then if that young master of the Wang family comes looking for us, how does Mr. Yi plan to deal with him? Yi Fan flicked his cigarette ash and said, although the Wang family is powerful, it is not enough to cover the sky with one hand. Don't worry, with me here, they won't go too far. If you don't believe me, you're Captain Su, I am also someone who has connections. Su Lingshan immediately said, Sister Hong Yu, Sister Chen Qian, you know the Dragon Soul's military advisor, General Xie Linfuan, is Yi Fan's friend. What? Hong Yu and the others suddenly exclaimed, the military advisor is Mr. Ye's friend? Yeah, my engagement with that Zhao Tianxian from the Zhao family has been cancelled. It was because the military advisor spoke up for me on Yi Fan's behalf. Su Lingshan said. Hong Yu and the other girls once again looked at Yi Fan with reverence. They finally believed that Yi Fan did indeed have the ability to help them resist the pressure from the Wang family. Not to mention anything else, Xie Linfuan was the symbol of the Xie family's younger generation. Wasn't being friends with Xie Linfuan the same as being close to the Xie family? With the Xie family as their ally, the Wang family could only be courteous. Yi Fan wouldn't reveal his true background and identity, but with this little bit of relationship, it was enough to prove that what he said was true. Alright, if there's no problem, then beauties, let's go to the company, have a cup of tea, and talk about the salary. How about that? Yi Fan had an expectant smile on his face. This group of women, all of them trained to the point where their figures were outstanding and exquisite. Although some of them looked ordinary, their military temperament was not ordinary. Moreover, they were the same as Hong Yu, they were all very open women. If they were to be raised in the company in the future, something would happen to them from time to time. Just thinking about it made Yi Fan panic. He and Hong Yu already had the first time, so it was only natural for them to do the second and third time. Who knew, there might even be more good sisters joining in. Hong Yu and the other girls didn't expect that Yi Fan was still thinking about that. Right now, they only felt that Yi Fan was a man with a sense of justice and ability, so they naturally liked Yi Fan in their hearts. However, Yi Fan had killed a few of their sisters after all. Although they couldn't blame Yi Fan, they were the ones who wanted to kill him first. They couldn't just let Yi Fan foolishly wait to be killed without retaliating. However, in the short term, there was still a knot in his heart. But in the long run, as long as Yi Fan's suggestion allowed all the other living sisters to live under the sun and have a foothold, they would be filled with gratitude towards Yi Fan. After the group left the coffee shop, they arrived at Su Qingshue's office in the splendid building. Just as Su Qingxue finished sorting out her emotions and was about to go to the meeting, she saw Yi Fan walking in with a group of women. What's going on? When Su Qingxue saw Hong Yu and Chen Qian, her eyes revealed vigilance. Yi Fan smiled and comforted, "Wife, don't be nervous, I have an idea to talk to you about." "What do you want to talk about?" "This. It's a little complicated, but they don't have any ill intentions," Yi Fan said. Chapter 265. 0265 Hong Yu and Chen Qian first expressed their apologies to Su Qingxue. They didn't have any enmity towards Su Qingxue, but they were blinded by the thought of revenge. Although Qingxue was puzzled, she didn't pay much attention to this matter. She was used to being threatened, kidnapped, and intimidated. After asking carefully, she found out that Yi Fan was actually planning to recruit this group of retired female warriors into the company and reorganize the security team. Qingxue knew her background in the Ghost Valley, so of course she could understand some of Yi Fan's intentions. However, she was also a little afraid of the Wang family. "Are you sure that you can handle the Wang family's matter?" Qingxue pondered for a moment and asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded. "No matter what, I won't trick you, my wife." Qingxue leaned back in her chair, thought for a moment, and said, "The security team is too small, and is still under the logistics department. If Hong Yu and the rest of you join the brocade, then I plan to raise the security team to the security department and expand the security training business at the same time. Since you are Lingshan's comrades, I naturally believe in you. However, I hope that you can still abide by the company's rules and regulations. After all, there is still a difference between the workplace and the battlefield." Hearing this, Hong Yu and the other girls all revealed expressions of gratitude and excitement. "Thank you, Director Su. We will repay your trust with practical actions," Hong Yu said seriously. "We will discuss the details of the treatment tomorrow. I have to go to a meeting later, and there isn't enough time. I will ask my assistant, Chinya, to arrange a place for you to stay in the brocade apartment," Su Qingxue said. Hong Yu and the other girls naturally didn't have any objections. When they thought about how they wouldn't have to wander around in the future and take on some black jobs like killing people and stealing goods, they felt as if their lives had turned from night to day. Not long after, Chinya was called in. Although Chinya was dumbfounded, she still obeyed the instructions and brought Hong Yu and the other girls to the brocade apartment. Su Lingshan was also very happy and accompanied them there. He walked to the desk and said to Su Qingxue, "Wife, I will be in charge of training them so that they can continue to become stronger. This way, when I protect you, I will be more confident." "Shu, are you really recruiting them purely for my safety?" Su Qingxue narrowed her eyes, a cold and sharp light that could pierce through one's heart. Li Fan Xian rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly, then. "What other reason could there be? Of course it's for you, my wife. Is the red jade beautiful?" Su Qingxue suddenly changed the topic. "Beautiful," Yi Fan subconsciously replied, but after he finished speaking, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Sure enough, there was a trace of ridicule and disdain in Su Qingxue's eyes. "This. Wife, it's not like that." Yi Fan wanted to explain. "What am I thinking? How do you know?" Su Qingxue mischievously asked. Yi-fan smiled awkwardly. That's right, Su Qingxue didn't say much. Let me tell you, even though I don't know how you lived abroad and how you got along with women, I know that you're different. Actually, I don't really care about your trivial matters, but you'd better pay attention to your influence in the company. If you want to mess around with these relationships, you'd better not cause any trouble, or else. My patience also has a bottom line. Su Qingxue looked at him coldly. When she thought about how the first time this guy saw that red jade, he brought her to a sofa and did bad things in broad daylight. She even suspected that she had misjudged this man. Could it be that the good impression she had before was just an illusion? She knew that it was impossible for Yi-fan not to touch other women, because she didn't have any intention of restraining him before and tacitly allowed Yi-fan to be with other women. But now, when she thought of these things, she felt wronged and angry. It was too late to regret it, but she didn't want to show it too clearly, so she could only pretend that she didn't care and let the man pay attention to himself. Who would have thought that Yi-fan would become more and more intense? If this continued, who knew how many women would be harmed by him? Yi-fan hurriedly nodded in agreement and walked out of the office with a smile on his face. His thoughts were different from Su Qingxue's. In Yi-fan's mind, Su Qingxue was warning him that it didn't matter if he got involved with other women, but he couldn't cause any trouble, such as having a child or something like that. Yi-fan thought to himself, an old driver like me wouldn't be able to overturn the car no matter what, so he happily went back to the office to play games. In the afternoon, at the shareholders' meeting of the embroidery group, Su Qingxue stood her ground and made Feng Yuing the vice president of marketing. She also granted her a portion of the shares and completely became one of the core members of the company's upper echelons. In fact, as the old people were eliminated by Su Qingxue one by one, no one at the shareholders' meeting dared to question Su Qingxue's decision. Moreover, Feng Yuying's achievements were brilliant. Other than being young and inexperienced, there seemed to be no reason to stop her from ascending to the top. At the same time, Su Qingxue also brought up the matter of raising the security team to the security department. This was a matter of Su Qingxue's own safety and the safety of the executives, so none of the other shareholders dared to raise any objections. The next day, Su Qingxue discussed the treatment with Hong Yu and the other girls. Hong Yu, Su Lingshan, and Chen Qian became the head and two deputy heads of the security department respectively. Logically speaking, Su Lingshan's strength was the lowest among these women, but after all, Su Lingshan understood the daily rules of the company better, so it was more appropriate for her to be in charge of some of the daily work of the security department. Wu Yan, who had been released from the Sun family, also joined the team. Although she still had some hatred towards Yi-fan, after being enlightened, she had thought through a lot and felt that the future of the remaining sisters was more important. Yi-fan also knew that it would be very difficult to make this group of female warriors trust him 100% in a short period of time. He didn't care about these things, he only needed them to be loyal to Su Qingxue. That afternoon, Yi-fan began to teach these female warriors the simplified movements he had created. Although the female security guards felt that these movements were too strange, Yi-fan's strength was enough to intimidate them, so they all began to seriously practice. Only at the beginning of the training did they realize that this movement was ridiculously intense. After completing it once, their fatigue was actually the same as climbing a few mountains. Only now did the girls realize how powerful this set of movements was, and their admiration for Yi-fan became even more obvious. At night, under Hong Yu's suggestion, Yi-fan and a group of newly appointed female security guards of the embroidery group came to a bar to drink and celebrate the beginning of their new life. They booked the entire bar. More than 20 female security guards sang and drank at the same time, laughing with tears in their eyes. Yi-fan sat on the sofa, holding a bottle of Jack Daniels in his hand, drinking by himself. Chapter 266. 0266 Hong Yu hooked one of her arms around Yi-fan's neck. From her slanted posture, one could see the woman's astonishing curvature. Are you going home tonight? Hong Yu's lips curled into a seductive smile. Yifan swallowed his saliva. If I don't go home, where can I go? I just moved into my apartment and I need someone to help me tidy it up, Hongyu said. Yifan shouted in his heart, F*CKU, tidy up the apartment. With so many women around, would you ask a man like me to tidy up the apartment? As expected of a mature woman, her seductive words made one's blood boil. Yifan smiled evilly. I like to help beauties tidy up the house. I will definitely go over. Hongyu bit her cherry lips and glared at the man. Then, she lowered her head and kissed Yifan on the mouth. She then got up and continued to celebrate with her sisters. Yifan was fantasizing about his wonderful life in the future, but he suddenly felt two gazes on him like knives. Yifan turned his head and saw that it was Su Lingshan, who was staring at him from the side. Captain Su, what do you mean by that expression? Yifan's heart was pounding. This girl wouldn't tell Su Qingxue, right? I'm starting to suspect the real reason why you let Sister Hongyu and the others enter the company. You're the one with ulterior motives. Su Lingshan snorted disdainfully. Yifan said righteously, what are you saying? I'm wholeheartedly doing good deeds. You've even done good deeds on Sister Hongyu's bed. Yifan smiled embarrassedly, your sister Hongyu is also of age. She really needs it. I can't cruelly reject her, you're the one who needs it. Shameless. I don't want to talk to you. Su Lingshan's face turned red when she heard this. She turned around and walked away. Yifan looked at the woman's swaying bosom and muttered to himself, sooner or later, you will also need it. The next day, the sky brightened. Yifan got up from his bed and looked at Hongyu, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. Last night, she didn't even put on any clothes and directly fell asleep. It seemed like she was really tired. Yifan smiled proudly. He was refreshed and not the least bit tired. This woman wanted to beat him in bed, but there was no way. After putting on his clothes, he hurriedly returned to his mansion in Egret County. This way, he could have breakfast with Su Qingxue. Aunt Jiang had already returned. When she saw Yifan, she didn't ask him where he went last night and warmly greeted him for breakfast. After Su Qingxue went downstairs, she didn't seem to notice anything unusual. After she finished eating, she got into the car and drove to the company. On the way, Su Qingxue thought of something and asked, how are your preparations for the field expansion? Isn't it just a trip to the mountain? Do you need to prepare? Yifan looked at the rearview mirror and asked. Of course I have to prepare. You're going there on my behalf, so you have to know every member, know their names, and be clear about every procedure. Do. You. Seeing the man's casual expression, Qingxue's cold eyes flickered and she asked, did you have fun with Hongyu? Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head with a stiff smile, wife. What are you talking about? Aunt Jiang was here just now, so I didn't mention it. Do you think you can hide that little thing from me? The corners of Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with frost, and there were faint dark clouds and thunderstorms on her face. Fan Xian smiled bitterly, how did you find out? Don't you know that women are very sensitive to a woman's scent and perfume? Su Qingxue felt that this man treated her like an idiot who didn't know anything. She became even more annoyed. Do you think that if I don't stop you, you can just go and sleep with other women? Yifan hurriedly shook his head, of course not, I'm not someone who would touch any woman. It's my fault, I'll pay attention in the future. Pay attention. How? Su Qingxue's voice rose by a few degrees, and there was a faint glimmer in her eyes. You keep saying that you want to deepen your relationship with me and become a real husband and wife with me, but what about your actions? You only met Hongyu for the first time, and you had sex with her for the first time. I thought you did it to save me, but what about the second time? You've only known her for less than 2 days, and you're going to spend the night at her place. I'm your wife, but I have to pay your lovers one after another, and I have to provide them with lodging and security. Do you think I'm an idiot or a fool? Am I that easy to fool? Xu Qingshua's repeated questions made Yi Fan's head a little stupefied. Feng Yuing is my senior sister, my left and right hand. She has known you for a longer time than I have, and I have established a relationship with you first. After all, I can't lose such an important person just because of you. But what was Red Jade? Just because she's the kind of open woman, you can do whatever you want without caring about my feelings. Hearing the woman's words, he had indeed gone overboard. Although men usually followed the lower half of their bodies, to put it bluntly, he had gone too far. Wife. Don't be angry, I apologize. I won't touch Hongyu again. Yi Fan frowned. Enough. I don't want to hear your apology. If an apology is useful, then what's the point of the law? I just feel like I'm too stupid. I actually thought that a man like you, who was full of flowers, was sincere in his words. You actually only wanted to play from the beginning, right? In any case, you have the ability to deceive women everywhere. In your eyes, I'm no different from those other women, right? Xu Qingxue asked with a cold smile. Yi Fan immediately shook his head, of course not. I've never thought of marrying a wife like you in my life. I cherish our marriage very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't see it. Xu Qingxue coldly snorted and turned her head to look out of the car window, not saying anything else. Yi Fan was so depressed that he just wanted to pull over and explain to Xu Qingxue, but he couldn't think of anything to say. After all, he was the one who did the wrong thing. Yi Fan had a splitting headache, and drove to the company in a daze. Just as he got out of the car, he saw Chinya rushing over. Director Xu, this is bad. Chinya said with a serious expression. At this time, Xu Qingshue's expression was already calm. She asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" The people from the Tax Bureau and the Industry and Commerce Bureau have all come. They said that the leader has given the order to strictly examine our company's situation, but I feel it seems like they are here to pick on us. Our various departments are now in a state of panic because of them. Chenya said. When Xu Qingxue heard this, she subconsciously looked at Yi Fan behind her. Yi Fan could almost think of something. Most likely, after Hong Yu and the others entered the brocade, the people from the Wang family started to take action to deal with the embroidery group. Chapter 267. 0267-inch Director Su, the situation is urgent. Although most of our departments won't have any problems, the investment department, purchasing department, public relations department, and some other departments will more or less be caught by them. Maybe, if they make a big deal out of this, we'll have to reorganize for a while, and our stock price will plummet. Chenya said worriedly. Xu Qingshue's face was cold and stern. What are you panicking for? Come with me to the office. Office? Chenya was puzzled. You're not going to see the people who are examining it. They are just a bunch of small fry who listen to commands. Paying attention to them is just a waste of time. Xu Qingxue said as she walked into the elevator. Li Fan Xian and Chenya both followed into the elevator. Fan Xian wondered how a woman should deal with this crisis. He was a little curious. After entering the CEO's office, Xu Qingxue quickly picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Not long after, the call connected. Hello, Director Zhou, I'm Xu Qingxue. Your tax department is so busy, yet you still brought so many people into our company to guide you. It's really been hard on you, Director Zhou. Xu Qingxue said calmly. After listening for a while, Fan Xian realized that Xu Qingxue had directly called the head of the tax bureau. Director Xu. We are just going through the motions. The embroidery group has always been an excellent enterprise that abides by the law, and is a model for the business world of Hua Hai. On this point, we trust Director Su a lot. Director Zhou, who was on the other side, gave a perfunctory reply. Su Qingshue's eyes were filled with coldness as she said, Director Zhou, I heard that you obtained the VIP membership of the Huafeng golf course 2 months ago. I haven't had the time to congratulate you yet. I basically know all of the partners in that golf course. I heard from some of them that the project has received a lot of care. Director Zhou immediately went silent for a full 20 seconds before saying with a smile, Director Su, you're really well informed. I actually only went to fight once, I don't really know that place, hee. Director Zhou, your son seems to have been persuaded to quit a university in the Magnesium country, but I heard that he entered a called. What kind of financial company is it that I heard wrong? Su Qingxue said lightly. Director Zhou gulped. President Su, let's talk this out. We're in a dilemma. It's not good to involve family members in work-related matters. I don't want to go too far either, but Director Zhou, you don't even give me any time to recover. Aren't you looking down on me, Su Qingxue? One day, I want 1 day's time. Director Zhou's people can go wherever they want. Don't appear anywhere in our embroidery group. Does Director Zhou approve of this small suggestion? Director Zhou gritted his teeth and said, all right. Director Su, there really can only be 1 day. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my black hat. Thank you for your understanding, Director Zhou. I wish you a successful career and a happy family. Su Qingxue coldly said and hung up the phone. Seeing this scene from the side and hearing these words, Fan Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that Su Qingxue had secretly done so much homework. She had truly understood the essence of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. If Su Qingxue was given an even more powerful intelligence network, she would probably be able to do something earth-shattering. Yi Fan had once again experienced the boldness of the iceberg female CEO. When Su Qingxue picked up the phone again and wanted to call the second number, she raised her head and found that Yi Fan was still standing there. Su Qingxue frowned, what are you still standing there for? Yi Fan blinked, ugh. I don't need to be here. Nonsense. I'll drag it out for a day. You have to settle this matter in a day. Didn't you say that you would take responsibility for this matter? Su Qingxue coldly reprimanded. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. It seemed to be the case, but Su Qingxue seemed to be really angry. Her eyes seemed to want to rush up and bite him a few times. After Yi Fan walked out of the office, he found Su Lingshan, who had changed to a new office. Of course, Su Lingshan also knew what was happening in the company. After knowing that Su Qingxue had stalled the matter, she heaved a sigh of relief. Captain Su. It's time to call me Vice Minister Su, Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Lingshan rolled her eyes, save it, you can call me by my name from now on. Yi Fan said happily, is this the meaning of getting closer to me? Shan. Who told you to call me Shan? Call me that name. Hurry up and tell me, why are you looking for me? Have you thought about how to deal with the Wang family? Su Lingshan blushed and quickly changed the topic. Yi Fan scratched his head, I've never figured out who the Wang family's disciple who has his eyes on your wolf venom flower is, so I came to ask you. Maybe you know something about it through the Su family. Su Lingshan frowned and said, I only know that person's name is Wang Yingping. I don't know much about his identity in the Wang family or where he is. The people in the family are not willing to tell me more about this. Yi Fan nodded, thinking that the Su family was probably afraid that the people from the wolf venom flower would cause trouble for the Wang family, so it was normal for them not to tell Su Lingshan in detail. However, since he knew the name, it wouldn't be difficult to find him. Although Wang Yingping was a disciple of the Wang family, it was impossible for him to directly contact the local officials of Huahai and make a move against the embroidery group. Therefore, Wang Yingping should have found a representative in Huahai, or a representative team, to take charge of this matter. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to turn around and leave, Su Lingshan hurriedly pulled the man back. Are you going to look for Wang Yingping? Take me with you. Yi Fan shook his head. You and all the members of the wolf venom flower cannot participate in this matter. Otherwise, it will only give them a chance to talk and accuse you of anything. Since I promised to take care of this matter, I will naturally take responsibility. After saying that, Yi Fan patted Su Lingshan's shoulder and left. Su Lingshan looked at the man's back, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. She rarely saw Yi Fan speak so seriously, and she felt a trace of inexplicable emotion in her heart. After Yi Fan left the company, he called Ning Zimo and told her about this matter. Huahai was now the world of the purple bamboo forest. Normally, the purple bamboo forest would be able to find traces of the wind and grass. Ning Zimo didn't seem surprised that Yi Fan would call her. She said sourly, "Is it that if nothing happens to the embroidery group, you won't come looking for me?" Heartless. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Ninger, it's only been a few days. You're surrounded by beauties, so of course you don't feel anything. You left me alone in the tea house. Chapter 268. 0268 Ning Zimo felt that the effect had been achieved, so she didn't complain anymore. She giggled and said, "That's what you said. Actually, I've already sent people to investigate." This time, the one who put pressure on some of the departments in Huahai was the Shengguan clan's patriarch, Shengguan Feihong, who was also Shengguan Ling's father. Yi Fan frowned and said, "Why are they still people from the Shengguan clan? How can they be related to the Wang clan?" The Wang clan definitely doesn't care about the Shengguan clan's family business, but it's normal for the Wang clan's descendants to have some relationship with the Shengguan clan. The Shengguan clan is also relying on the Wang clan's backing to intimidate them. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have the guts to extend their hands into Huahai. Ning Zimo said disdainfully. After Yi Fan heard this, he rubbed his forehead and said, "This Shengguan clan. It's because he knows about my relationship with the embroidery group that he actively participated in this matter." Ning Zimo was silent for a moment, then said, "They definitely know. After all, the enmity between you and the Shengguan clan isn't small. They probably just want to find a backer to deal with you. It's really endless. I'm too lazy to care about them, but they came to find me." Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. "Ninger, how is the elite that you trained?" Hearing this, Ning Zimo's heart trembled. "Yi Fan, what are you going to do?" "Bring your men and follow me to the Shengguan clan," Yi Fan said. Ning Zimo never thought that Yi Fan would make such a big deal out of this. She couldn't help but advise, "This isn't good, right? We are a gang in Huahai, going directly to the Shengguan clan in the province and challenging the headquarters of the Flying Cloud Pavilion. What, is my Ninger afraid?" Yi Fan asked with a playful smile. "Why are you provoking me? Am I that kind of person? But is it really okay to make such a big fuss?" Ning Zimo had never thought that one day, she would bring the people of the purple bamboo forest to challenge one of the 5 great underground families. Yi Fan said, "If we don't make a big deal out of this, they will think that they can take advantage of us. Time is of the essence." Ning Zimo couldn't do anything about men, but she believed that Yi Fan wasn't being impulsive, so she went to prepare. An hour later, a Mercedes-Benz S600 brought 3 Buick commercial vehicles to the entrance of the embroidery group. Yi Fan sat in the car and saw that Ning Zimo had already changed into a set of sportswear and jeans. Her hair was also tied up. Although a woman's appearance was always eye-catching, Yi Fan found something even more special this time. "Ninger, I told you that your aptitude isn't bad. After you found your chi, your strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Yi Fan discovered that Ning Zimo had already successfully entered the initial post-celestial stage. The Tianyi water was a very profound cultivation technique, and Ning Zimo had a good foundation. Once she found the qi, she immediately advanced from the entry level to the small success level. Ning Zimo's face was also full of confidence and pride. "You're so powerful, of course I can't embarrass you. It just so happens that today, I can show you what changes have happened to my flying dagger technique. I'm looking forward to it." Yi Fan hugged the woman's head and kissed her on the lips to express his commendation. Xiao Zhao, who was sitting in the front as the driver, turned around and asked nervously, "Brother Fan, are we really going to the Shengwan family? Why are you asking so many questions? If you don't dare to go, then get out of the car." Yi Fan scolded jokingly. Zhao Zhong hurriedly shook his head and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, just thinking about it is exciting. I'm not afraid of his balls." 2.5 hours later, the convoy arrived outside the Shengwan family's courtyard. The 3 golden words, "Flying Cloud Pavilion," were engraved on a huge rock and erected at the entrance. The entire courtyard looked antique. It was a classical garden that the Shengwan family had spent a lot of money to get skilled craftsmen to specially create. The moment Yi Fan and the others got off the car, more than 10 black-clothed thugs from the Flying Cloud Pavilion rushed down and blocked the entrance. Each of them had their hands on their waists, and each of them had a dagger or other short weapon on their waists. Although the Shengwan family also had a lot of hidden guns and ammunition, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to use them. "Who are you?" one of the guards in the lead asked warily. They could tell that they had come with ill intentions. Ning Zimo got off the carriage and lightly waved her hand. The 20 or so elites of the purple bamboo forest pounced forward like wolves and tigers. This group of people had all practiced the movements that Yi Fan had taught them, and their physical fitness had obviously improved. In addition to the hard training they had been going through these past few days, these Shengwan family guards were no match for them at all. The sound of daggers and daggers falling to the ground could be heard. In less than 15 seconds, the dozen or so guards were all knocked down to the ground. Ning Zimo didn't let her subordinates take their lives. She only knocked them out or lost their fighting strength, and that was it. Yi Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. It seemed that his simplified movements were quite effective in training ordinary people. He and Ning Zimo walked into the Shengwan family's main gate with large strides. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of sirens coming from the entire Shengwan family's courtyard. A large number of thugs and guards from the Flying Cloud Pavilion surged over like a tide, surrounding Yi Fan and the other 20-odd people in the huge front yard. What a daring Ning Zimo! "You little girl, after leaving the Ning family, you still dare to come to our Shengwan family and behave atrociously." An aggressive voice came from the back of the crowd. A balding middle-aged man wearing a scarlet tang suit with an antique pocket watch hanging on his chest walked out, surrounded by a group of tall and burly bodyguards. Beside the man was a young man. It was Shengwan Ling obviously. This middle-aged man should be the pillar of the Shengwan family, Shengwan Feihong. "Shengwan family head, me leaving the Ning family has nothing to do with me coming here." Ning Zimo looked at Yi Fan, who was beside her, and said, "I'm just accompanying my man here today, a husband and a wife." Shengwan Feihong, Shengwan Ling, and the others all looked at Yi Fan with complicated gazes. "Mr. Yi, you are very bold, but we didn't expect you to be so bold." Shengwan Ling's eyes revealed a fierce glint. Yi Fan sneered, "I should be the one to say that. Your Shengwan family does have some strength, but I never thought that you would challenge my patience time and time again." Shengwan Feihong said, "You are the Yi Fan who caused our Flying Cloud Villa to lose nearly 100 million in profits." "I am Yi Fan, but I really don't know how much money you guys lost because of me." Yi Fan said with a smile. "Mr. Yi, let me give you a word of advice. Once you touch the bottom line of our Shengwan family, the consequences will be very serious. When it's time to admit defeat, you should admit defeat. Don't make any unnecessary struggles. Shangguan Ling laughed complacently. Chapter 269. 0269 The young master of the Wang family and our Shangguan family appreciate each other. We are friends, so it is reasonable for us to help our friends. On the other hand, Mr. Yi, your embroidery group is harboring criminals. If you don't examine your own mistakes, you might make a huge mistake. Shangguan Ling spread out his hands and said. The smile on Yi Fan's face disappeared, and he expressionlessly said, I don't want to waste words with you guys. Where is that Wang Yingping? How could young Master Wang be someone you can meet just because you say so? Mr. Yi coming here to look for him is too rash. Shangguan Ling said. Yi Fan said, if he gave you guys a call, you guys would have the guts to interfere in Hua Hai's matters. Then you guys would be too stupid. So, if my guess is correct, he should still be a guest in your Shangguan family, quietly watching the development of the situation, right? Shangguan Feihong laughed sinisterly. You sure have a good brain, but unfortunately, you guys can't even protect yourselves right now, and you still want to see young Master Wang. You guys are simply dreaming. Thank you for your honesty. As long as I know that he is here, I will be at ease. At least I didn't come here for nothing. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold and sharp. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I heard from my son that you are very strong, and even the sect leader of the Yin Corp sect is not your match. But do you really think that our Shangguan family can't do anything to you? As Shangguan Feihong spoke, his face darkened. He waved his hand and shouted, Men, come on. From both sides, 4 burly men holding weapons that looked like rocket launchers suddenly ran out. Seeing these 4 big fellows, the people of the purple bamboo forest were a little nervous and uneasy. They believed that their strength had increased, so they didn't put ordinary opponents in their eyes. However, facing a rocket launcher, the disparity was too great. Don't worry, that's not a rocket launcher. It's just some electric fence. Yi Fan turned around and said to Ning Zimo, look at your progress, Ninger. Ning Zimo smiled confidently. At the same time, with a light leap, 4 throwing knives appeared in her hands and flew towards the 4 burly men. The throwing knife flashed like a graceful bird. It was impossible to see its trajectory clearly, but suddenly, there were 4 sounds of metal shattering. The 4 brawny men carrying the electric net launcher discovered that their launcher had been directly pierced through. Every flying knife that borrowed the power of the true energy was actually sharp to such a degree. When the group of purple bamboo forest elites saw this scene, they finally relaxed and raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Fan Xian whistled and walked forward. If that throwing knife wasn't aimed at those broken pipes, but at your father and son's head, I think you should understand the consequences. Shangguan Feihong and Shangguan Ling subconsciously started to retreat. They did not expect that Ning Zimo would be able to settle the trap they had set up without even making a move. At this time, using a gun was actually not very useful, because the people were too densely packed, and it was very easy for them to injure their own people. Moreover, Yi Fan was someone who could even defeat a Xiantian martial artist, so normal bullets would definitely not be able to injure him. Helpless, Shangguan Feihong ordered loudly, everyone, attack. Stop him. Wait for the army to come. Yi Fan frowned. The Shangguan family had actually contacted the army. It seemed that with Wang Yingping's relationship, the local army would have to give the Shangguan family face. At this time, he didn't have much time to think, because 200 to 300 thugs from the Flying Cloud Pavilion had already surrounded him and the people from the purple bamboo forest. Fortunately, the elites that Ning Zimo brought were all extraordinary. Surrounding Ning Zimo, they were able to take them down one by one even if they were to fight one against many. Yi Fan himself directly knocked away the bodyguards in front of him, grabbed Shangguan Feihong's collar, and lifted him up. Where is Wang Yingping? Yi Fan asked in a deep voice. Shangguan Feihong gritted his teeth and said, "If you have the ability, then kill me. Do you dare? Do you know the consequences of offending our Shangguan family and the Wang family? Do you think that in this world, you can solve everything with force?" Yi Fan impatiently shook his head. "You're still talking nonsense. If you want to die, then go ahead and die." Yi Fan directly threw Shangguan Feihong's entire body more than 10 meters away. With a bang sound, Shangguan Feihong's entire body crashed into a thick wall and slowly slid down. His head left a pool of blood on the white wall. Pavilion Master. Dad. The few guards of the Flying Cloud Pavilion and Shangguan Ling could only watch helplessly as the patriarch was thrown out. They were completely unable to react. They didn't expect that Yi Fan would really kill him just like that. He didn't put the Shangguan clan's patriarch in his eyes at all. You killed my father." Shangguan Ling's eyes turned red as he fiercely roared, "You're finished. Today, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Yi Fan didn't care at all. The Shangguan family already had a grudge against him, so leaving him alive would be a disaster. If talking could solve the problem, then there would be no need for war in this world. Sometimes, killing was the only way to solve the problem. Yi Fan walked towards Shangguan Ling step by step. Those guards who dared to stop him were all sent flying by Yi Fan's fist or slap. No one could stop him at all. Yi Fan forced Shangguan Ling into a corner, grabbed him by the neck, and asked expressionlessly, "I'll ask you one last time, where is Wang Yingping?" Shangguan Ling's entire body trembled in fear. He finally realized that Yi Fan was not afraid of them at all. When a person had no fear, he would become as if he had no weakness, causing people to feel despair. He's in the back. In the backyard. Shangguan Ling thought that he had to survive first. After all, Shangguan Feihong was dead, and he was alive. At the very least, he could still be the patriarch. Yi Fan smiled at him, slightly exerted force in his hand, and with a "ka-ka" sound, he crushed Shangguan Ling's throat. Even in his dreams, Shangguan Ling never thought that Yi Fan would get the answer and kill him. Yi Fan turned his head to look at the courtyard in front of him. Ning Zimo had already gradually gained the upper hand with a group of people, so he no longer worried and headed straight for the backyard. But just as Yi Fan was about to move, he suddenly discovered that there was a martial artist with an extraordinary Jinqi cultivation who was actually running past from the side of the courtyard. He turned his head to look and saw an old man with gray hair and a dark green robe. He was escorting a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit as he quickly ran towards the gate. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and moved his feet. In the blink of an eye, he ran to the gate and stopped the old man and the young man. The old man stretched out his hand and blocked the gold-rimmed glasses man behind him. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Young man, you have quite the guts. You actually barged into the Shangguan family. This kind of simple, crude, and brainless method, this old man has never seen it in his entire life." Chapter 270. 0270 Fan Xian looked at the bespectacled man and laughed evilly. "Looks like you are Wang Yingping. You are even more like trash than I imagined." "You? What did you say? How dare you insult me? You brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already found the troops from the nearby military region, you can just wait to be blown to ashes." Wang Yingping shouted as he forced himself to calm down. Yi Fan wasn't interested in saying anything more. He stepped forward and was about to take Wang Yingping's life. However, this old man nimbly rushed forward and used a claw technique towards Yi Fan. This claw carried the Xiantian small success stage Jinqi, and the whistling sound of it tearing through the air was extremely sharp. Azure Dragon Claw. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and dodged to the side. The old man chuckled and said, "Brat, you have good eyes. My name is Xiao Qing, and my master is from the Azure Dragon School. If you have heard of our name, can you give me some face? So the Azure Dragon School is with the Wang family. Yi Fan muttered. In reality, although most of the aristocratic families in China had their own ancient martial arts talents, in order to ensure the safety of their descendants in the long run, they would still form alliances with some ancient martial arts sections. At the very least, behind each of the 5 prestigious families, there was at least one large ancient martial arts sect silently supporting them. Of course, the large ancient martial arts sects would also obtain sufficient resources, connections, and other benefits from the prestigious families. Both sides could be said to be mutually beneficial. Of course, famous sects like Shaolin, Wudong, and Immerse disdained to form an alliance with the aristocratic families. They would only be responsible to the officials of China and cooperate with the Dragon Soul. But even so, in terms of strength, some of the ancient martial arts sects that could be considered as A-rank organizations, especially the Rising Stars, would still walk together with the strong and famous sections. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the Azure Dragon School was also one of the top ancient martial arts sects in China. It was reasonable for them to cooperate with the Wang family, which was also a top sect. Since you know it's someone from the Azure Dragon School, you should know what you're facing. Do you dare to make the entire Azure Dragon School your enemy? Wang Yingping laughed in disdain. Fan Xian sighed, I haven't even been afraid of your Wang family, why would I be afraid of an Azure Dragon Gate? What did you say? You. Don't pretend to be strong just because your face is swollen. Old Xiao. Didn't you say that your Azure Dragon Claw had reached the large success stage and could destroy gold and break jade? Aren't you going to tear his mouth apart? Wang Yingping was furious. Qiao Cheng's eyes also revealed a sharp glint. Young man, you boast a little too much. Let me see just how capable you are. Finished speaking, Qiao Cheng gathered his initial Xiantianjin Qi, and his figure was like a green shadow as he charged towards Yi Fan. His hands were like 2 WIRMs that constantly intertwined and dashed forward. The speed of his hands changed, and the strength of his hands changed. It was rather difficult to predict. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! Every time Qiao Cheng's Azure Dragon Claw touched a wall or a stone pillar, a hole would appear. It was as if his 2 hands were not made of flesh but diamond. Fan Xian calmly said, the absolute art of the Azure Dragon School, the Azure Dragon Claw, was born from the Shaolin Dragon Claw hand. Although it has been changed to be more aggressive, it is also easier to cultivate after opening and closing its path. However, the Dragon Claw hand is, after all, a supreme claw technique that has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It has fused with the profound philosophy of Buddhist martial arts. Although it is easy to learn and master, after truly comprehending it, its power is not as simple as you think. In the end, your Azure Dragon Claw is still a bit shallow. Even if you practice it to the large success stage, it would still only be a so-so. Ha! What a joke! Compared to the Dragon Claw art, the Azure Dragon Claw of our Azure Dragon Gate is superior to the Azure Dragon Claw art. How could a young man like you be able to comprehend its power? Qiao Cheng's face was full of disdain as he shouted, eat my Azure Dragon Tail Whip. Qiao Cheng's body suddenly spun, his arms were like a whirlwind, continuously attacking Yi Fan with a dozen or so storm-like claw attacks. Wherever they passed, just the Jin Qi alone would shatter the cement and rocks into smithereens. However, Yi Fan only took 3 steps back before he stopped in his tracks. His eyes revealed a domineering sharpness as he suddenly made his move. 2 fingers were like sharp dragon teeth, like a hot knife through butter. They accurately found the Azure Dragon Claw that was attacking him, and the 2 fingers just so happened to strike his 3 fingers. Bam! With a muffled sound, the true energy produced a violent explosion. Qiao Cheng only felt that his 3 fingers had lost all feeling. He subconsciously dodged to the side, only to discover that his 3 fingers were already badly mutilated and his bones were broken. "Ah!" Xiao Qing cried out in pain, his face ferocious as he looked at Yi Fan. "You. This is..." Li Fanxian put away 2 fingers and said, "The dragon claw hand does not require internal energy, so I will demonstrate to you what is the essence of claw techniques, and what is the ability to scratch flesh into holes. Why do you say that your Azure Dragon Claw is inferior to the authentic Dragon Claw hand?" In fact, even if Yi Fan didn't specifically use the Dragon Claw hand, he would still be able to break through the Azure Dragon Claw. He was also in the mood to use the martial arts that he hadn't used for many years. After all, at his level, he had already memorized all the ancient martial arts moves and made them his own. He wouldn't be too fixated on the moves. "What? You didn't use any inner force?" Only now did Xiao Qing realize that from beginning to end, Yi Fan had been using pure physical strength to fight against him. If I remember correctly, the Azure Dragon School's inner force cultivation method is the Dragon Abyss technique. Although your claw technique is not bad, your inner force has reached the Xiantian realm and is still unable to cause a qualitative change. This is also why I let you be such a trash's bodyguard. Yi Fan analyzed. Xiao Chang's face flushed red. At his age, he was Wang Yingping's bodyguard. Although he said that he was well-dressed and well-fed, he was still looked down upon by his disciples. He angrily said, "Stinking brat, don't be complacent. Even if I can't beat you, you won't be able to resist the army that's coming." As he spoke, the sound of a large number of car engines could be heard from outside. More than 10 military vehicles carrying a large number of soldiers, armed with live ammunition, quickly deployed outside the Shangguan residence. The key was that these cars were equipped with heavy firepower. Even if it was a Xiantian martial artist, if they were to be hit by some heavy machine guns, their flesh and blood would splatter everywhere. Moreover, some of the soldiers were even carrying rocket launchers. "Ha! It's here. Our men are here." Wang Yingping quickly ran out and shouted at an officer who was leading the way, "Senior Colonel Yu. I'm here." When the dark-skinned officer saw Wang Yingping, he grinned, "Young Master Wang, there's no need to panic. With us here, no one will dare to touch you." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of Wang Yingping like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yingping's head was smacked until it caved in and twisted. With a caw-caw sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fell to the ground. Chapter 271. 0271 Yu. You really killed him. Xiao Qing cried out involuntarily. He could not imagine how many disciples and the Wang family would blame him for Wang Yingping's death. Senior Colonel Yu was also furious. He looked at Yi Fan and roared hysterically, "Who are you? You dare to make a move in front of me?" Originally, sending troops to help a young master of the Wang family was to give him a chance to get credit. But now that Wang Yingping had died in front of him, wouldn't it be hard for him to get away with it? Thinking of this, Senior Colonel Yu wished that he could just shoot Yi Fan to death. Yi Fan calmly turned his head and said, "I should have killed him a long time ago. I played a little too long just now. You say this is a game. Do you know who you killed?" Senior Colonel Yu gritted his teeth and waved his hand, "Capture him. If you dare to resist, you will be shot." After the group of soldiers heard the order, they were about to go forward to capture Yi Fan, but they saw Yi Fan stomp his foot on the ground. Boom. With a loud sound, the ground seemed to shake. Soon after, the green brick ground under Yi Fan's feet caved in, and the cracks spread out for several meters. This kick directly intimidated the group of soldiers. No one dared to rashly move forward. Yi Fan chuckled and said, "The army is here to protect the country. When did it become a lackey like this?" Senior Colonel Yu's expression was unsettled. "We are here to encircle and annihilate a thug like you. It is reasonable." "Is that so?" Then why aren't you coming up? Yi Fan asked in ridicule. Senior Colonel Yu and the group of soldiers were hesitant. When they saw Yi Fan's calm and collected appearance, they felt especially uncertain. Xiao Qing endured the pain in his hand and ran in front of Senior Colonel Yu. He said in a deep voice, Yu Yong, you don't have to care about him. He doesn't have any background, so just capture him. If he didn't accept it, he would capture the group of people who came with him. He killed young Master Wang Yingping, so how could the Wang family sit back and do nothing? With the Wang family supporting you, what are you afraid of? When Yu Yong heard this, he thought that it was true and shouted, everyone, aim at the target. As soon as he resisted, he immediately opened fire. But as soon as he gave the order, he discovered that Yi Fan was no longer at his original position. A figure suddenly appeared beside Yu Yong and placed a hand on the old man Xiao Cheng's head. I've only crippled one of your hands, but it seems like you're tired of living. The moment the sail's voice fell, one of its hands suddenly pressed down. In that instant, the explosive force directly crushed Xiao Cheng's neck bones. Elder Qiao. Yu Yong watched as Xiao Qing, who was considered an expert in his eyes, was instantly killed just like that. He was frightened until his liver trembled. Yi Fan leisurely walked to the center of the field and said, you guys belong to the Jiangnan military, right? Give your General Wang Zhe a call, and then consider whether or not to open fire. Yu Yong gulped and said hesitantly, You know General Wang. How troublesome. Don't you know him? Can't you just call him? Yi Fan said. At this moment, Ning Zimo and her group of subordinates had already defeated all the people from the Flying Cloud Pavilion and ran to the main entrance. Seeing so many troops, the woman's face turned serious. Yi Fan, what do we do now? Ning Zimo asked. Yi Fan took out his phone and said, these guys don't understand. I'll give old Xiao a call. I can't possibly injure or cripple these innocent soldiers. Actually, if Yi Fan wanted to do this calmly, he could have mentioned it to Xiao Linfuan from the very beginning. As a military advisor, he always had a way to protect the female warriors of the wolf venom flower. However, since Wang Yingpeng and the Shengguan family had taken the initiative to cause trouble for him, and he still asked Xiao Linfuan to help him block them, that was not his style of doing things. Therefore, he would rather kill the person he wanted to kill first, and then ask Xiao Linfuan to calm the situation down. Just as Yi Fan was about to make a call came in. Looking at it, it was actually Xiao Linfuan who called. Old Xia, you're quite well informed. Yi Fan picked up the phone and smiled. Xiao Linfuan was puzzled, boss, you know about it too. Yi Fan frowned, know what? Didn't you say that I'm well informed? I thought you were talking about the tiger head shark. Xiao Linfuan said. Tiger head shark. That pirate organization. Yi Fan was puzzled, what happened to them? Why did I mention those guys? Xiao Linfuan was stunned, then what are you talking about, boss? Yi Fan chuckled, and briefly explained the grudge between the wolf venom flower and Wang Yingping. Then, he told Xiao Linfuan that he had already killed him. After hearing this, Xiao Linfuan let out a long sigh on the other end of the phone and bitterly smiled, boss, you're a dragon crossing the river. In the end, you still have to churn. Alright, I will get them to take back the army, but... As for the Wang family, you can only depend on your boss to deal with them. After all, I am a member of the Xia family, so it's hard to say for the Wang family. Yi Fan naturally had no objections. He also knew that the Wang family and the Xia family actually had the intention of competing. What do you think happened to the tiger head shark? Why did you call me? Yi Fan asked. Speaking of this, Xiao Linfuan immediately became serious, the tiger head shark has been destroyed. The entire ship has over 100 people, and the remaining 2 small boats have all fled for their lives. What? Who destroyed it? Yi Fan was puzzled. I don't know. It was fine in the past, but it was just a B-rank organization, so it couldn't be said to be on a large scale. But a few days ago, didn't he join the Sea Demon? Generally speaking, when an organization beats a dog, it still depends on its owner. That stinky squid, Leviathan, actually suspected that it was our Dragon Soul who did it. He said that other than our Dragon Soul, the other nearby organizations, such as the Monkey-Eating Eagle and the Shadow Warriors, would not be able to destroy the Tiger Head Shark in one night. His new lackey was killed just like that. Of course, with his temper, he couldn't tolerate it. Today, he actually drove a destroyer and 2 frigates directly towards the high seas near China. Several of our merchant ships were robbed by them. Although those guys didn't kill anyone, they were clearly trying to disgust us and make us go out and confront them. It seems that if the Leviathan doesn't get an explanation, he will continue to stay there and not leave. If this goes on, if China sends out the Navy, then this matter will get out of hand. No matter how good his equipment is, it won't be as good as China's regular fleet. Yi Fan felt a headache when he heard this. What was this? He took out a cigarette and little Zhao, who was beside him, sensibly lit it up for him. After taking a puff, Yi Fan scratched his head and said, since that squid didn't kill anyone, it means that he still values his brotherhood. He's giving you face, so why don't you just explain it to him? Of course I said it. I secretly contacted him and told him that we didn't do it, but that guy didn't believe me and insisted that I find the real culprit. Tell me. How can I find the real culprit for him in such a short time? I'm puzzled about this. Chapter 272. 0272. When Yi Fan heard this, he more or less understood Xie Linfuan's meaning. He laughed and scolded, you brat. Just say it. You want me to help you speak up, right? You want to borrow my old face? Ha ha. Boss, only your handsome face can suppress that big cuttlefish. That evil creature, I'll submit to you. Damn, he might even kick me off the boat. Xie Linfuan said with a bitter smile. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. He didn't mind helping out. After all, Xie Linfuan and the Leviathan were both his good brothers. If the Leviathan's pirates were destroyed by the Chinese army, then of course he wouldn't want to see it. The key point was, Yi Fan felt that the sudden annihilation of the tiger head shark was a bit strange. He felt that things shouldn't be simple. How about this, old Xie, make the arrangements. I'll go take a look. Yi Fan said. Boss, it's been hard on you. If you don't go, I don't even know how to explain it to the Dragon King. This King Squid, I did it for his own good, but he still insisted on bickering with me. I can only teach him a lesson, boss, save your flattery and hurry up. I'm still being attacked by a bunch of rocket launchers. Yi Fan scolded with a smile. Xie Linfuan quickly hung up and began to contact the people below. Not long after, Yu Yong received a call. Then, Yu Yong's expression changed and he hurriedly saluted. Yes. Yes. I promised to complete the mission. After Yu Yong hung up the phone, he looked at Yi Fan in awe. His face was much friendlier. Mr. Yi, I offended you just now. I didn't know that you were one of us. Please get in the car, we will send you to the military port. This change caused Ning Zimo and the others, who were still tense just a moment ago, to heave a sigh of relief. Ning Zimo looked at the man with admiration and curiosity. Why are you going to the military port? Yi Fan touched the woman's face. Meet an old friend. Obediently go back and wait for me. I promise to accompany you, and I won't go back on my word. Ning Zimo smiled happily and nodded, then be careful. Little Zhao and the other people from the purple bamboo forest watched as Yi Fan was respectfully welcomed into the carriage. They all shook their heads and clicked their tongues in wonder. After killing a member of the Shengguan family, slaughtering Shangguan Feihong and his son, and then killing a disciple of the Wang family, Yi Fan was actually fine, and was even politely invited to leave by the military. This ability, they could only admire. After the dozen or so army cars left, Ning Zimo was not in a hurry to leave. The woman turned her head and looked at the rock at the gate of the Shangguan family. There were 3 golden words, Flying Cloud Pavilion, and a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Ning Zimo suddenly stretched out her hand and threw out a throwing knife, which pierced right into the rock. "Missy, aren't we leaving?" Zhao Zhong asked curiously. A confident smile appeared on Ning Zimo's face. "Little Zhao, let me ask you, what is the biggest underground force in the province?" "Of course it's the Shangguan family," Zhao Zhong answered. "Now that the Shangguan clan has been annihilated by us, that's all there is to it." "Why should the Shangguan clan occupy such a large province?" "Just because they are old," Ning Zimo asked. The eyes of Zhao Zhong and the other elites of the purple bamboo forest lit up, revealing expressions of excitement. "Eldest miss. You want to?" Ning Zimo's eyes burned as she said, "Your brother Fan even dares to kill someone from the Wang family. If I don't even dare to snatch the territory of the Shangguan family, then I wouldn't be worthy of him. From today onwards, I will make the Shangguan family submit to the purple bamboo forest." After Yi Fan arrived at the military port, just as he boarded a military speedboat, he saw 2 acquaintances, Bloodthorn and Ling Shui. However, this time, the 2 partners were not the main representatives sent by the Dragon Soul. In front of them, there was a middle-aged man wearing white clothes and black pants. He had a cold expression and his hair stood up. The one who brought Yi Fan onto the boat was also the Major General Tan Jiang whom he had met before. Tan Jiang hurriedly introduced him to Yi Fan. "Mr. Yi, this is Senior Colonel Yu Ling of the Dragon Soul. He is responsible for representing the Dragon Soul in this negotiation." Although in terms of military rank, Tan Jiang was still higher than Yu Ling, as a middle-level manager of the Dragon Soul, Yu Ling's actual status was already higher than Tan Jiang's, so Tan Jiang was also very respectful. Li Fan Xian smiled and greeted him. "Hello, hello." With an indifferent face, Yu Ling sniffed solemnly. "Although I don't know what your relationship is with the advisor and why you know Leviathan, don't be so mischievous. We are going to negotiate with a bunch of mischievous pirates solemnly, not to play house." Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then looked at Bloodthorn and Ling Shui behind him. Bloodthorn's face was silent, while Ling Shui awkwardly smiled. "Mr. Yi, this is the first time team leader Yu Ling has met you, so he isn't too familiar with you. Please forgive him," Ling Shui said. Yu Ling said, "Cold snow. There was no need for you to talk too much. Now that you are relying on an outsider of unknown origin, what kind of Dragon Soul agent are you? Do you still have any sense of shame?" Ling Shui said apologetically, "I'm sorry, team leader Yu Ling, but last time, we heard Mr. Yi talking to the Leviathan on the phone with our own ears. They have a very good relationship, so I think it was the right choice for the military advisor to find Mr. Yi. The military advisor isn't omnipotent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked us to negotiate. Don't deify the military advisor." After Yu Ling finished lecturing his subordinates, he said to Yi Fan, "When you go down there, you have to listen to my commands. Don't make your own decisions, or else if you suffer a loss, don't blame us for not saving you." Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was too lazy to explain. He shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever, we can set off now." Yu Ling frowned. He was even more dissatisfied with Yi Fan's attitude. He snorted heavily and turned his head to enter the boat. After Yu Ling left, Ling Shui came over and explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Actually, team leader Yu Ling can be considered an old man of the Dragon Soul. He originally had the chance to rise to the upper echelons. However, because the military advisor appeared out of nowhere and snatched away his promotion spot, he had always had a bit of a grudge against him. So, he naturally treated you a little special. Li Fanxian suddenly realized what was going on. However, he didn't care about this kind of thing at all. There was no need to bother with a small fry like him. In order to prevent the Ocean Demon's pirates from feeling that the Chinese army was hostile, they deliberately chose a speedboat instead of a warship to rush to the high seas. As the sky gradually darkened, 3 majestic warships finally appeared in the distance. Their excellent equipment didn't seem like that of a pirate group at all. They looked more like a small naval team from a small country. The flag of the giant spear squid fluttered in the wind, looking sinister and terrifying. As soon as the hundreds of pirates on the ship saw China's speedboat, they began to let out all sorts of roars. Their powerful momentum, which was hundreds of meters away, had already begun to shake people's hearts.